Well, it looks like everyone's here, so I should go ahead and pop on. We're getting tons of folks. Welcome everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. We have a little bit of news. So we now have official Zach emotes that Naverio is showing off in chat. So you can use :Zach or :dance and see Zach's likeness in the chat. So when Zach gets to dance, you can join in the dance as well. So that's very exciting. So you can see people in chat. Funnily enough, we hired Zach basically the day after we had gotten the previous penguin drawn. So I am excited to now have Zach's likeness represented in our emotes. Also, you can use the Zach emotes even if you're not a member on the Puzzle Plaza Discord. So if you're on the Puzzle Plaza Discord, you can use both of these emotes. They're similar, but not quite the same commands, but Tristan can tell you what they are over there. It's not Zeta Zach here. It's just Zach, is the thing here. Zeta Zach is on Discord. And then if you're a Discord Nitro member, then you can use Zach anywhere you want on Discord. So that's exciting. Speaking of the Discord, if you're not on the Discord, I would really recommend being on the Puzzle Plaza Discord, where there is a whole zetamath discussion that's been actually quite active lately. So I've enjoyed hearing people discuss all kinds of things. And most of the discussion, to be fair, is not about me, which is okay. But it's fun hearing people talk about puzzles they're setting and puzzles they're doing and all these sorts of things. Kajito just got a Wenchang feature, I believe, yesterday. Alrighty, so we've got Zach. We've got Zach emotes. I should say, by the way, the people with green names, including Jay Dyer and Averio, these are people who support the stream by joining on YouTube. Oh, that one. Okay, yes, that one. Yes, so these are people who support by supporting on YouTube. If you want to support on YouTube, you can click join down below, and that'll walk you through the steps. You get several bonuses, including the fact that you get to vote on what puzzle I start with every stream. So you can see the whole list and of puzzles I should say, maybe intend to someday do. The puzzles I might someday do. I just sort of throw them in a Discord channel so you can see them if you're a member, and then you can vote on whichever ones you most want to see. I always do the most voted on one. Today, that happens to be this puzzle. I really enjoy how in sync chat and I are, because I was also very excited to do this puzzle. I actually thought for sure that Sterity, which is another puzzle by the Cogito, was going to be today's winner, but I suspect if we don't get to that puzzle today, it will be a winner soon of puzzles people want to see. All right. I should also mention I have actually been on a bit of a setting spree. So I've posted a couple doubler puzzles, and I think I talked about those last time, but I posted a doubler thermo puzzle called Medusa, and a doubler double arrow puzzle that I'm very proud of called Double Double. I really recommend that one if you're up for a bit of a challenge. I think Naverio said he believed it was solidly 3-star, but LMD thinks it's 4-star. But if you like easier puzzles, I posted my first ever LMD 2-star puzzle just yesterday, the day before. And can you put a link to that in chat, Tristan? It's called Target Practice, and it is a fast double arrow puzzle. So a lot of people who are sort of the like super fast people can do it in under 10 minutes. So for people who are more human, like myself, probably will take you closer to an hour than to 10 minutes, but it's still, if you want to do an easier Zeta puzzle, I think this is an easier Zeta puzzle that sort of tries to capture the sort of the flow that you get in something like a gas puzzle, although I think it's a little bit north of a gas puzzle in difficulty, but not too much north. All right. Oh. Jay says that she is working on a doubler puzzle, but not the same one as the last one. Because that one didn't work out. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm debating if I want to do more with doublers or try something else. I kind of want to set another deconstruction in the Jay Dyer style of the sliding 3x3 Amino type puzzles. Because I really enjoyed setting the previous one. If you've not looked at that, that was Double Dip. I really enjoyed setting that one, and I think there's a lot more space. And I really want to set a German Whispers deconstruction in that style. We'll see if I can make it work, but then also with doublers. And then, of course, my brain earlier was like, I could put both doublers and the Jay Dyer deconstruction on top of a German Whispers. Then I was like, that might be a bit much, but we'll see. I don't know. That's the basic version. I don't know. I also started setting a 2-star arrow puzzle, so I might release a 2-star pure arrow puzzle. Who knows? Oh, I should plug Memeristor's channel, by the way. Memeristor's been doing amazing work interviewing setters. So Memeristor last week interviewed Tall Cat, and this week on Friday, Memeristor's going to be interviewing Codec, which is quite a get. I'm assuming that the week after is going to be Fistamafel, and then the series is going to end. But we'll see exactly how it goes. But it should be great fun. I very much look forward to hearing what Codec has to say. If you are at all interested, Tristan can put a link to Memeristor's channel so that you can get notifications. Memeristor also has a Discord where if you have questions for Codec before the interview, you can post them there, and then Memeristor will ask them. So we are all good on that front. So a lot going on the Sudoku world scene, so to speak. So we have all of that to look forward to. A warning, as I have mentioned a couple times before, I'm starting teaching at the end of this month or beginning of next month, so I'm going to switch stream schedules a little bit. I don't know exactly what the timing is going to be, but I'm going to switch, I think, to streaming Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays in the near future. And instead of having an 8-hour stream and a 4-hour stream per week, I'm going to try and have 3 4-hour streams per week. Even it out a little bit. And also, the Wednesday stream, sort of, I've noticed the beginning and the end are a little less popular than the juicy middle part there, where it's sort of plausible for people in a wide variety of time zones to be awake. So I'm going to sort of try and concentrate things for that. So anyway, more news on that to come in the near future. All right, so speaking of doublers, it's time to dive in to the HCHTUES puzzle here. And so this is a renban puzzle with doublers. So how does a renban work? So without the doubler part, the way a renban works is that any string or any one of these purple lines has to be a string of consecutive digits, but in any order. Also, one of the little-known renban rules is you have to turn your keypad on in order to do a renban puzzle. So this could be 6, 4, 5, 3, for example. That is a string. Oh, who voted for this? Oh, I should have looked at that. Tristan, can you post the list of people who voted for this? I usually always write that down, and then I did not this time. I'll let Tristan tell us. Tristan says that he cannot. Why can't you? Oh, because you deleted it from the spreadsheet already. Oops. Well, that information is lost to time. But this is dedicated to all of you who voted for it, and I am sorry for not reading your names. I usually try and read the list of people who voted for something, but sadly that was not to be this time. All right. But we also have doublers. And so the way a doubler works is that if I'll indicate doublers with yellow, we'll say. And so this cell, instead of counting as a 7, would count as a 14. And yeah, I'm gonna let the HCHTUES suggest a bet cell, otherwise I'll make one up. Okay. Now I'll note that the HCHTUES made this puzzle basically seconds after I posted vignettes. So vignettes was my first puzzle that used doublers, and that was a set of 6 6x6s, one of which was the renban. And the renban had a lot of interesting stuff going on. Now, all subsequent doubler puzzles that I have posted, so Topsy-Turvy, Medusa, and Double Double at this point, have used the rule that doubler cells can't repeat digits. So every doubler cell has to contain a different digit. This does not have that rule. This just says every row, column, and box contains a doubler. So now 5s on renbans are an interesting point. So I want to start with 5s on renbans in this box. So the first rule of renban, as they say, like the first rule of Fight Club, is that every length 5, row 8, column 5, that's the bet cell. That's a terrible color for the bet cell. We're going to make the bet cell in a nice imposing black. There we go. That looks very imposing. This is the bet cell, so you can guess what value this is. So every length 5 renban has to have a 5 on it. That's the rule. Now, I might ask myself, okay, well, why is that true? Well, in a normal puzzle, you get the digits from 1 to 9. Oops, sorry. You get the digits from 1 to 9. And so if you don't use 5, well, then what do you have as options? You have a string that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and you have a string that's 6, 7, 8, 9, and neither of those is 5 long. So you can't make a length 5 renban. But with doublers, you can make a longer renban. You don't have to stick to yourself to the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You could put a 10 on a renban because you could use a double 5. But, and here's the non-obvious fact that might take you a few minutes when you first think about this, if you've never thought about renbans and doublers before. I could never put a 12 on a renban, because in order to get to 12, I would need an 11 or a 13. And 11 and 13 have this funny property called being odd, which means that they're not double anything. And so actually, I am picking really for these renban from the numbers 1 through 10. Okay. Now, this is all a very long-winded way of saying I don't necessarily have to have a 5, vanilla 5, on every renban, because I could instead have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on this renban, and it would dodge the 5. But the 5, even if it's a 10, is still a 5, which I know is a confusing sentence to say. But there's a 5 on this the upshot is there's a 5 on this renban for sure, but the 5 might be standing in as a 10. That is the long way of saying all of that. And apologies for going on and on and on and on about that. But anyway, there's got to be a 5 on here, but the 5 might be a 10. Okay, likewise, there's got to be a 5 on here, but the 5 might be a 10. So I think the thing I'm inclined to start doing is to mark cells that definitely cannot be 5 to start. This might be a fool's errand, but I'm going to start by marking these cells can't be 5. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm noticing, for example, this renban. Oh, well, here's an easier way to do this. Never mind. I'm not going to do that because I've seen something easier. How many 5s have to be on this renban? And the answer to the number of 5s that have to be on this renban is... Wait, no, I was about to say something completely nonsensical. Never mind. We're going to go back to the thing I was saying before I said something silly. So these can't be 5s because the 5 in the box is spoken for. These cells can't be 5 because they see this entire length 6 renban, and this length 6 renban needs to have a 5. Now what that means is there needs to be a 5 on this renban in this box, because these can't be 5. This cell sees this entire length 5 renban, so it can't be a 5. And by sees the entire renban, just to be clear, what I'm saying is I know one of these 5 cells is a 5, and no matter which of these 5 cells is a 5, this can't be a 5. This sees the entirety of this renban, so it can't be a 5. Let's see. These can't be 5s, of course, because they're in a box where I've pencil marked the 5 over to there. These can't be 5 because they see this entire length 5-ish renban. Okay. Here's a more complicated observation. Both of these are length 5 renban that need a 5. Sorry, length 5 or more renban that need a 5. But they both live entirely in boxes 5 and 6. And since they both live entirely in boxes 5 and 6, that means the 5 that's in box 5 and the 5 that's in box 6, they both have to be on these renbans, because I need 2 5s for the renban, and I only get 2 5s for the 2 boxes. Which is all a very long-winded way of saying that these digits are not 5. Which now means that the 5 in this column lives up here, so none of these are 5s. Ooh, we're getting close to knowing that there aren't any 5s on this this renban. That would be sexy. Okay, now I need to think about these in some fancy way, right? Oh, right. Great point from Jay Dyer that For whatever reason, I highlighted these two and said, therefore, everything else in these boxes can't be 5. And then I just didn't mark that one can't be 5, but that one can't be 5. So I guess that's an interesting point, is one of these two length 4 renban doesn't have a 5 on it. Oh yeah, we can turn on row and column numbers for this puzzle. Sorry, they were off because we were doing a puzzle with outside clues. Now, can someone tell me where they are? There it is. Okay. I found it. So yeah, so now we can reference these so that we have a slightly better chance of correctly identifying what row, columns, and boxes things are. Now, I really feel like I'm trying to do some sort of fancy thing where I try and select some number of rows and columns here that completely encapsulates a certain number of renban. That doesn't sound like a Cogito break-in, though. If I'm allowing psychoanalysis here. Because but I'm sort of noticing that a lot of these things sort of I could crisscross like that, and that sort of covers both of these renban. It doesn't quite cover this renban. If this goes anywhere, I promise to explain what on earth I'm thinking about. This does not look... I think this would... If this was what Cogito had in mind, I think it would be telegraphed differently. But these are interesting. Okay, so I know there's a 5 in one of these... yeah, one of those cells. I know there's a 5 in one of these cells, so I know there's a 5 up here. All right. Let's see. Daniel says the 5s in box 2 mean that row 6, 7, column 3 can't be 5 because those two cells see a 5. Row 6, 7, column 3. Sorry, row 6, row 7 of column 3. Sorry. 6, row 7 of column 3. Sorry, row 5, row 6. Yeah, okay, so... Right. So, I agree with Daniel's assessment. I need to have a 5. So, 1 5 among these cells I have highlighted. One of the 5s is over here. So that means there's a 5 in one of these 6 cells. And the fact, this is Daniel's point, because there's a 5 in one of these 6 cells, neither of these 2 cells can be a 5, because they see all of those 6 cells. That's a very good spot, Daniel. Very cool. Slightly concerning, but very cool. Okay, so... What on earth am I... Okay, so I feel like this is the right thing to be thinking about, but I think we're not quite to the right spot yet. We're almost there. Let's see. Nicholas says 5 in row 1, column 7 seems to cause a lot of problems if you follow the 5s around the corners. So if this was 5, one of these two is 5. One of these two is 5. One of these two is 5. Oh! That doesn't work. Okay, now how did the Cogito intend me to see that? Because I can't... Because, okay, so here's the problem. This is what Nicholas has noticed. If this is 5, one of these is 5, so one of these is 5, except you'll notice that that sees this entire renban and rules 5 off of it. That's amazing. Okay, that seems like the kind of deduction I was supposed to get by highlighting the right combination of rows and columns. But anyway, it definitely convinces me that this is not a 5. But that was a great spot to Nicholas there, as far as identifying that cell's not the 5. In this puzzle, there is no rule that doublers can't repeat. So in this puzzle, doublers can repeat all they like. Okay, so yeah, I know one of this mess of things is a 5. So these are either, so this is, I guess, one of these, one of the key observations is this renban is either 1, 2, 3, 4, or it's 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are the only options. But it could involve doublers. So I can't say something like, oh, because of that, that it doesn't quite tell me something. So like this cell sees the entirety of this renban, which would normally be useful, but I don't think is actually useful here. Neverio asks a good question, which I maybe should have started with, but did not, which is this particular cell. It goes on its own renban in box 8. And so because this cell has to go on its own renban in box 8, that means it's either doubled here or it's doubled down here. And so, in particular, that means that, and so I'm going to need a second color for is not doubled. These cells are all not doubled because of that. Yeah, you can't have 6, 7, 8, or 9 on a doubler. We sort of started with that. But yeah, so oranges can't be 5, grays can't be a doubler. Because one of this cell either is doubled here or it's doubled down here, and either which way they see this. So this is either all low or all high, honestly. So it's either 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Agent's point here, I think, is only doublers on renban can only be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doublers not on renban can be anything. And there isn't a rule here that all the doublers are on renban or anything like that. So these aren't doubled. Okay. So yeah, so these are either 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, or 7, 8, 9. Those are the options. I've just exhausted all the possibilities for this this renban. Oh, okay. Here's a good question. If this is the one that's doubled, then there's actually 2 doublers on this renban. Is it possible there's 2 doublers on this renban? That seems, suspicious. So if there's 2 doublers on this renban, the only way that works... Yeah, that's tricky. But I agree with Isabella's point that I'm saying this digit is doubled either here or here, but the fact that this digit is doubled in one of those 2 places means this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, because those are the only things you can double. So I agree with Isabella there. This is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Which is interesting in terms of this this business. So if this is... if this was low, that would absorb all the lows for the column. That's very interesting. Yeah, I was just thinking about if I put 2 doublers on a renban, doesn't that break this renban? Because I have to put the rest of the digits in other places. So... But it's okay as long as both of the undoubled as long as the undoubled form of both of those digits goes over here, I think. I don't think there's an immediate problem. Okay. So yeah, I know this digit shows up over here somewhere, and one of them is doubled. See, Directionary asks me about where 7 is on this break-in. Or sorry, on this this renban. I don't think I have any idea. I would believe I should have an idea, but I don't think I have an idea. Let's see. Garion says that they believe that this cell can't be a 1 or 2. Sorry, I'm trying to find where Garion said that, because I read it in chat, I thought. But now, okay. So what if... Okay, so what if this is a 2? Let's just, sorry, I could not find where Garion said what digits this couldn't be. If this is a 2, what happens? So if this is a 2, then there's a 2 over here somewhere. One of them is doubled and one of them is not, which means there has to be a 3 in here. Which then means this is high automatically. Okay, so I guess maybe I should more examine the possibility where this is a 4. Because if this is a 4, then there's a double 4 down here. Okay. So here's an important observation, I think. Whatever the digit is that is double this has to go down here. Because double this can't appear on this renban. If double this appeared on this renban, then it would break. So, and I think this is what Martin was trying to tell me before, that I did not understand, but double this is definitely on this renban. So if this is a 1, then there's a 2 on this renban. And that doesn't work. Because if this is a 1, there's a 2 on this renban. And so this would have to be 2, 3, 4 exactly. But now I need to put both a 3 and a 4 over here. And they can't both go there. So I think 1 immediately breaks. I think this is what we have to do, is just think about knowing that double this is down here. What does that do? So if this was, again, if this is a 1, double 1 is 2. So there would be a 2 on this renban. It would have to be 2, 3, 4 exactly. But now this renban has a 1 on it, so it needs a 2, 3, and 4 on it. Sorry, I should specify. It needs a 3 and a 4 on it. The 2 it has is a doubled 1 in that hypothetical, but they can't both go there. So this is not a 1. What if this is a 2? Then there's a 4 down here. And so then this would be... oh, that just immediately breaks. Because if this is a 2 and there's a 4 down here, then this has to be 2, 3, 4. That's not going to work. So this is not a 2. Okay. So this is a 3 or a 4. Which means this is high. It's above 5. So that means there's always a 7 on it. And now we get to Directionary's point. We got there the long-ass way around, but we got there. This is high. So this is from 6, 7, 8, 9. It always needs to have a 7. And the reason why I'm picking 7 instead of 8 is that I know that 7 can't be doubled somehow or any such weirdness. Actually, no, I know there's no doublers on this. So there's a 7 and an 8 here. Which now I ask, okay, but this renban still needs a 7. If I try and make a length 8 renban from the numbers 1 through 10 without using a 7, I'm going to have a huge problem. And so that's a 7. But actually the same thing is true of 8. Where is 8 on this thing? And the answer is 8 must be a doubled 4. I need an 8. If I don't have an 8, I can only make this 7 long, and it's 8 long. So I need an 8, which means the 8 has to be a doubled 4, because the 8 in the box is there. So this is a 4, and importantly, it's not doubled. And of course, this is not doubled either. And the doubled digit that's over here is a doubled 4. And now we get to have our digit dance with our fancy new Zach emotes. So Zach gets to do the 4 dance. First digit dance of the day, and it's a 4 dance. We don't get to do 4 dances very often. I think that was good. Garion says, but 7 was first. Oh, I guess I saw the 4 in my head before I saw the 7. But the 7, we can also include a little 7 dance just for Garion. Abbreviated 7 dance. There we go. Okay. So now, the 8 that is on this renban is a fake 8. But this renban still needs all the digits that are between 4 and 7. So in particular, it needs a 6. And so as, this is, sorry, I already lost who said this in chat. But as Martin says, this renban needs to have the 6. And so that means this doesn't have the 6. So this is in fact 789 exactly. So apologies if you bet 7, 8, or 9, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is what these are, with the 4 being doubled. I know which of the 4s is doubled because I know there's an 8 here, Ambrose. The 8 here, I know these digits aren't doubled, and I know one of them is an 8. And so because there's an 8 in this box already, I can't put an 8 over here. So this 4 has to be doubled here to serve as the 8. That's the answer. So this renban is length 6. Why couldn't the 6 be a double 3? Because I only get 1 doubler per box, and the doubler here is already gone. The doubler is the 4 that's doubled. So now this is a length 6 renban without a 7. So it has to be the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, except the 4 on it has to be a double 2. So there's actually a 2 over here that's the doubler on this renban. Because I need to have a 4 on a length 6 renban. Note, by the way, again, 7 is odd, which is why I can't put a sort of a 7 of any sort on here. So that means none of these are the doublers. So the doubler is down here. So these aren't doubled. For sure. Okay. So there's definitely a 2 over here. Oh, it could be in box 5. Oh, you're right. Right. The doubled 2 could be in box 5. Right. I just know there's a doubled 2 on here somewhere, but I don't know where. Right. The doubled... So, between these two boxes, one of the doublers is a doubled 2. Okay, I do know there's a 7 up here somewhere. Oh, right. The renban has 2 2s, because it has an actual 2, and it has a doubled 2. But the actual 2 could be a doubled 1. So... I don't actually know that there's an actual 2 on this. I do not believe. Sadly. Yeah, I do not yet know that. Okay. But calzone, couldn't it be a doubled 1 instead of an actual 2? Because there's nothing to say I can't have both a doubled 1 and a doubled 2 on this renban, right? Oh, no, I can't, because this renban needs an actual 1. Right, this renban needs an actual 1. And so the question is, can I put an actual 1, a doubled 1, and a doubled 2 on this renban, which is getting crowded, but possible. Okay, so I'd need an actual 1 and a doubled 1. The doubled 1 would have to go over here. And then I would need an actual 2. So, sorry, let me say this again. Okay, so I'm asking, is it possible that there's a doubled 1 and a doubled 2? I've lost track. Sorry, I was asking myself if it's possible that the 2 on this is, oh boy. You know what? I'm not going to think about it anymore. Let's think about something else instead. I'm trying to think of an easier question to ask that will not hurt my brain as much as that. I mean, I don't think it was the thing I was trying to do was arithmetically demanding, but I couldn't visualize all the things I had to keep track of simultaneously, which I don't think was so the fact that there's no 4 or 7 over here is potentially interesting. Yeah, I do know that there's a doubled 2 on here. For sure. That's one thing I know, is that there's a doubled 2. So yeah, so one of these cells is the doubler for this renban. It would be really nice to know that if the other doubler was on here or not. I might have to do something like counting odds and evens. Because this renban needs to have 3 odd digits on it. And so those 3 odd digits have to come from non-doublers. And so I've already got a double 2. I think the pressure is the wrong direction there. I don't think that helps. Okay, so I know it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in terms of actual value. So I could fill in that I know that these are all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and none of them are 4. So those are, it is fair to say these are the candidates for this line. So that is an easy way to do this. Okay, so then the question is, where are 8 and 9 in the row? Which is the correct way to do this. So 8 and 9 are over here. That's the point. That's the way to do this. And so, therefore, this line needs a 7. And so the 7 goes here. I think if I was willing to think ahead far enough, Agent, I could get to where you are, but I don't think I am willing to think ahead that far. So now, where are 8 and 9 in this box? Ask multiple people in chat. 8 and 9 have to go up here because of Sudoku, of all things. Just by nature of this, which means they're not doubled. And they're not 5 either, for the record. Which means the 5 is actually over here, which means these aren't 5. So we can orange them, and we can D5ify them. There can't be a 5 on this renban, right? There's no way there's a 5 on this renban. It would need to have a 5 and a 9 on it, and those are too far apart. So where is the 5 in row 6? The 5 in row 6 is exactly here. So these aren't 5 either. These aren't 5 either. Oops. Oh, the 5 could be doubled. Oh, you're right. Sorry. You're completely right. Sorry. The 5 could be doubled. Right. Good, smart. Right. There could be a doubled 5 with a 7, 8, and 9. So that is a good point. So yeah, there's a 5 or a 6 over here, and we don't know which one. Okay. Let's see. So I do know that there's a doubled 2 and a computed 2 in these cells, but the computed 2 again could still be double 1. That's the problem. That's the thing that I still haven't quite wrapped my brain around. So if there's a 5 here, it's doubled. It's interesting. And I know there's at least one doubler on this renban. There could be 2 doublers on this renban. Okay. Orange means it's not 5. Because the puzzle started as being entirely about 5s. I do know there's a 7 over here, I might as well say. Because I need a 7 no matter how I do this. Oh, and so now... Okay, good point. Where are 8 and 9 in this box? I can't repeat the 8 here, because I would have to double it, and that's not going to work. So good spot to Admiral Malcor. These are an 8, 9. Ah, which now means this renban needs a 7, no matter what it does. And the 7's not in this box, so the 7 is up here. Which means these aren't 7, which means this is 7, which means it's not 5. And one of these is 5, which means these aren't 5. Okay, good. Okay. Can there be a 4 on this renban? Only just. It's not necessarily a 5-6 pair, agent. It could be a 5-3. So the 5's not doubled. Yeah, so I could write 3, 5, 6. I guess that's useful because it gets me a quintuple. And so 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And so that tells me what this digit is. It tells me this digit's a 4. I don't know if the 4 is doubled, though. Because if this was a 9, this could be a doubled 4. And I have to repeat to myself that I know there's a doubled 4 down here, but in this puzzle I can have 2 doubled 4s. It's fine. Oh, right. Okay. So Garion has the key point. This renban is all orange. And because this renban is all orange, it can't have a 5 on it. And so I can't connect a 4 and an 8, 9. So this has to be doubled. Okay, so I don't have a thing yet for definitively doubled. We're going to make definitively doubled green, I think. And so this is definitively doubled. So that means that none of the rest of this nonsense is doubled. Okay, very cool setting there. that means this can't be an 8 because it would repeat the 8 on the renban. So this is actually a 9. So that's actually an 8. Now I can finally deal with this nonsense, at least a little bit. So the doubled 2 on this renban is over here. So there is a doubled 2. Yeah, so there's a doubled 2 over here and an actual 2 over here, because I only get one doubler on this whole renban. And so so the doubled 2 is over here. The actual 2 is over here. So the doubled 2 is actually up there. This isn't doubled. These aren't doubled because one of these is a doubled 2. This isn't a 2. Okay. We are making good progress. So yeah, one of these is doubled. So what digit is going to get doubled in this row? It's okay, so I don't think I yet quite know exactly what's going on over here. Oh, I know these aren't doubled. I just never, I never grade them. These are not doubled. Let's see. I've got my 8 and 9, and my doubled digit is the point. So unfortunately, the double digit could be a 5, or it could be a 3. I guess that, okay, maybe that's the way to think about this. What could the double digit be? It could be 5 or 3. Doubling 5, because I know this has got a 7, 8, 9 on it. So I've either got to have a 10 or a 6, but it's doubled, so it's either 3 or 5. So there's a 3 or a 5 here, is the point. I don't know which one it is. Okay. No 3 over here anymore, because the 4 is the doubler for the box. So this is actually just an honest 5, 6. So these aren't 6. And so this is actually a 1, 2, 3. So that's not 1 or 3. This isn't 3. So the double digit over here is actually a 5. So this is an undoubled 6. I've already got the 3 on this line. It's over there. And so this is the, and I've already got the 1. So this is the doubled 2 and the 5 up here. And so actually, if I have a Jovi wing on doublers, because I know the doubler in this box is down here, the doubler in this box is here, so none of these are doubled. So we've got all of that. Let's see. Okay, so what is left in this box? We need a 1 and a something. A 1 and a 3 is what's left. So this triple is now known. This triple is now a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 5, 6 is the answer. And one of these is doubled. Annoyingly, the one that's doubled is probably the 2. A Jovi wing is like an X-wing that doesn't cross boxes. So I know there's a doubler in these 2 cells and a doubler that's in these 2 cells. And so because of that, that's both of the doublers for columns 5 and 6. And so it rules all the rest of them out. That's what we call a Jovi wing around here. It's exactly the same logic as an X-wing, but it's only an X-wing if it crosses boxes. And the reason, if you're curious why it's not an X-wing and why an X-wing is logically different, is that I could reproduce the Jovi wing logic just by asking where the doubler is in column 4 and say, well, it's not here because there's a doubler there. It's not here because there's a doubler in here, so it's up there. Okay. So it's probably the 2 that's doubled up here. That is the upshot of all of this. It's named after Jovial, yes. Because Jovial is the one who always corrects people that it's not an X-Wing. Okay. Isabella says row 2, 3, column 8. Need a doubled 3. Okay, right. So this is an 8 and a 9, and we've got a 7. So we have exactly the same setup down here. This is Isabella's point. If I've got a 7, 8, 9, I need to add either a 6 or a 10. Well, I can't add a 10 because it would be a doubled 5, and the 5 in the column is gone. So I've got to add a 6. But actually, the 6 in the column is gone. So actually, this is a 3-7 pair. This is a good spot to Isabella. One of them is doubled because the 3 has to be doubled. And so that means that none of the rest of this nonsense is doubled. Okay. Seven is over here somewhere. Ooh, target practice hit 100 solves. Nice. Makes it my most solved puzzle on LMD. I am in Central US time zone. I'm trying to decide if I know if this can have a 7 on it or not. The 7 would have to go there. Exactly. Well, let's just fill in that that's not a 7. Or let's make it red. That would be fun, too. I'm all for making things red. So 4 in one of these cells. I don't really care about the stuff that's in those cells. I want to know what's up here. Is there anything I know that's up there? Oh, this 2-5 looks at this. Let's do that. And so this isn't a 5, and these aren't 5. Okay, that's huge. This 2-5, looking at this, I was just completely ignoring. Because now that tells me there's not a 5 here, which tells me there is a 5 here, which tells me there's not a 5 here. Which tells me there is a 5 here. So there's not a 5 in any of these places. There we go. We finally have unlocked it. So one of these is a 5. So none of these are 5. Can go ahead and notch those off. One of these is a 5. So these aren't 5. This seems to not be able to be a 5 anymore. I think I probably don't need the 8, 9 corner marks anymore. Okay. So yeah, so one of these is the 5 for this renban. Okay. These aren't 5 either in the corner or the center anymore. Good. Could there be a 7 on this renban with an undoubled 3? 3, 4, 5, 6. No, this could never be a 7. Hey, Doomediat, welcome. Right, there's a 5 up over here somewhere. I don't know exactly where. Let's see. Isabella says row 2, 3, column 4. Need a doubler. I'm trying to decide how they know this isn't a doubler. There's no 5 on this renban. Okay, so this renban... Oh, this renban... Okay, this renban actually has become a 1, 2, 3, 4 renban. Because this renban, if you notice, has no 5s and has no doublers. And so this is just a 1, 2, 3, 4 renban. It has no other choices. And in particular, this digit sees 1, 2, 3, 4 because it sees the entire renban. So in particular, it sees 2. So this is a 6. Okay. So that's a 6. And it can't be doubled because it's 6. Because that would make it a 12. So then that does convince me that this 2 is doubled. And there is a 6, but not a 7 over here. So we can actually figure this out. So we've got 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 is what's on this renban. Just because we know the exact ceiling, because the 6 in this row is on this thing. And so that makes this a 1. And it makes that a 2. And makes these a 3, 4 pair. Which gives us a Jovi wing on 3s. Which places, well, it doesn't place a 3, but it pencil marks a 3 up and around here somewhere. Let's see. Oh, I know these aren't 5. I could have marked that a long time ago, because I know the 5's over there. And I know the 5's over there. Okay. I fear if we remove orange, it's going to look much worse, because there's going to be gray everywhere. This 1 has given us a 3 here in less profound zeta thoughts. So over here we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 4, 7. That one's not a 7. Let's see. What are these digits? Let's just fill them in. Let's see, there's a 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 is the answer. Could this possibly be a 1? Okay, well, it can't be a 7. Let's start there. If this is a 1, I would need to connect 1 and 6, and that would only work if this was doubled, and it can't be. So it's actually 8 or 9, which actually is enough to tell me there has to be a 7 on this renban somewhere. So there's a 7 in this column somewhere. Can the 7 go with a 3? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Annoyingly... no, it can't, because there's an 8, 9, right. I would have to get from 8 all the way to 3. I can't do that, so there's no 3 here. Nicholas has a good point. I should also say it can't be a doubled 3, because this line already has a 6 on it. Okay, so that's 7. Rules 7 out of here. Actually, I know exactly what this renban is because of this 8, 9. Or is that not true? Oh, there could be a doubler over here. Right, there could be a doubler over here. Never mind. That it placed the 7 in box 4. Thank you, Isabella. Let's see. Let's see, I'm being told this renban is forced, which seems very plausible. So it can't be less than 3. Could be 4, 5, 6. And it can't involve a doubler, so I can't get to 10. So, right. So good spot to Malcor here. This is a 4, 5, 6, and it's just a 4, 5, 6. Nothing fancy. So the 4 isn't there, so the 4 is there. The 6 isn't there. So the 5 is there and the 6 is there. So we can orange these cells and orange that cell. This cell's not a 5 anymore. Let's fill in these cells. They are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 again. These are not 7 or 8, so they are 1 or 9. Oh, there's a 7 in the box also, so this is an 8, is the upshot of doing that better than I did the first time. So there's an 8 down here. The 1, 9 looks at... the 1 and the 2, look at that, which makes that a 3. Is that not a 3? And means I get a triple down here. That's going to be very useful. Because my triple is... This is not 1, 2, 3. It is 4, 5, 6 is exactly what these are. So these are 4, 5, and 6. And this one I know is not 5. It's 4 or 6. 4, 5, 6 is interesting. What's left in this column? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is an honest renban that needs to be chosen from 1, 2, 3, 7. Well, it definitely doesn't have a 7 on it, but it definitely does have a 2 on it. So this is a 7 by the 1, 2, 3 triple, but actually this needs to have a 2, because otherwise it would be a 1, 3. So this is actually a 1 and a 2. These aren't 1, they're 2 and 3, and we have a column done. Let's fill in this column. Something about making an honest renban out of me or something. For the Sudoku, the movie. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, not 7. 1, 8, 9 is what's left. There's no way there's a 1 on this renban with a 7, so this is an 8 or a 9. Yes, this is an 8 or a 9. It is being pointed out by Crispy that the 7 looks left, which places this 7. So my question is this 4 doubled or not? And the answer is, oh, the answer is yes, the 4 is doubled, right? Because I need a doubler in this box, and the only thing that can be doubled is a 4, right? Oh, no, it could be a 5. The 4 or the 5. One of those two is doubled. No. The 5 can't be doubled. If the 5 was doubled, then what's happening with the 4? Then the 4 doesn't connect. So it has to be that the 4 is the doubled digit. So the 4 is doubled, which means it's really counting as an 8, which means that's a 9. So that's an 8 and a 9. And these are not 9. The problem is if I double the 5, then my renban has on it a 4, a 6, a 7, and the 4, 6, 7's already the problem because I've blown past the 5 that I was supposed to use at some point along the way. So yeah, so the 4 is the double digit over here. Is every doubler in this puzzle a 4? It's possible that every doubler in this puzzle is a 4. Okay, so one of these over here is a 9, and it's not that one. Because if that was a 9, I would need to put a 7 on this renban, and I can't. So there's a 9 over here. That may be as far as I make it just at this particular moment. Actually, if I think about it, I don't have any 7s on this. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can do the same trick I did before and just fill in these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And one of them might be doubled. But that means there's there's no 5 over here, I already know, because they're orange. But there's also definitely a 3 in this conglomeration of cells. So we've got all of that. Okay. Here's a good point. So, where is the other 8, 9 in this column? The other 8, 9 in this column is definitely on this renban. So this renban has a 6, 7, 8, and 9 on it. And so because the renban has a 6, 7, 8, and 9 on it, we are in the familiar situation where the other digit on it is in fact a 5, and the question is only whether it's doubled or not. So these are from 5, 7, 8, 9, and I know that one's not the 5. Yeah, and so there's my sort of quadruple of the 5, 7, 8, 9. And that 8, 9 is the same as that 8, 9. This 8, 9 is not doubled, by the way. Profound statement of the day. And so none of these are doubled, is the point. That was the whole reason I was going over this whole story. Oh, that's not true, sorry. Only the 5 can be doubled. Sorry, the 5 is doubled or not, and it doesn't matter, but that one's not doubled. The 5 either is or isn't doubled. But as Isabella points out, there's a Jovi wing here on doublers, because one of these two is doubled and one of these two is doubled, so none of these can be doubled. So in fact, these aren't actually doubled. So it is an honest 5. Okay, and so now I come down here. One of these must be doubled in order to make this work. And so the thing that's doubled in my string that works out to be either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's got to double to either 2 to 4 or to 6. I guess I don't quite know exactly how that works out just yet. Let's see. So yeah, so one of those is a doubler, but I don't know which one yet. Good point from Jaleb. I can't actually double the 3. If I double the 3, that breaks because then I don't get to 5 digits. Actually, if I double the 2, it doesn't work either. Because if I doubled the 2, I would have to also double the 1. So actually, it is a double 1, right? It only can be double 1 because I only have the digit. I only have 1 through 6 to work with. If I double the 2, then I'm also saying I'm not using a 2, and I have too few things to work with. So actually, the thing I double is a 1. So that puts a 1 in this column. Sorry, I put the wrong pencil mark. Puts a 1 in this column, which resolves that that's a 4 and a 1. These are not 4 anymore. So one of these is a 4. One of these being a 4 looks over and makes this a 6. So these are not 6. Good point from chat that I can't put 2 on this renban anymore because I'm doubling a 1, and a double 1 counts as a 2. So I am obligated to put 2 over here in this row, and because of that, none of these are 2, so the bet cell is no longer able to be a 2. That means I know exactly what's on this renban, so this is just a triple. So I need a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So these are 2, 8, and 9. That one's not a 9. Okay. Good. We are making good progress. The 1, 3, 6 looks up here and makes that a 2. Garion says they believe this can't be a doubler. I mean, I need one of these two to be a doubler. If this were a doubler, it would have to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could not be a 2, 4, or 5. So it'd have to be a 1 or a 3 if it was a doubler. If it was a double 3, it would go with 5 or 7, but 5 and 7 in the box are gone. So it can't be a doubled 3. It would have to be a doubled 1. If it was a doubled 1, it would have to go with a single 1, which it can't, or a 3. Wow, that's messy. Yes, so So I agree, this can't be doubled, because the only doubler digits that are allowed are 1 and 3, and actually the pencil marks in the box exclude that possibility. I guess the easier way to say is if this is doubled, this cell has to be odd, I think is the way to see it. And so what odd digits are even left in the box? The only ones are 1 and nothing. So the only way it would work is if this were a 4, or, well, if this is a 1, it's not going to work with a doubler there either. So this is not doubled. Ooh, we have a donation from David Ratner in honor, of course, of my first bet cell being eliminated right away, first and second digit placed. Thank you, David. Donation dance. Thank you very much, David. Much appreciated. Okay, so the point is that makes that cell a doubler, which makes this cell not a doubler, which makes this cell a doubler, which makes these cells not doublers. Oh, actually, I know these cells aren't doublers either, right? Yes, these cells aren't doublers either, because I know the doublers over here. The double digit here is a 5. We agreed previously. So that's a 5. That's not a 5. This is not a 5. And I do need a 5 on here, so the 5 on here actually goes over there. So this cell can turn orange. Okay, so if this was an actual 3, then this would want to be a 2 or a 4, which seems okay. Is this a naked single? It's not a 1 or a 2. It could be a 3. It's not a 4, 5, 6, 7. And I think it could be an 8 or a 9. But this renban has an 8 and a 9 on it, and it sees the entire renban. So actually, this is just a naked single 3. So that is a 6 and a 3. This is not a 3. That was cute. I liked that. So now we've got to ask what this can be. Double 3 in the corner. Double 3 in the spotlight, losing its religion. This isn't a 3 anymore. So this is a 1, 7, 8, or 9. Well, it's not a 7. Oh, it's not an 8 or a 9 either. Right. This cell sees, again, just a reminder, this cell sees the 7, 8, 9 on this renban. So this digit can't be an 8 or can't be a 7, 8, or a 9, but it can't be a 6, 5, 4, 3, or 2 either. So this cell is a 1. And it only connects to 2. So that's going to do a lot of good in the world. So that's going to make that an 8, and that a 9, and that a 2. That 8 is going to make that a 1 and an 8. The 2 is going to make that a 3 and a 2. This is not going to be a 3 anymore. This is going to be a 4 or a 6, just by column. Oh, this is a 1, 3, 6 triple, which means that this is a 4 and has been for quite some time, making that a 6. Let's see. Okay, so this isn't a 5 anymore. It's important to mark that. So this 2 looks left, making that a 5 and that a 2. So this isn't a 5 anymore. And one of these things is doubled, and it's the 2. So this isn't doubled anymore. This isn't doubled anymore, so this is doubled. And the doubled one on this renban was a 3. So that's a 3 and a 7, making that a 4 and a 3. This is not a 1 anymore. Just for the record. These two digits over here, what can they be? Not 1, 2, 3. One of them's a 4, and the 4 is that one. And so then we need a 5. And we've got a 6, and we've got a 7. So this is just an 8 or a 9. Oh, I should have seen that just from the column. That would have been the smarter way to look at that. Let's see. This isn't a 1 anymore. This isn't a 6 anymore. Beautifully useless combination of digits there. These aren't a 4 or a 6 anymore. They're from 1, 2, or 3. These are not 1 anymore. These aren't 3 anymore. These aren't 4 anymore, because there's a 4 in the column. These aren't 3 anymore, because there's a 3 in the column. These aren't 6 anymore, because there's a 6 in the column. Okay, that is a 1, 2, 3, 5 quad. So the 1, 2, 3, 5 quad knocks 1 out of this cell. And so... oh, and does more than that. Okay, so it's going to do 2 things. One is it's going to place a 1 here, which is then going to place a 2 here, which is then going to place the 5 and the 2 here. The 2 is not a 5, and the 2 is doubled, so the 5 is not doubled. So we've got the 2. The 2 is done. Let's see. Okay, so 6, 5, 6. Okay. Okay, I certainly know these aren't 5 anymore because there's a 5 in the column. So these should be orange. Why are they not orange? My very, very useful orange coloring, no one will tell me otherwise. These aren't doubled either, while we're talking about coloring that has proven to be very useful. The 2's not the digit that's doubled. Right, the digit on here that's doubled is a 4. That's the point. So one of these 2 cells is a doubled 4. That's the thing that I should... Actually, I could have done this in a much, much easier way, which is to say, as soon as I put the 4 here, that actually told me the doubler was over here, which resolved the 2 and the 5. That's probably how I should have done it. That's probably what chat was talking about, that I was not fully grokking at the time. All right, so this is not a 7 or an 8, because there's a 7 and an 8 in the row. In fact, this is a 9, because there's a 7 and an 8 in the... Oops. Ah! Chaos. This is a 9 because there's a 7, 8 in the row. So that makes that a 1 and that a 9. That being a 9 makes that an 8, which makes that a 9 and an 8. These aren't 8 anymore. That one's not 9 either. That one's not 9 either, so it's a 5. So that's a 7 and a 9 and an 8 and a 7. That 8 is going to give me... Oops. That 8 is going to give me the 9 and the 8. All right, so that did everything up at the top, right? Am I missing a green or something? No, all my greening is done. Okay, so now I just have to stare at the bottom. Oh, where is the doubler in row 9 is the question. So the point is, I actually know that the doubler here is the 4, not there. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Crispy. So Crispy had it. So this is not doubled, because the doubler here is a 4. And so where is the doubler? The doubler is here for the row. And so then the question is, what is the digit that is doubled? And we decided the digit down here that was doubled was the 1. So that is a 1, 6, 3. That is a 3, 5, 1. That makes that a 4 and a 5. Now, 4, fun fact, not 5. 1, also not 5. But the double digit down here was the 4. And so now that makes this a 6, and it makes this doubled. And so this, in fact, is the doubled 4. Oh, is that really 94? Oh, it was not really 94 minutes because the timer was started before I started. more like 80 minutes. But that flew by. That was a really cool puzzle. I really enjoyed that. Fives don't get a color in this puzzle. Oh, the 5 should be colored because to say it's not doubled. That's the point. But yes, the 5 is not doubled, so it gets that. That was a very fun puzzle. I enjoyed that. Yeah. So did anyone bet orange, green, double 4 as the thing? So yeah. So orange was just coloring places that couldn't be 5 because I think the break-in was to place a bunch of 5s by figuring out where 5s couldn't be. But then that sort of fell off over time. But yeah, now I want to do a renban except with the rule that you can't repeat doublers, so that you can't have 15 4s in doubles. So let's see, there's 3 4s and 2 3s. That's your full house. But then after your full house, you also got 2 2s and then a 1 and a 5. Also, every doubler ended up being on a renban. Interestingly. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break, and then I'll be back, and we will do... Oh, sorry, no, I said something that was completely wrong. This one was not on a renban. It is, like, literally, I had it highlighted and everything. It just got a song. All right, I will be right back with another puzzle. We will see what puzzle it is, but I'll be right back. It could be on a 1-cell renban, you're right. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have a bit of a treat. So this is a new puzzle by Bellsita, or Isabella in the chat. who I believe only recently started setting, but recently started setting and then immediately posted a puzzle that got a like 99% on LMD or something like that. So great job. And we'll go ahead and we'll do the puzzle. So what are the rules of this puzzle? The rules of this puzzle are that the dominoes sum to the given digit. These two sum to 15, these two sum to 14. Digits on the black dot have a ratio of 1 to 2, and digits on the white dot are consecutive. So these could be like a 4 and an 8. These could be like a 2 and a 3, for example. All right. If you're new to variant Sudoku, I actually, by coincidence, I have a tutorial video posted both about killer puzzle logic and about Kropki logic. So if you are interested in learning more about these things, then there it is. There's no negative constraint or anything. Okay. So, first things first, there's only 2 ways to make a 15 cage, so this has to be both. I don't know why I thought one of them involved a 3. One of them is 6-9, and one of them is 7-8. But we can actually do a little bit better with the 14 and the 15 cage. Oh yeah, do you have a good bet cell, Isabella? It looks like a... Yeah, I something like down here maybe, but take your pick. So the trick here when thinking about these, I mean, you can do it by exhaustion and figure out there's only one combination. But the other way to see this is to note that together these 4 digits add to 29. And actually there's only one way to make 29 in 4 digits. So these have to be 5, 7, 8, 9. But then you think about where's the 7 involved. Well, the 7's not in the 14 cage because it would need a second 7. So no 7 over here. So there's a 7 over here in the 15 cage. But if there's a 7 in a 15 cage, then it better go with an 8. So the 5 and the 9 aren't over here, which means that this is a 7-8 and this is a 5-9. So there is a very convoluted way to figure that out. But that tells me that all of that is forced. Okay, this 14 cage, oh, I see a beautiful point in chat. Okay, I'm going to detour completely to say Malcor's point, because Malcor's point is gorgeous. In addition to getting us a digit, it also is gorgeous. Malcor's point is actually 7 is hidden in column 5, because you can't put a 7 in a 14 cage. You can't put a 7 on a black dot. It would need to go with a 14. Or that black dot either. You can't put a 7 in a row that has a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. You can't put a 7 in a row that has a 7, 8 pair. So in fact, the 7 goes there. And we get to bring in Zach for our 7 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach. Much appreciated. So that's going to do a lot of damage. Because now that's an 8 and a 7. And now, exactly as Afraid Not asks, we ask the same thing about 9s. 9 can't go on a black dot without an 18. And so, yes, the 7 was owed. Garian is right. So 9 can't go in any of these cells. So the 9 has to go in the 14 cage along with a 5. So this is a 5-9. Okay. And so, yeah, okay. So we've got our 5-9 here. Eight and 7. Yeah, so this is not 8. That's not 7. I agree. Yeah, the 8 in column 5, so this is MathPesto's point, the 8 in column 5 can only go in one of these 3 places. So the 8's always on a black dot, so the 4 is always on a black dot as well. It's a beautifully symmetrical and minimal grid. Very cool. So the 5 and the 9 look up here. I guess there's a 7 in one of these two cells if I'm trying to keep track of Sudoku things that are happening. Oh, are we going to do the same trick? Let's see. Malcor wants to look at 7s in this column. 7s in this column go over there, and 7s in column 8 go over here, which gives us a Jovi wing on 7s. Which tells me this, which, does not quite place the 7, but tells me there's a 7 in one of those two cells. So there's a 7 over here, while we are pencil marking. So in particular, the 7s look all over the 13 and the 10 cages. So the 13 and the 10 cages can't be 3-7 or 6-7 anymore, is the point. Let's see. If this 7's in the 12 cage, it goes with the 5, but that looks okay to me. I mean, the 13 cage can't be that restricted. It can't have a 7 in it, but it could still be 4, 9, or 5, 8, right? Yeah, I don't think this is actually very restricted. A few people in chat are pointing out there's a nice thing. There's a nice thing about it a little bit, which is that the only options for the 13 cage have to have a 5 or a 9 in them. One of them is 5, 8, and one of them is 4, 9. This cell can never be 5 or 9, so this cell is 5 or 9. And so this cell is the 4 or the 8. That 5 or 9 makes a pair, which means that's not a 9 and that's not a 6. So there's no 5 or 9 in the 10 cage. So the 10 cage now I'm actually interested because that worked out so profitably. The 10 cage can't be 3, 7, or 1, 9. So all the digits in the 10 cage are even. They're either 2, 8, or 4, 6. That one can't be an 8, so that one can't be a 2. So we get a virtual 4-8 pair in the row now to join our 5-9 pair. For whatever that is worth. Doesn't sound like a lot to me, but we'll see. I've done more with less before, I suppose. So that's not the 9. What do I do with that? The 4s and 8s are all very interesting with connection to these dots. So Math Pesto pointed out before that one of these two dots is a 4-8. It's interesting if it's this one, because that would give me a 4-8 pair, would make those two the same digit. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Crispy has noticed that there is a swordfish in these columns. So I'm going to just mark in blue the cells that are allowed to be 9 in column 2, the cells that are allowed to be 9 in column 5, and the cells that are allowed to be 9 in column 8. And so the reason why I've done this is because I noticed that the 8s in these 3 columns, this is again Crispy's point, the 9s in these 3 columns are restricted to these 3 rows. Which is gorgeous because it actually tells me I can't put a 9 here. Because if I put a 9 here, that would rule 9 out of these cells. And now my 9s in columns 2, 5, and 8 would have to go in these cells. But that's a problem because I have to put 3 9s into columns 2, 5, and 8, and I only have 2 rows in which to do it. Won't work. So that means this cell can never be a 9. Okay, and this pattern is called a swordfish. And if the logic sounds kind of familiar, it's because sort of like if you think about the classic Sudoku techniques, it sort of is like Jovi wing first, then X wing is a little bit more complicated, then swordfish is a little more complicated. This is just like an X wing, but with 3 rows and columns instead of 2. Okay, so anyway, so this is not a 9, so it's a 5, and an 8, and a 9, and a 5, and a 9, and a 5. And that 8 means that this is a 4-6 pair, in fact, over there. A Jovi wing is not an X-wing, correct. This is not an 8, so that's not a 7. The entire reason it's called a Jovi wing is because Jovi likes to remind people that Jovi wings are not X-wings. It's only an X-wing if it involves cells in 4 boxes. All right. So what is left in this row? A Jovi wing is when 2 things are restricted to the same 2 rows in 2 boxes. We could do that. All right. So now where are our 9s? Our 9s are not there anymore. Well, I mean, technically that was a 9. That's not a 9. So yeah, so one of these is a 9. This is not a 9. I missed that in my highlighting before, but Carl points it out. By the way, welcome, Carl. I haven't seen you in a little bit, have I? The 9 there places a 9 here, which means that's not a 9, which places a 9 there. This is a beautiful puzzle. Okay, now in doing so, I dislodged a 7 pencil mark, which is going to place a 7 there and there, owing to my 7 pencil marks. And so we've got all of that goody goodness. I can pencil mark 9 over here in this column. Let's see, what about this row? This row is missing a 1, 2, 3, I think, only. So that's not super exciting, if I'm being completely honest. I know there's an 8 in one of these. So actually, right, we know the 8 is in one of these 2 cells. So because the 8 is... Oh, I was going to rule 8 out of there, but no, that does not work. So the 8 is in one of these 2 cells, so the 4 in the column is in one of these 2 cells. But that does not tell us much. Okay, MathPesto asks about the 5 in this column. By the way, if you've noticed the digits 5, 7, and 9 coming up a lot, the reason is because 5, 7, and 9 are the digits that can never go on a black dot. And so if I look at where 5 can go in this column, it's restricted to only these 2 places. And if I look at where the 5 can go in column 8, it's actually restricted to these 2 places. Is this a skyscraper? No, it's not a skyscraper because I can't have a 5 there. In column 8, it's just given. Okay. Right. This can't be a 5 because there's a 5 in the row I missed. Okay. So, I mean, it was a skyscraper, but it was also resolved. So we get a 5 here. And now that's going to resolve the 5 over in this column because now the 5 in this column has to go there. So now this white dot is getting a bit restricted because it needs to have an odd digit on it that can only be 1 or 3. So that means this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, just for the note. As Malcor notes, this 5 is actually beautiful because it means that the 12 cage can't have a 7 in it, so it places that 7. Which is cool. Oh, I know this 7 is in one of these 2 cells. So the 7 over here, I don't have it marked, but the 7 is in one of those 2 places. Okay, so if this is not 5, 7, then it's either 3, 9, which would have to go in this order, or it's 4, 8, which would have to go in that order. because of the quad in the row. This can't be a 2. So I think the question to ask is, where is 2 in row 5? Because if this is a 2, now one... Oh, never mind. This could be a 2. Never mind. Don't listen to me. I don't think that's the question to ask. I think that's probably a better question to ask. 5 in box 4. Okay, good point. The 5 in box 4 is in one of these 2 cells. But that's the same 2 cells as the 7. This is Afraid Not pointed this out. So these are actually a 5-9 pair, which means that they're not... This cell isn't 7, which means that I can unwind my 7 pencil marks to get rid of that. Like that. Okay. I did not dislodge any candidates from there. Oh, this is also from 1, 2, 3, 4 for exactly the same reason as the other one. Oh, sorry. No. That's a black dot, not a white dot. It's a black dot, not a white dot. This is a black dot, so that means I don't know anything about it. More accurately. It was a white dot when I looked at it the first time. He says with some confidence. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, though. I can fill in while I'm filling in things that are from 1, 2, 3, 4. This 4-6 pair interests me in terms of the black dots, but I don't quite see the way that it works yet. 8 in this column. Let's repurpose Math Pesto's comment earlier. 8 in column 8 is also on a black dot. So the 4 in column 8 is also on a black dot. And so this digit's also a 1, 2, or a 3. Because it can't be 4, because the 4 has to go with the 8, and it can't be 5. Is there a way this could be 6? Darn it, I think this could be 6. Sorry, I think this cell can be exactly 6. But we do get the same thing in column 2, where that can't be an 8. So the only places for the 8 are here, which rules 4 out of that cell. And out of that cell. So this cell, again, I think is from 1, 2, 3, 6. It's not 5, 7, 8, or 9. It's not 4. So that's 2 1, 2, 3, 6s in the row. Nicholas has the right point. One of these black dots is a 4-8, which means one of these 2 cells is a 4 or an 8, which means this can't be a 4-8. That is gorgeous. Beautiful spot, Nicholas, and beautiful setting there. So that's a 9 and a 3. I love that. So that's just so cute. So that fixes the 5 and the 9. So my 5 now is placed here in this box. So So my 9 is placed here in this box. Do I have all my 9s? Not quite. Oh, but I should. Right, because, oh no, sorry. I just know that this isn't a 9, so this isn't a 6. So that actually gives me a 7-9 pair in the box and a 6-8 pair over there. Okay. What about 7s? How am I doing on 7s? I've got most of my 7s. What about 5s? The 5 has been doing a lot of the disambiguating work in this puzzle. This is a 5, just by Sudoku. And this is a 5 by Sudoku. Okay. So we have that done. Okay. So this is a 1 or a 2, and that's going to unwind what happens in this column. Because I know there's a 4-8. So 1 and 2 in this column cannot be on black dots, because I would need both of them on a black dot. And so that means my black dots are 4, 8, and 3, 6. That's the only possibilities. So this is not 3 or 6. It is 1 or 2. So that is sweet. I'd love to be able to repurpose that deduction for somewhere else in the puzzle, but I don't know that I can. Oh, right. This could never be a 4. Thank you, Carl. This could never be a 4 because I know the 8's on a black dot. That was MathPusta's deduction at the very beginning of the puzzle. But it does exactly the same thing. Now I have to use 4, 8 on a black dot. I can't use 1, 2 on a black dot. So I have to actually use 4, 8, and 3, 6. And so this cell is a 1 or a 2. That makes me a 1, 2 pair, which is, God, that's so gorgeous. So this is a 3, 6. That tells me that these dots can't have a 3, 6 on them. And so these are a 1, 2, 4, 8. And so that 1, 2, 4, 8 means that this isn't 1 or 2 because I've got my quad. So that's a 3 and a 6. So this is not a 3. That's not a 3. Okay, this is a 3 because I need a 3 in this box to go somewhere, which tells me that this is not a 3, 4. This is a 1, 2 white dot. And as soon as that's a 1, 2 white dot, that gives me a 1, 2 pair here. I don't know how exciting that is. Let's fill in the row. We've got 1, 2, we've got a 3, we need a 4, we've got a 5, we need a 6, we've got a 7, we need an 8. So these are from 4, 6, 8. That one I know is not a 6. So it is a 4 or 8. What about these two cells? Why didn't I fill those in? That would have been way smarter. Well, that one's a 3, because I need a 3 in the row, and it's not going over there. So 3, so that's a 4, so that's an 8. So these aren't 8. This is gorgeous. So this is not 4 or 8. So this is the 1, 2 dot. Oops. Provided I could ever hit the right button. This is a 1, 2. These aren't 1, 2. They are 4, 8. This is a naked single for the column. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 6. Making that a 4 and a 6. The 4 unwinds that that's an 8 and a 4. This is a 1 or a 2. Okay, so this now, because of that 6, this is from 1, 2, 4, 8. And that one's not an 8. Tutorials are only every other week now, Mega Lamb. But I think it's probably going to be a bit until the next one, because I'm reshuffling the stream schedule a bit over the next coming week, so there's not going to be one next week either. There can't be a 1 on these because there's a 1, 2. So there's always a 4 in one of these two cells is part of the point, I suspect. But probably there's lower hanging fruit if I look at these. These aren't 8. So, oh, I know these aren't 4 for so many reasons. This isn't 4 either for so many reasons. These aren't 8 for all of the same reasons, basically. Good point from Malcor. The 6 looks up, making that a 4, making that a 6, making this not a 6 and this not a 3. There's a 1-2 pair in row 5. So that's a 4. Good spot to Martin there. These digits are a 1, a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8. That one's not an 8, so that one is an 8. So this isn't an 8. That gives me a 2-4 pair, and I think this is going to unwind everything. Because now that's a 1, and that's a 2, and that's a 1, and that's a 2, and that's a 4 and a 2. And so that's a 1 and a 2. So that's a 1 and a 2. So that's a 1 and a 2. That 2 looks up and makes that a 1 and a 2 and a 1. One of these two is a 2. So these are a 2, 6, 8 is the answer. 2, 6, 8. Sold. This can't be at least one of these things. It's not a 3. It's not a 3. So this is a 4, 8. So that's not a 6. So this is the 4, 8 pair. So that's not an 8, and that's not a 4. This is the 3, 6 pair. This is a 3 or 6 as well, because if you look at the box, I'm missing a 3, 6. The 3, 6s look left and make that a 4 and an 8, which get rid of the 4 and 8 from those. So these two digits are going to give us that digit. So these two digits are a 1 and a 7, which is going to give me... Actually, those are even resolved because of the 1 up there. And that's going to be a 3. That 7 is going to look up there and give me a 9 and a 7. The 9's going to go with the 6. The 7's going to go with the 8. That 6 is going to give me that those are both 3s, and that's a 6. This is a... Oh, sorry, this 4 just gives me the 8 and the 4. I was going to do that in a much more complicated and much less correct way. This is a 1 just for the box. So let's see. So this is not an 8. So this is a 2 or a 6, and it's not a 2. So that's a 6 and a 2. So that's a 3 and a 6. This is not a 2 or an 8, so it's a 6. These digits are a 2, which goes there, and a 4, which goes there. This pointing octuple looks at this cell, which is a 9. This pointing octuple looks at this cell, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is an 8. And now this pointing octuple looks at the bet cell, which is a 3. Zach offers his hearty congratulations to David and all others who bet 3, including Bremster, who is with us in spirit. Beautiful puzzle, Isabella. Loved that. That was really cool. Oh, interesting. You can just do a set. I was not looking at the set. Let's see. If I reset this, can I see what the set is? Let's see. The set is columns 2, 5, and 8. Let's see. So we'll make those yellow and rows 2, 5, and 8. And so the point is the yellow cells are 27 digits, 3 of each 1 through 9. And so both the yellow and the blue work that way. But then the trick is we can cancel these out, and the yellow and blue will stay the same. And so then what are we supposed to do? I'm not quite sure exactly what do we do from here, because we know, I guess... Oh, okay, I see the point. So the point is, there's a 9 in these cells, and there's a 9... No, there's not necessarily a 9 in these cells. Well, there are 2 9s in blue. But 2 9s doesn't do a lot, does it? We need 3 9s. Can't have 3 9s. Yeah, I don't think I quite understand what I'm supposed to think about. I do understand that I know that I've got at least 2 7s down here, and if you believe that there's ever going to be a set tutorial, you probably don't know me very well. So 2 7s I know I need, and 2 9s. So amongst these cells, there need to be 2 7s and 2 9s. And then, is there got to be at least a 5 or something? Yeah, there's at least a 5. Okay, I see. So the point is, you ask yourself how many 5 7s and 9s in total you are allowed in yellow. And the answer is you only have 6 total spots. Well, you know you need to use 2 9s and 2 7s in here, and you also need to use a 5, so that's 5 already. So in these blue cages, I can use at most 1 5 7 or 9. And so if I need to do that, then presumably I just think about the ways to make 23, and that tells me what it is. Interesting. 1 5... Oh, right. Okay, I was completely missing the entire point. The point is that these cells where I have to put these hypothetical 5 7s and 9s, they're in 2 rows. And so by virtue of being in 2 rows, that means I can't ever use a 3rd 9 or a 3rd 7. That was what I missed, was that these cells are in 2 rows. And so then you only get a maximum of 1 5 and nothing else. And so so you can't make the 10 double 5 because that would use 2 5s. But you can't make the 13 cage 9 4 or 7 6. So it has to be 5 8 in order to make that all work out. Okay, that's cool. I was happy with our solve path, but that was cool. I am going to take a very quick break to acquire a beverage, but fear not, we will be back with another puzzle. See you very shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Oops. Next up, we have the puzzle Locomotive by James Sinclair. I'm going to pick a bet cell. Let's see, where looks bet cellish? That cell. That looks bet cellish to me. All right, so this puzzle has a few things going on. So it has renban, our friend from previously. So these contain a string of consecutive digits, but we don't know the order. We have V's, digits on a V sum to 5 for the Roman numeral V. So like that could be a 4 and a 1. Those digits sum to 5, for example. X's is like that, except they sum to 10 instead of 5. And palindromes. So the palindromes tell me that these things read the same forwards and backwards. And so these two digits are the same. These two digits are the same. These two are the same. And these two are the same. All right. Also, this puzzle has a negative constraint. So all possible X's and V's are given. So that is interesting. Alrighty. so let's get started. And it seems today is one of those days we get started by thinking about fives on length 5 renban. So there's definitely a 5 in one of these two cells, because I can't put a 5 on an X. So that, by Sudoku, gives me that there's a 5 on in one of these two cells by the same token. And there's a 5 in one of these 3 cells up here. And we're seeing how long I can put off saying that there's a 5 here, aren't we? So what about this length 5 renban? Well, this length 5 renban needs a 5, and again, you can't put a 5 on an X because you'd need a second 5, unless you are using S cells or something, some nonsense. So in fact, actually, this is the 5, and we can bring in Zach for his patented 5 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Thank you. A 5 could go on an X if it were on a doubler next to a 0. That's true. That's very true. So the nice thing about this 5, to the extent that there can be nice things about 5s, the nice thing about this 5 is that it immediately places those 5s. So we have that. Okay. Now, I think we really need to assess what X's these have to be. So one of these needs to be 4, 6. Because if I have a 5, I definitely have a 4 or a 6. But because 4 and 6 together go on an X, one of these needs to be 4, 6. But now I need to have a 3 or a 7. But because 3 and 7 go together on an X, actually I get a 3, 7 as well. So that is interesting. So we've got a 3, 6 and a 4, 7 X over here. What about this X? What could it possibly be? Well, it can't be 1, 9 or 2, 8, right? If this was 1, 9 or 2, 8, those are too far apart to be on a length 5 renban. So this is either 3, 7 or 4, 6. But it's not the same as this one. So I'm going to go ahead and start giving things colors, as you know I am wont to do. So one of the 3, 7, 4, 6s, and I think I'm probably about to know which one, but I'm not quite sure yet. One of the 3, 7, 4, 6s is yellow. One of them is green. Right. And so could this be 3, 7? And the answer is no. Here's how I know that. This is actually very cute. If this was 3, 7, I would need 4 and 6, and they would have to go there and there, which is fine until you realize that I'd also need to put a 4 or 6 there, and that would be 3, 4, 6s in the row. That's too many. So in fact, this is not 3, 7, it's 4, 6. So yellow is 4, 6, green is 3, 7. Now, so now could this be anything but 3, 7? Could this be a 2? Yeah, this could be a 2. Never mind. This can be lots of things, I think. Of course, one if not both of the yellows end up here. Yeah, so these digits can't be 3 and 7. Okay, yeah, interesting. Okay, these digits can't be 3 and 7 collectively, because that would break the X. So one of these is 3, 7, and then the other is a 2 or an 8. So these are each from 3, 7 to 8, which I acknowledge is not the best deduction that any human has ever made before. Okay. So there's at least one 4-6 on this thing. Is it possible that there are two 4-6s? No. Okay. Got it. Okay. So I've got to ask myself where the other yellow 4-6 is in column 6. And the answer is, because of the negative constraint, I can't put a yellow 4-6 here or here. There's already both of them in here, so there's a yellow cell over here somewhere. And that's actually huge, because the fact that there's a yellow cell over here somewhere tells me I only have one of 4 or 6 on this whole renban. Because this cell can't be 4 or 6, and one of these is here. Well, this digit I also know because it's one of V. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4. So the yellow digit that's on here is a 4. So in fact, actually, because I now can't have a 6 on here at all, that means I know that these cells are a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad. These two cells are the same. This is not a 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's a 7 or an 8. And so is this one, right? Because remember, these had to go in the same direction. If they went in opposite directions, that was not going to work. So this is a 2 or a 3. So this is a 7 or an 8. That's a 7 or an 8. Okay. So we've got all of those. So the yellow 4 in this column is not there. The yellow 4 in this column is up here. Right, so the yellow 4 is up there. So the yellow cell that's in this column is not a 4. The yellow column in this direction is a 6. So one of these is a 6, which means that that's a 4 and that's a 6. Probably did that in a complicated way. Oh, I did that backwards. Thank you. Sorry, not that part. I did the other part backwards. I said that I wanted these two to be the same, and then I did it backwards. Everything about the 6, though, is correct. The 4 is not here, so the 4 is up here. So the yellow cell that's over here is a 6. One of these two is a 6. It's not that one, but then this is a 4 and a 6. That part was correct. Okay, so this is not a 4 either, I should specify. So that's not a 1. I know these two cells are the same, although I'm not in a rush to pencil mark that, I don't think. This is a 2 or a 3. Got it. Okay. So that is a 2, 3. And as soon as that's a 2, 3, it tells me what this is. Because if this were also a 2, 3, these would add to 5, and there would have to be a V. So actually that's a 1, which tells me that's a 1, which tells me that's a 4. So these are not 1 or 4. Those are 2 and 3. Sweet. So there's a 1 down here somewhere in one of them there cells. I don't know which one. Let's see. I can't put a 1 over here or here. That's not immediately the sort of thing that excites me, if I'm honest. The 9 isn't over here, so the 9 is definitely over here in this box. I should keep track of. The 9 in this box, therefore, is in one of these two cells. The 9 in this row is either on this renban. The 9 can't go on this renban. Right, so 9 in row 5 is placed. So the way I know that is if a 9 in row 5 went on this renban would need a 7 and an 8. Well, the 7 and the 8 are there and there for the row, so the 7 and 8 would have to go down here. But that would require me to put 7, 8, and 5 into these cells. That's not going to work. So in fact, that's a 9. And in fact, we get a 9 over in one of these cells. So that's nice. And so now Malcor and Isabella ask where the 1 in this row is. And so the 1 in this row is over here. So one of these is a 1. And so this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 style renban. So that 2, 3 shows up here with a 5. So this is a 2, 3, 5. Those are the only options here. And so these are from 1, 2, 3, and 4. That one's not the 4, because it would put a 4 next to a 6. But one of these two is the 4, which makes that the 6 and the 4. Now, that 4 and that 4 collectively push a 4 up here. Only one of them, though, not 4 of them. Right. And so because the 4 is over here, as Malcor says, I need to separate it from the 1. Because if I put the 1 in one of these two cells, I'm putting it next to the 4, which would need a V. I'm not allowed to do that. So in fact, actually, the 4 needs to go here, and the 1 needs to go there, with some digit playing gooseberry with them, if you believe that that is a real expression. And as soon as that's a 2, 3, this can't be a 2, 3, because that would require a V. So that's a 5. So this is not a 5. So we get that whole shebang. And now this has got to be awfully restricted, because now this can't be low, right? Oh, could this still be 1, 2? I think this could still be 1, 2. Possibly. Okay, well, I know there's a 6 in one of these two cells. Let's fill that in. Just for the row. Because there can't be a 6 next to a 4 in a box with a 6, or in a column with a 6. So one of these two is a 6. I'm just going to write in these digits, and then we'll look from there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is the answer to what these are. That one I know is not a 9. It's a 7 or an 8 only. It's not a 6. This one's not a 6. That one's not a 9. In fact, I can D9ify that one in the corner. So yeah, so this can't be a 7, 8, but I think it could be a 6, 7 exactly. That seems plausible to me. Okay. So those two are from 6, 7, 8, 9. So these two are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Oops. Well, that one's from 6, 7, 8. That one's from 6, 7, 8, 9. This digit's fairly restricted, I suppose, but not quite there. 1 in box 6 is a good question. So 1 in box 6, a few people, Nicholas included, are asking about that. 1 can't go here because it would also put a 1 there. 1 can't go in this column. So the 1 in this column is in one of those two cells, which puts the 1 in this column over here somewhere. What about the 1 in row 6? The 1 in row 6 is over here somewhere. And because I can't put both 1 and 6 on this renban, this cell is always a... Right, no, sorry. This cell can't be a 1, it's next to a 9. Gorgeous, okay. So the 1 here is always, because the 1 can't be next to the 9, the 1 is always on this renban, which makes this a 1, 2 renban, which places the 6 here. This could never be a 2, because it would instantly be next to a 3, so that's a 1, and that's a 2, and that's a 3. And that's a 3. That 2 can't be next to an 8, so it's a 7 and an 8. So these digits... so I need an 8 in this row. The 8 in this row can only go here. That's a 3 and a 2. The 2 can't go next to an 8. In fact, actually, sorry, there's not an 8 in the box anymore, so I don't have to worry about that. That's a 6 or a 7. So that's a 6 or a 7. This isn't an 8 either. This is a 7 or a 9. So these two digits, I know they are 5, 6. They are a 7 and a 9, which means I know this digit. By the box, this is the 2. So that's a 2. So that's a 3 and a 2. In order to make that work. Okay. Yeah, 8 goes in one of these two cells, but that's not super useful. Okay. These digits, what are they? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 8 is the answer to what they are. Useless, all of you. What about these digits? These digits are, let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need a 6, 7, and a 9 to finish this razzmatazz. What are these digits from? They're not one. Okay, so let's fill in this box. Maybe that will lead to enlightenment. So there's a 6, 7, 8, and 9. I know these aren't 6. This one's not an 8 because it's next to a 2. This one's not an 8 because it's next to a 2. This one's not a 7 because it's next to a 3. Not as helpful as I had hoped, if I'm being completely honest. Let's see. People pointing out Sudoku logically. There's a 2 over here, which I agree. So neither of these is a 3. Sadly, that could be a 3, or one of those two seems to be able to be a 3 as best I can discern it. There is a 6 hanging out up this way, just by Sudoku. There's a 2 over here. Aha! Aha! There's a 2 in one of these two cells, which tells me this isn't a 3. Because it would be a V. So that's a 7 and a 3. I don't know if that's going to have done absolutely anything. Oh, it does do something, because it makes that a 6 and that a 6. Means that these aren't 6. So these are a 7-9 pair. Puts a 6 in one of these two cells. This row I can fill in. Still need a 1 and a 2. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We still need an 8 and a 9. This one I know is not a 1. That one I know is not a 9. This one's not a 2. This one I know is not a 2. So I know one of these two is a 2. So I know one of these two is a 2. So neither of them is an 8. Because 2 and 8 can't be friends. So one of these is an 8. I feel bad telling 2 and 8 they can't be friends, but I'll try and be okay with it. Okay. This can't be 9 because there's a 7-9 pair in the row. So one of these two is a 9. Let's see. 7 can't go in box 8, I'm being told. Right. Neither of these can be 7 anymore. That's the point. Neither of these can be 7 anymore because they're next to the 3. So one of these two is a 7. Sorry, is a 7. Why do I have 9 pencil marked into the... right, because these can't be 9. I even noticed that before, and then I did not pencil mark it goodly. So this is actually a 7-9 pair, is the point. So these are a 7-9 pair, which sorts this out. So that is a 6 and an 8. So 6, after all, this was the cell that was yellow. This cell wasn't yellow. I've not really kept up with my coloring. So we've got, yeah, so what is going on over here? So over here, we need a 2, a 3, we need a 4, and a 5, a 6, we need a 7, and a 9. That's too many digits. Why do I have too many digits? Oh, I don't need a 4. I'm literally sitting next to a 4. So I should not worry about the 4. The 4 is not going to be the issue. So over here, what do I have? Oh, over here, I just have a pair. This is going to make my life way easier. This is a 1 and a... no, not a 1 and a 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A 1 and an 8. This is a 1 and an 8. Okay. So, but the 1 can't go next to the 4. So this is an 8 and a 1. Now, 1 can't go next to a 9. So this is a 6 or a 7. 8 can't go next to a 2. So that's a 2. So that's not a 2. So that is a 2, because I've got the 7-9 pair there. This column I should fill in. Got 1 and 2. We need a 3, 4, 5. We've got 6 and 7. We need 8 and 9. That's too many digits. We don't need an 8. It's way too many digits. What else did I do? Oh, I don't need a 6 either. 3, 4, 5, 9. That was many, many, many too many digits. Okay. This is not a 3 or a 5. It is a 4 or a 9. This is not a 4. This is not a 4 because it's next to a 6. So interesting. Okay. These aren't 4. That's not 4. That's not 4. But that could be 4, annoyingly. I was looking at whether 4 was forced in this column, but I don't think it quite is forced in the column just yet. Could be soon, though. People want me to fill in column 1. Let's fill in column 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are from 1, 5, 8. That one's not an 8. That one's not a 1. And this certainly can't be 1, 9. So row 7, column 2 is not an 8. But then that got retracted almost as quickly as I could read it. Row 8, column 2 is not an 8. Well, this is a 158 triple. Right, this is a 158 triple. That's the point. So this isn't an 8, and that's not a 5. And, well, right. The 8 for the row had to go in one of these two, so it's that one. Wow, that was, sorry, I was slow on the uptake on that one. So that's a 5 and a 1. So that's a 9. So that's a 2 and a 1. That 2 places a 2 up there. There's a couple places for 8 in this column only. I guess only a couple places for 8 in this box that I could mark if I was so inclined. What is left in this box? Well, this isn't a 9 anymore. 3, 4, 6, is that right? Sounds correct. This one can't be a 4 because it's next to a 1. 3 or 6. Ah, this one can't be a 3 because it's next to a 7, so it's a 4. So this one can't be a 6 because it's next to a 4, so it's a 3. And so that's a 6, and so that's a 7 and a 9 and a 6. And a 7 and a 9. Oops, and a 9. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 7, 9. That one's not a 7. That one's not a 9. This one's not a 9 either because it's next to a 1, so that places a 9 here. These 3 cells are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 8. That one's not a 3. This one's not a 4 because it's next to a 1. This one's not an 8 because it's next to a 2, so it is a 4. This one's not a 4. So these are a 3, 8 pair. I don't think there are any negative constraints that sort that out for me, unfortunately. This isn't a 4 anymore, though, because there's a 4 in the column. Oh, wow, that's cute. Okay, so people have been asking me if this could be a 1 for forever, and I kept saying, well, 1 plus 2 is neither 5 nor 10. But as Crispy points out, this can't actually be a 1, because the thing it's next to is 4 or 9, and so either way would break a 1. That's very cute. So this is a 1, which fixes that these are 7s, and that's a 9. So that's a 9 and a 7. The 7 fixes that this isn't a 3. That's very cute. So that's not a 9. That's awesome, by the way, that worked out that way. So these digits, 1, 2, let's see. This is not a this is not a triple. Oh, it is a triple. I just didn't actually look at this and resolve that was a 9. Okay, so we could have completely avoided this whole thing because we had a 4 there, and then we would not have had to think about this. But I'm glad it was pointed out, so we actually could appreciate that actually this could not have been a 1 since very, very early in life. 2, 3, 4. I need a 4 in the box. It has to go there. I'm going to get rid of my coloring before the end of the puzzle. Because I don't think the coloring is helpful. And then at the end of the puzzle, when it's done, we can color it together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what this is. These digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one's not a 1. Actually, neither of these is a 6, because the 6, I'm told, is already there. That's a 6, a 7, and a 1. Well, I want to put in better coloring because that coloring wasn't really doing it quite. So I want to color the grid together at the end. We'll see what we can make it. 2, 3, and 9. So that's the 3. That's the 9. We've got to look down here now. The 8 and the 3. Okay, so this is not an 8 anymore. So this is a 4 or a 5, but it's not a 4 because it would be next to a 6. So that's a 5 and a 4. I keep trying to apply negative Kropki logic, which is not a good idea. So I'm hoping I can avoid that. So that's not a 5 or an 8 or a 4. Sorry, it is a 5 or an 8. It's not a 5 or an 8. Let's see. What about this digit? I'm going to be very careful. 2, 3. Let's see. This is going to be a 4 or an 8 is the answer, but it's not a 4. So that's an 8 and a 5 and an 8 and a 7 and a 5. And then with this 1, 2, 3, we've got a 4. All right. And so now let's color. And so let's try and color the dominoes because I feel like that's probably the coolest thing to do. So let's color the 1s and 9s in yellow. We'll color the 2s and 8s in green. We'll color the 7s and 3s in orange. And then we'll color the 6s and 4s in blue. Okay, and then we should be able to rapidly verify the negative constraint, because then we should also color the XV pairs. So we'll color the 1s and 4s in black. Oops, sorry, I did that wrong. Trying to screw up my own coloring. Color the 1s and 4s in black. And then we will color the 2s and 3s in medium gray. 2s and 3s in medium gray. There we go. And so now this looks like the right style of coloring for the end of a negative XV puzzle. And so we've got all of the pairs of 5 and the pairs of 10 all colored in this beautiful soup, just like everyone has wanted the whole time. Yes, now everything can be seen at a glance. Alrighty, I'm going to dig us up another puzzle. It will not take long, and then we can color that one together too. So we'll be right back. By the way, sorry, I should have said the bet sells a 4. Did anyone bet 4? Did anyone bet blue-black 4, I suppose is what I should really say. Any bets for blue-black 4? Zach congratulates the 4-betters, if there were 4-betters. There may not have been 4-betters this time. All right. Well, I'm going to be right back with another puzzle. I just have to dig something out of the bucket. I'm sure I can find us something. Alrighty, I have found this puzzle by Agent, which is kind of like double arrows, which are a favorite of mine, but this is a slight variation. So the rules are as follows. We have these lines, and every line has 2 circles at the end. And one of those circles gives the sum of the odd digits on the line, and the other circle gives the sum of the even digits on the line. Oh, bye, Ambrose. Have fun. Now, I don't think we know which circle is which or anything like that, and I don't think the circles even necessarily stay the same, so this could give the sum of the even digits along this line and the odd digits along this line, I believe. So I think that is, that's all the rules, I believe. So these are, in fact, double arrows, but they're much more specific than double arrows, because not only is the sum of these digits equal to the sum of these 2 digits, but one is the sum of the evens and one is the sum of the odds. Okay. So first, before we start coloring parity, I think we do actually want to start with this line, because the minimum sum of this line is 15. Which means the sum of these 2 circles is at least 15. So these 2 circles need to be from 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we should do a bet cell. Is Agent still here? I saw Agent hanging around earlier. Well, I'll go ahead and make it row 5, column 5 in the meantime. And if we... oh, hey, Agent. Agent is here. If you have a bet cell that's better than row 5, column 5, please give it to me. Okay, but I don't think this is where to start. I think there's a much easier place to start, which is with these. So these lines have to have an even and an odd digit on them, or there would be a 0, and I'm not allowed to have a 0. But that means these 2 circles are exactly the circles on these 2 digits exactly just appear in the circles. So rather than coloring it that way, I think I want to color that these 2 are the same digit, and these 2 are the same digit, and then these 2 are the same digit, and these 2 are the same digit. Orange. So we've got all of these sort of pairs of these things. Maybe I should not use orange. Green. I want to save orange and blue just for... Garion says this is wrong. So neither of these can be... So the sum of the evens can't be 0, right? Of some of the odds. That means there's at least one odd and one even. I've been told to move the bet cell here. No, they can't be the same digit. Row 3, column 5, and row 5, column 3. They can't be the same digit in this instance, right? Because... Okay, let's just fill this in. Let's imagine this is a 7 and a 3. Well, in that case, one of these is a 10 and one of them is a 0. That's not okay. And what if this is a 7 and a 4? Well, now the sum of the even digits is 4. It has to go in one of these two cells. It can't go in this one, so it has to go there. And the 7 has to go there. So I think this is right. Unless I misunderstand, do I need to reread the rules? No, it says circles at the ends of the line indicate in any order the sum of the odd digits and the sum of the even digits. So one is the sum of the odds and one of them is the sum of the evens. So this is not a valid fill of the line. This breaks the rules because it says in any order. In any order means that one of them is the odds and one of them is the evens. So I think my coloring is correct. Agent can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of the rules is that what I said is just reading the rules. But I am perfectly open to re-explanation of what the rules actually mean if I do not understand something. Let's see. Todd says also row 8 column 6 equals row 9 column 7. Now that I don't think has to be true. Oh, no, it does. It does. Oh, that's clever. Okay, so there's even more going on here. Because these 3 cells have to contain either only one even or only one odd. And that digit has to repeat in one of the circles. So one of these digits is repeated in a circle, and it's got to be that one is repeated in that circle. So, sadly, I can't use colors for this, but these two are the same. Or I could use colors, but it's going to be a problem later. But these two are the same. My problem is I don't know that these aren't yellow or purple or red or green. Yeah, they're not red or green, but they could be yellow or purple. So I don't have I mean, letters don't fix the problem that I don't know they're different. Yeah, I think the easiest thing to do is use X's. So these two are the same, but I don't know what they are. So they can be green X for now. And so this is really... This cell is the sum of these two, is the point. And so this cell's always even. And it's not a 2. So this is a 4, 6, or 8. For sure. Because it's the sum of 2 digits of the same parity. And let's see. Can we do the same thing over here? We've got to have 2 of these, or only one of these is odd, or only one of these is even. But we've got a few options for this line. So similar, but not quite the same story over on that side. Similar, but not quite the same story in both of these as well. And with these as well. Yeah, all of these length 3 lines have to repeat a circle. Oh! I can do it. Right. These three this line has only one odd or only one even. So yellow or green repeats on this length 3 line. Well, yellow can't appear anywhere on this line, so green has to repeat. And so this cell is green. Ha 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 ha. Sweet. Okay, same deal over here. Purple or red repeats on this line, but red can't, so purple does. So we can we can slowly creep our coloring. So now X isn't purple. So now the only thing X can be is yellow, as we sort of figure this out. Okay, and so that means that red is now even, because red is the sum of these two that have the same parity. So red is 4, 6, or 8. So this is 4, 6, or 8. And now green is odd, but green is only... oh, sorry, green is... Wait, did I break it? No. Green is... So yeah, green is odd. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. 1 plus 3 is 4. So green currently is just getting bounced around the grid. But yellow's now even, I agree. And yellow is the sum of these two. So yellow is also 4, 6, 8. Red. Yeah, this cell probably is actually red, but I don't know yet. So purple is odd, though. So, but I don't anywhere have purple being the sum of things. So this is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Right. Yellow is the sum of two evens, not the sum of two odds. And because green is odd, actually these two are both even. So yellow's not 4. Very good spot from Jay and I think Martin in the chat. Okay, so this is 6 or 8 only. Red is also the sum of two evens. Right, because purple is odd. So red is actually also 6 or 8. So we've got our 6, 8 pair. And so one of these is a 2. Because if I don't make one of these a 2, then I have to make them at least 4 and 6, which is already too big. And similarly, one of these is a 2. Over here. But this one can't be a 2, so we have a digit. If this digit were a 2, the minimum sum of this line would be 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, which would be 19, and 19 is too big for the sum of these two. So out of absolutely nowhere, we get that this digit is a 2, and we get to see Zach's 2 dance. 2, haha, 2, 2. Da-da-da. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. The X's are the same digit, but I don't know if that digit is yellow or not. So I try when I color digits to make sure I'm not repeating things, so I know the other colors aren't the same as each other, but I don't know that X is not the same as yellow. Okay, so this is a 2, and this is a 4 or a 6, for the record. Could this be a 4? If this was a 4, this would be 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay, could this be 1, 2, 3, 5, 6? 2, 3, 5, 6. If this was 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, the sum of those is 17, so this would have to be 8 and 9. The sum of the odds is 9, and the sum of the evens is 8. So unfortunately, that is plausible. Okay. There's no green on the line between yellow and green. Ah, right. This line has no greens on it. It doesn't need to have a yellow on it though, because it's 4 long. So this could have no repeats on it. I think that would be okay. Oh wait, no. Sorry, that's not. I don't think that's true because of the way parity works. Because one of these is odd. Right, and so there's no green, so there have to be 3 odds on this line. That's the point. There need to be 3 odds because green is the sum of the odds on this line, and if I summed 2 odds, I wouldn't get an odd number. So there's 3 odds, which means there's only 1 even, which means that even number is yellow, and the only place that yellow can repeat on the line is here. That's gorgeous. Very, very cool. So yeah, so that is 6, 8, and all of these are odd. These are from 1, 3, 5, 7. Well, they're not 9. In fact, they could be 7 if it's a 7 and 2 1s. And so this could be... That does mean the minimum of this is 5. So we do get that. And that is okay. So this is not 1 or 3. This isn't 1 or 3 either. Like that. Okay. Let's see. Martin says yellow in row 3 is on a line. It's either on that line or that line. Which is big, because yellow is huge. So yeah, so yellow is 6, is the point. Yellow has to be on a line. Oh, sorry. Yellow could be here. Yellow could be here. But no matter where yellow's on a line, with a circle, neither of which can be... Oh no, yellow could be here. Never mind, sorry. I think the thing I am saying is not quite true, but is very close to true. Let's see, there's a green up here. See, Martin says yellow in row 3, column 1 breaks the other circle in box 1. I don't quite see it without sort of like plugging in numbers. I do know this digit has to be big. Yeah, it places 2 odds on the line. What's wrong with these 2 being odd and summing to this digit? That does not seem broken to me at first blush. Let's see. Kuraban asks how this row 2 column 7, how this could be a 7. Right. This can't be a 7 because there's only one of something, and that thing... Oh, no, it could be a 7 if this is a 7, right? If these are both 7? I think if these are both 7, it's okay. Yeah, the circles don't need to be different parities. These are from, I think Nicholas wants me to write in that these are from 246. I agree with the assessment that these are from 246. That is 3 evens in column 4, for whatever that's worth. And 3 evens in row 7, for whatever that's worth. I think the most likely is these are both yellow and that's also yellow. I think all of these are yellow is the most likely outcome, but who knows? Yeah, I assumed that this was going to be a parity coloring puzzle, but I think it turns out that this puzzle is very different in style and substance than I was picturing. Not that that's a bad thing. I think this puzzle's awesome. This certainly can't be 1. If this were 3, this being 1 would push up this to be too high. If this was 3, this would be 1. This would be minimum 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, which is 18. That's too big too, right? So purple can't be 3 by virtue of hanging out in this box. It might not be able to be 5 either, but that's going to be a more sophisticated argument. Oh, this line is only 3 long too. So either this cell is red or this cell is X. Weird. Okay. Yeah, because this is also 3 long. It did not look 3 long, but it is. So yeah, so either this cell is red, because I need to repeat one of the circles along this line. So either this cell is red or this cell is X. Those are the only possibilities. Do you see a place where 3, 5, or 7 are claiming to sum 2 different digits, Nordy? If you see it, point it out. Because I don't think I have seen it. So the point is this cell is either... No. This cell, I don't think we know anything about this cell. In that regard. Circles in row 2. But they might be summing 1 digit, Nordy. Like, this could be summing that digit, for example. As far as I can tell. Oh, are you counting how many digits it sums in box 2? Oh, I think you're counting how many digits it sums in box 2. So yeah, so if this is a... okay. So Nordy's point is, I believe, this. If this cell is a 7, then what's happening in box 2 to make this a 7? And the answer is it must be summing at least 3 digits, but I can't sum 3 odd digits to get 7, and I certainly can't sum 3 even digits to get 7. So this is never a 7. That is Nordy's point. So one of these is a 9. And so the sum of the odd digits in this box is 9. And so the odd digits that it's summing must be 1, 3, and 5. And so that's the only way to sum odd digits to get 9. Because I need to sum at least 3 odd digits. And I can't sum even digits to get 9. So 1, 3, and 5 in this box are definitely up here. And then the even digits certainly include a 2 and then a 4 or a 6. And so this isn't a 5 anymore, is the point. And so this is actually a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a sextuple. And so these are 7, 8, 9. Is part of the story. The circles don't have to be different parities, because the sum of the odds could still be even. Josh, is the thing, I think. So this is not a 9, because one of these two is a 9 for sure. So one of these two is definitely a 9. Okay, so if red, this is Garion's point, I think, is if red is 8, then this cell is a 6 and is yellow. Or if red is 6, then this cell's not yellow, and then who knows what happens with yellow. Oh, then yellow is 8. Which I don't quite see. It's probably somewhere, but I don't see it yet. Okay. This cell could never be 7, because remember, this cell is summing these 3. So when I said these could be 7 before, that one couldn't. And so the Cogito's point is that this now has to be purple, because I don't have any other place for a 7, 9. I agree with that, and it's very cool. Okay, and so 7, 9 is also placed in box 8, because this can't be a 7, 9, because remember, this cell is summing these. Oh, it could be a 1 with a 7, couldn't it? Oh, that's annoying. One of these two is purple, but I don't know which one. Annoying. Why does row 9 column 7 have to be odd? Do I have 4 evens in a column or something? Let's see. If this is 6 or 8, it's red, and if this is 6 or 8, it's yellow. So this is a very weird thing where either this is red or this is yellow. I don't know which. Let's see. Got 2 of my 5, 7, 9s. I've got both my 6, 8s. So I have to put a 2 and a 4, and a 1 and a 3 in here for sure. Right, okay. Got it. Okay, so So whichever of these bulbs is 6 or 8, paper scissors explain this in a way that I got it. Whichever of these bulbs is 6 or 8, it's summing 2 and the other 4 6. So it can't be red, because red would be summing 2 and this 4 6. So because red is 2 plus this 4 6, the one of these bulbs that's 2 plus the other 4 6 is not red, it's yellow, which means that this is yellow, and then this is 9. That's very cool. I like that a lot. So green isn't 9 anymore. And if green isn't 9, that's going to put a lot of pressure on this, because now this certainly can't involve a 7. This can't be a 5 anymore in order to make this work. This could be 3, 1, 3 and still add to 7. That's okay. Okay, so that is very cool. I do know there's a 9 up here somewhere. Aha! This has a 6 and an 8 on it. So I need to repeat one of yellow or red. I can't repeat yellow on this line, so I must repeat red. So one of these two cells is red, and the other two add to yellow. So yeah, one of these two is red, I guess. And the other two add to yellow, so they're either like 1, 5 or 3, 5 or something like that. Or 1, 7, I guess there's a lot of options. The 9, though, I guess the point is to look at the 9 along here. The 9 along here, I guess either means this digit is a 9. That's one option. Or, oh yeah, the 9, no, this digit is a 9, right. This line, the 9 needs to come from somewhere. And it's either this or the 9 is a sum of 3 digits, but that's not possible. So this is a 9. So purple is, so purple is not 9, purple is 7. Which means that green is 5. Which, means that the sum of these digits is 5, so this had better be a 1 and a 1, 3. Now, these two digits add to be yellow, so one of them has to be a 2, so it's that one that's the 2, because there's a 2 in this row already. And so this is 4 or 6. Notably, it's the 4 or 6 that goes up here, if we're sort of keeping score. So one of these two is red. Right. This is a 4-6 pair. Oh no, one of these could be yellow. Sorry, this is a 4-6 pair. So either this cell is yellow or this cell is red, I guess is the punchline here. Well, the sum of the two evens on this line is 6 or 8. Oh, it could be 4 and 4 making 8. Darn, no. Never mind. Oh, it's being pointed out, I know red is over here. Right. So this cell is neither red nor yellow, is the point. Because red, remember, had to repeat in here in order to make this line work. So one of these two is red. I probably should have marked that. It would have made this clearer. One of these is red, so this cell is not red and it's not yellow either because of being on this line. So that means this cell's a 4 and this cell's a 6, which then disambiguates all of that. And now makes these cells, so the, oh yeah, I guess maybe I don't quite know exactly how that's going yet, but close. These aren't 6 anymore. That is an 8 and a 9. This isn't 6 anymore. These aren't 2 anymore. I need to have a 4 in here somewhere. There's lots of Sudoku to do, I expect. I know there's a 5 over here. 6 could be 5 and 1 even. Let's see. Let's see. 8 in box 8. Okay, now X. Here's the point. X is neither yellow nor red. And so now X is not yellow, it's not red, it's not green, and it's not purple. So what does that mean? It means X gets a color. So these two cells, so that, finally, that was the conclusion. X gets to be blue now. And so this blue repeats here. Oh, these aren't 6, by the way. And this cell can't be 4 anymore. Because remember, this cell is the sum of these two. The only way this could be 4 is if this was 1, 3, but it can't be because of that 1, 3. So this is a red 8. Which means these two add to 8. But I don't know if they're odd or even yet. This is an 8. So there's an 8 up here somewhere. There's a 6 exactly here, while we're Sudokuing. This 6 is yellow, by the way. Let's see. Is there anything interesting going on in this box? I would really like there to be. One of these two is 8. I can say that much. One of these two is 6. I can say that much. So yeah, so this line either needs a blue here or a red here again, as we have said in the past. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is not a 1. This is not a 5. Right, we know the 8 is over there. I keep forgetting that. One of these two is 8. I can pencil mark that in 65 different ways, and my brain will still not process it. So this I know is 1, 3, or 5. This can't be a 3, because if this were a 3, this would need to be a 3. So this is 1, 3, or 5, in order to make that work. I do know one of these two is a 5. For what it's worth. It's a 1, 3 pair out of nowhere. So what's left in this column? That might help. So the column needs... it's got a 1, it needs a 2 and a 4, it's got a 3, a 5, a 6, it needs a 7 and an 8. There's a chance that'll do something. This one I know isn't a 4 or a 2. This is a 7 or an 8 out of those. This is not a 7. Could be an 8. This is not an 8. Okay, I don't think it did anything. Seemed likely to be useful, but then it wasn't. Okay, what about these digits over here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 8 is the answer. These aren't 4. These aren't 8. That one's not 2 either. close, close. 7 in box 1 I'm being asked to consider. So 7 in box 1 is certainly up here. Don't think I know which, but the 7 in... but the point is, the 7 in box 1 is pushed into exactly the same places as the 8. So the cogito is telling me that this is a 7-8 pair, which means that this cell is a 1-3 or a 5. Oops, which is not what I then typed. But also tells me that there's a 7 over here somewhere. Oh, we're popular again. It's always good to see that we're popular. Let's see. I know one of these is a 2. As long as the bots are enjoying themselves, that's what we really care about, right? We want to be spared in the revolution because we contributed to the enjoyment of the bots. Well, here's the thing. None of these are 5. So one of these two is a 5. I know that's not the world's most profound statement. I've really been resisting marking the candidates for blue, but I probably should. Blue can't be 1 because it's looked at by a 1. It can't be 2 because it's looked at by a 2. It can't be 3 because it's looked at by a 3. Could be 4, I think. It can't be 5. It can't be 6. It can't be 7. It can't be 8. And I think it could be 9. So yeah, I think blue is 4 or 9. Sadly, if blue is 4, it goes here, and if it's 9, it goes here. So if blue is 4, then I guess then this needs to have either like a 1-3 or a 2-2 or something, some nonsense. Or just, sorry, no, it would just repeat the blue there, never mind. Okay, so in this line, what happens if red is the single-digit one? So red is there. Then the sum of these two would need to be blue, which could not be 2 and 2, interestingly. It would have to be 3 and 1, but that's still possible. Let's see. Kind of inclined to pencil mark this. Okay, well, here's the thing. 7 is in one of these two cells. That looks notable. What if 7 is here? If 7 is here, then this is a 1 exactly, right? Because these two cells sum to that one. So I guess it's worth marking. What are the ways that this could sum to 8? This could be 2-6, in which case it looks like... Sorry. It could be 7-1, or it could be 2-6, in which case it looks like that. Can't be 3-5. So actually, this cell's always a 2 or a 7. This cell's always a 1 or a 6, in order to add to 8. So the 3 in this box is... Oh, sorry, the 3 in the box is in one of those two cells, I guess. It's not as exciting as I was hoping for, if I'm honest. Let's see. Nordy asks about 9 in box 5. Ah, okay, so 9 in box 5. Ah, 9 in box 5 is going to be very useful. 9 in box 5 is in one of these two cells. Which looks down and says one of these two is a 9. Which is, again, annoyingly close to useful. So close to being useful. Row 8, column 5 is a weird naked 6. Okay, it's not... it's not 1 or 3. Oh, because there's something going on here where... with this, and that, and this... I don't think so. Oh, nice, Jovi. I've been... These are brand new, but I'm quite enjoying them. I enjoy the new Zeta look. See, Nicholas really wants me to look at this zigzag. So either this is red or this is blue. I think the point is this can't ever sum to 8. Oh, no, it could sum to 8 if this is 4 and 4. Okay, so the question is 8 the sum or is it the single? If 8 is the single, then it goes there. Wait, no. This is right, no. If 8 is the sum, then blue is the single and blue goes there, and I'd need these two to sum to 8, but they can't because there's a 2 and a 6 in the column. So 8 is not the sum. 8 is the single, which means 8 goes here. I'm not sure if that's what Nicholas was trying to say, but it got us there, so I will give Nicholas credit for it. So that's the 8. So this is the 8. Oh, it could be a sum of odd digits. Oh, darn it. Why did I think that 2, 6 was the only way to do it? Before I figured it out. Yeah, it could be 1, 7. I don't know. Who knows? So the point is, though, neither of these things can be a sum of evens. So whichever one of these is a sum of two things, it's actually a sum of two odd things, is the point. Because the only way one of these is a sum of two even things, because if this is the sum, red goes... Oh, no. Yeah, right. Because if this is the sum, then red goes here, and these can't be 2 plus 2. So if this is the sum, it's a 4, and it's 1 plus 3. Otherwise, this is the sum, in which case we just established it's not 2 plus 6. And since this is always in the sum, I think what we establish is that this cell's always odd, because it's always summing two odd things. And so this is a 1 or a 3, if it's because this cell's always in the sum. So this cell's a 1 or a 3, I guess, is what we get out of that. And then if this is an 8 that's the sum, then blue is here, and this is a 1 or a 3, so this is a 5 or a 7. And if blue is the sum, then this is a 3, I guess. Oh, sorry, I wrote in something that's not true. Well, I guess the point is this is a 5, 7, or it's an 8. This is unconditionally 1 or 3. If this is the sum, then that's a 4, 9. Sorry, no. If this is the sum, that's an 8, and then this is a 1 or a 3. Otherwise, that's the same as that, and it's a 4 or a 9. Okay, so I think I get this gross mess of candidates. It's not a 1, though. Chameleon points out, there are 2 odd digits on this line, because this has to be odd. And so blue can't be odd. Because I was saying here I'm summing the 2 odd digits, but if this is a 9, it's got to be an odd digit on the line. That's not going to work. So actually, blue is 4, is the upshot of all of that. So that's a 2 and a 4. That's a 7 and a 1 and a 3. And a 1 and a 3. It's a 4, and that's not a 4 or a 7, so it's a 2, an 8, and a 7, and an 8. I loved everything about this puzzle except the end. But I really enjoyed the fact that I was completely surprised by what kind of puzzle it was. This column needs a 4. It's not going to be down here, so that's the 4. This isn't an 8 anymore. These 2 cells include a 3, which goes here, and a 7? Yeah, and a 7 that goes there. This triple, 2, 3, 4, is a 5, 6, 7, an 8, and a 9. So that's not a 5, that's not an 8. Let's see. So let's look over here. The 7 says this isn't a 7. I agree. Where is 6 in box 6? This isn't a 6 anymore, so that's a 6. So it's yellow. Speaking of, this 7 is purple, and that 7 is purple. Oh, and all my 4s are now blue, out of nowhere. So these aren't 1, I guess, is part of the point. I can get rid of the corner marks here. The corner marks aren't doing anyone any good. 1, 3, 5, 1, 3, 5. These aren't 3 either. This is a 1, 4, or 5, but it's not a 1 or a 5, so it's a 4, and is blue. So that is a 5, which is green, and a 1. So these are 1. These aren't 4, so that's huge. So that's a 3, and a 2, and a 4. These digits are a 4 and a something. 4 and a 7? Yeah, these are 4 and 7. These digits are a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Which gives us a whole lot of nothing. An actually sort of like almost beautiful amount of nothing. This isn't 7 anymore. Oh yeah, 9 in this box is placed here because of our 9 pencil mark. So this digit, 2, 3, 4, 5, is a 6. So it's yellow. This digit is a 1. Sorry, is a 1. Is a 1. I'll get it eventually. That's not a 1. These digits are a 2, a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. This is not a 9. So that gives us a 2-3 pair across the row, which makes this a 5. Means these aren't 5 and aren't 3 either, because remember the odd digits on this need to sum to 6. So it was either going to be 3, 3 or 1, 5. As soon as this is a 5, the answer is that it's 1, 5. I realized there was already a 3 in the row, but whatever. So that 5 looks down and makes that an 8. So that's the red. So the sum is 4. So this is a 3 and a 1. So let's see. The 9 looks over here and makes that an 8. This is not an 8. Let's see. I need a 3 over here, which has to go there. And 5, 6, 7 needs to go there. Let's see. The 7 looks up and gives me the 4 and the 7. The 3 and the 5 look up and give me a 9 up here. This is not a 9 or a 3, so it's a 5, and that's the 3. This is now given. It's not 1, 2, 3. It's a 4, it looks like. These are... Oh, 4 is blue. I should color my 4s. I've gotten some extra blue 4s. And some extra green 5s that have been sneaking around. Trying to get away with things. Okay, so these digits are... let's see, I need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a 9. This is not a 1 or a 2, so that's the 9. So that's the 9. This isn't a 9. It's not a 3 either, so that's a 2 and a 3 and a 2 and a 3. These aren't 9. This digit, 2, 3, 4. This is a 5. Making that making that green, and making that green. There's still uncolored. Oh no, there's uncolored 7s and 8s. Okay, more 7s to color. This is going to be the 8, so it's going to be the true red. This is going to lose its right to have a color. Oh, there's an 8 that snuck in. Wow, there's lots of 8s that are snuck in. Okay, so let's try and finish our digits that are colored before we finish. Okay, so I have all my 5s in the grid, and they're all green. I have all of my 7s in the grid, and they're all purple. I have all of my 8s in the grid, and they're all red. And 4s, I have all my 4s in the grid, and they're all colored. Okay, I think we're good on the coloring. 2 and 1. 5. Let's see, 6 down there. Oh, 6s were colored. Wow, how did I miss that? Poor 6. Poor 6s. Let's see, this is a 2, and the bet cell is a 9. Congratulations to anyone who bet 9. Zach also sends his congratulations to the 9 bettors in the chat. Very cool puzzle. I really liked that. I'd have preferred a given digit at the end rather than what we actually did at the end. But I really enjoyed the first 2/3 of the puzzle. Like the slow realization about that this is all about the repeat digits and which digits repeat is very cool. And sort of like figuring out, wait, this has to repeat there, and this has to repeat there, and all of that. That was all super, super cool. The end was just a lot for me to keep in my head. I think if I could keep a little bit more in my head at the end, it probably would not have been so bad. But yeah, the very, very ending was like, wait, what was the sum of what was the sum of what? It's possible if I'd have colored... It's possible there's a way my coloring could have reflected what was the sum of what, but I think I really, really wanted to use the coloring for individual digits, which is definitely not what I expected in a puzzle with parity in the title. But the the parody in the title was a really cool mislead, or whatever. I mean, mislead's not quite right, but that's but yeah, very awesome puzzle. I really enjoyed it and the idea. Now, when I read this, I thought, oh, wow, I bet you could make a bunch of puzzles with this idea. But now having solved it, I think you could make exactly one puzzle with this idea. And I think you made the puzzle. So good job and cool idea to do. Alrighty. I'm going to take a quick break. And then I will be right back with another puzzle. Alrighty, welcome back. Since I didn't get to do my parity coloring in the previous puzzle, I'm going to do this sequel to The Corners Are Even by Mr.Menace. So I think, I might be wrong, but I think The Corners Are Even 1 was on my top 10 puzzles of last year list. So this is a standard arrow, so I was very excited when I saw there's a sequel. So this is a standard arrow puzzle. The circle always records the sum of the digits along the arrow. So if this was a 1, 2, 3, this would be a second 6 for the column. That would probably be bad. And so we also have some parity stuff. So the squares are all even. We will give those squares the color blue. Spoiler, 6 is also even. And the circles are odd, so we'll give them the color orange. And we'll also give the 1 the color orange. And so the way you can sort of remember this is that squares are even because squares have an even number of sides. Circles are odd because circles have an odd number of sides. Odd starts with an O, so we color it orange. Even starts with an E, so we color it blue. You may disagree with some of those assertions, but probably you agree with a plurality of them, which is enough to sort of make it through those. Okay, so standard logic arrow deduction number 1. This is a length 3 arrow, and so it has to be at least 6, but there's a 6 in the column, so this is 7, 8, or 9. The sum of these 4 is at least 10, so this has to be at least 5 because of that. So these are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, over here, this can't be odd, because if this was odd, I would need these to be an even and an odd, and I can't have 5 evens in the column. It would put 5 evens in the column. So this actually has to be even. So that's blue. That's cute. And so, because this is even now, actually, the only ways to make an even are as 2 odds or 2 evens. But I don't have 2 evens to spare, so actually all of those are odd. Cool. So if I look at the sum of the first row... Oh, we're so close to being able to, like, use the secret on row 1. We don't quite get the secret on row 1. Oh, no, we do. Okay. So, the key thing is the sum of an arrow is always even, because the circle and this have the same sum. So if I sum the whole thing, I get an even. And so far everything is even. That's even, and this is even. So the sum of all 10 cells I have selected is even. But the sum of the first row is odd, because it's 45. And so therefore this must be odd in order to make that work. So we get that. Now... my lack of even here is... Oh! Good point from chat. There aren't 2 ways to write 6 as a sum of 2 odds. So that's probably not a 6. This is an 8. And so we get to see Zach's famous 8 dance. It's fast, so you have to pay very close attention. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. It was a very nice dance and a very nice 8. So the two ways of making 8 are 1, 7, and 3, 5. So these have to be 1, 7, and 3, 5. Exactly. So the only odd digit left in this column is a 9. So one of these two cells is a 9. That means these aren't 8. As soon as this is an 8, it's odd, because we've knocked the only... Oops. Only that one. No, only that one. Oh, we need a bet cell. Do you have a good bet cell, Mr. Menace? If not, I will just pick one. But if you have a recommended bet cell, I will take a recommended bet cell. It is true, while we're at this whole thing, we can do the bottom as well. So that's even, odd. So these all have an odd sum, which means this has to be even by the same trick that we used before. And that means we have all the evens in column 5. So these are odd. I will suggest this as looking bet-sellish, if we have thought about it. Okay. So, what's the minimum this arrow can be? 2, 3 is 5, and 2 is 7. This is at least 7, so this is always a 7, 8, or 9. Actually, interestingly, 9 in row 9 can only go in 2 places. So 9 in row 9 only goes in one of those 2 places. Oh, the same is true. Oh, that's awesome. We get an actual X-wing. It's not a Jovi wing. In row 1 and row 9, the only places that can be 9s are here. And so that says the 2 9s in row 1 and row 9 are in these cells. So that eats all the 9s for column 2 and column 8. So in particular, it rules 9 out of this cell. Oops, I think I hit 2 buttons. Nope, it does not. Rules 2 9s out of this. Or sorry, rules 9 out of that. That's awesome. Okay. So, can I get profit by asking where 8 is? No, sorry. I was going to ask where 8 was, but no, 8's not so good. What about 7? Because 7 in row 1's also got to be pretty restricted, right? I guess it could go anywhere along the arrow, though. So that's not quite right. Yeah, one of these is going to be an 8. This being 5 is very suspicious to me. It would make this exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, but I don't quite see what's wrong with that yet. So let's see. Nicholas has a good question, I think, which is it possible that these 4 digits don't contain 2 evens? And the answer is it's not possible that these 4 digits don't contain 2 evens. Because either this is odd, in which case there's an even on each of them, or this is even and it's a 6, in which case the only 2 ways to make 6 are as 2, 4, and 1, 5, so I've still used 2 evens. So Nicholas's point, I believe, is that all of these are orange. Which is true. Let's see if I can understand Garian's point about the 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Right. Okay, so if this is 7, these are both 1, 2, 4. And the problem with that is that that means these 2 see a 2, 4 in the row, and the 6 in the column. They would both have to be 8. That's very cute. So that's a 9. Unfortunately, that's a very disappointing number. But it is what it is. And that places 9 in box 6 because of our X-Wing, right? So 9 can't repeat on a 9 arrow. Can't go there. It's not even. It's not on any of these places. And there is this X-Wing on 9s that rules 9 out of here. So actually, this is a 9 and is odd. And that's going to place 9 over here because of the X-Wing on 9s rules it out of there. So that's a 9. Good. I still know that one of these two is a 9, but I don't know which one. Oh, we have a 9 X-Wing in columns 1 and 2 as well. I did not notice, but we do. Because maybe we needed this to see it, but anyway. 9 in column 1 and 9 in column 9 go in these places, so there are no 9s in any of these cells. I don't know that there were any of those cells that we were planning to make 9s, but if we were planning to make them 9s, they're not allowed to be 9s anymore. So that means that 9 in box 8 is in row 7. So there's a 9 up there, because I can't put 9 on an arrow. And the 9 X-Wing rules out of those. What about... Yeah, and the same... same in box 2. The 9 is forced to go in one of these 2 cells. So that is going to place a 9 there. Okay, so the... Yeah, it's not quite doing it for me. The bet cell isn't a 9, I can tell you that much. It's interesting. Sadly, this digit could be as small as 4. Okay. Good point from Directionary, which I had not noticed, which is what is the minimum sum of these cells? The 4 cells I have selected could be 2, 3, 4, 5, in which case I'd sum to 14, plus 2 is 16. That means the sum of these 2 cells has to be at least 16. Well, it can only be 16 or 17. And so this needs to be a 7, 8, or a 9, but it can't be an 8. So this is a 7 or a 9, and so it's definitely odd. Good spot to Directionary. There. And as Carl points out, that means this digit can't be as high as 4. Because remember, the minimum of these was 14. If this were a 4, these would need to sum to 18. They'd have to be double 9. That doesn't work. So this is actually forced to be a 2. Which means that these cells are a 4 and an 8. It's much less good in row 1, of course, because we don't have the given 1. So this is 1 odd and 1 even, for sure. So we can work out... Yeah, we can work out the sum of these, right? Maybe, possibly. Maybe not. Admiral says, look at where 8 goes in box 4 is a very good point. Let's do that before I think harder. 8 can't go in a 5, 6, or 7 arrow, so 8 in box 4 is actually placed here, which resolves the 4 and the 8. This way of making 9 doesn't involve a 4, so it's either 1, 3, 5, or 1, 2, 6. And so in particular, it has a 1 in it, so that's never a 1. A very minor deduction, but whatever. So that's not a 7. Uh, so row 9, column 2 isn't an 8. Good point, good point. So this is odd. Yes, yes, I agree. So we get our 7-9 pair. 8 now is in one of these two. So we have the beginnings of an 8 X-Wing, I think. Can we do math? We probably can do math to figure out the sum of these two, right? Because these all collectively sum to 32, 33, and so this is 31, and so these need to sum to 14, so they have to be 6, 8, in order to sum to 14 and 2 evens. So I think we have successfully done math. Yeah, so Carl wants me to fill in the quad. These are 2, 3, 4, 5. These aren't 2. I will happily fill in a quad. So 2 in this box is in this column. Interestingly enough. So does that get me any leverage? No, because the 2 can sneak off over here. I was a big fan of the first one of these puzzles, and I'm very much enjoying this one as well. It seems like a worthy sequel. Sorry, I'm trailing off as my brain slowly explodes. The only way this is even is if it's a 4, and the only way this is a 4 is if this is a 1 and a 3. If this is a 1 and a 3, then these would have to be at least 2 and 4. They'd have to be at least 6. This would need to be exactly 3. It does not seem to quite break, but it's got to be close to breaking. Oh, did I use 4 twice in the row? That's possible. I was saying, what if this is 4, and then I made this 1 and 3, and so then this is at least 3, plus this is at least 2 and 5. That is too big. Okay, yes. So if I math correctly, I get that cell is odd. And so the last even in this row is here, because I need an odd and an even in order to get to an odd. And so that means all of these are odd in order to make that work. I know one of these two is 9. I mean, this could still be as low as 5. Oh, maybe not with that 1 down here. Maybe this can be as low as... maybe this can only be as low as 7. Is 7 actually the minimum for this now? So this could be 1, 3... Sorry, 3, 1, 3. Yeah, I think 7's actually the minimum. So I think this is a 7 or a 9. Because of this 1 down here, making it so that I can't repeat the 1 along this arrow. So that's a 7 or a 9. Yes, that is a 7-9 pair in column 8. I can write in a 1, 3, 5 for you there. Still know that one of these two is 9. That one of these two is 9. So I guess the question is, what if the other 7, 9 isn't here? If the other 7, 9 isn't here, then I would have to put a 7 or a 9 either on this arrow, which is obviously problematic, or on this arrow, which, because exactly of this given 1, doesn't work, because that given 1 means I can't put a 7 on this arrow, even though I normally could. So this does have to be the other 7, 9. Which rules out 7 from this cell. Which means that, this given 1 has done a lot of work on this arrow, which doesn't look restricted, but is. So I know there's always a 1, a 2, and a 4 in these cells, because it's either 1, 2, 3, 4, or it's 1, 2, 4, 5. So this is never a 2 or a 4 or a 6. So this is a naked single 8 now. So that is a 6. That's an 8. Now 8 is placed here in this box. Now 8 joins its friend, the 9, to make these an 8, 9 pair. It's a lot of 8s, but it's not all the 8s. Quite yet, interestingly. Okay. So the 7 certainly can't go on these. Let's see, I have... right, okay. Smart point. It looks like I have 4 odds in row 7, but as Mehdi points out, I actually secretly have 5 if I count my 9 pencil mark. So everything that isn't those is definitely odd. Which gives me all of my odds for box 7, which means all of these are even. So this is not a 3 or a 5, it is a 2 or a 4. One of these is an 8 now. What? Oh. Right. I have all my odds. So the rest of them are even, not the rest of them are odd. Not my finest moment. And the same thing is true in row 3. There are 4 oranges and a 9 pencil mark, so the rest of this is even, and that resolves what this is. Because if this was a 6, I could not have 2 evens on opposite sides, because if this is a 6, I would need 2 and 4 on the same arrow. So this is a 5, it's odd, and both of these are odd. And so these are 1, 3. These are 2, 4. That's very cool. I like that a lot. And so these are 5, 7, 9, but that one's not 5 or 9, so it is a 7. Weird naked single. So these are 5 or 9. And so this is a 1 or 3, because it's not 5, 7, or 9. Just by Sudoku. All of these are even, actually. We'll see if chat is upset about that. This has to be odd, because in order to make 9 work, I need an odd digit. Let's see. Okay, so what about this arrow? Ah, this arrow can't be 135 anymore. Because if this arrow is 135, it would break this cell, and it's not 234, so this arrow is 126. That surprises me, but it's true. So that makes that a 3 and a 2 and a 1 and a 4. Makes this not a 3. That's both of my evens, so that's odd. In fact, this is a 5 or a 7 only, I suppose. In fact, this also... No, this is 2, 3, 4, because it doesn't have a 1 on it. That would have been much, much, much easier to see than the thing I saw over here. Oh, I guess it wasn't available. It wasn't available when there was a 1 up here. Or when there wasn't a 1 over here. But now there's a 1 looking over here. So now this is a 3, 2, 4. This is a 6. So this is not a 1 or a 3. I need a 6 in one of these two cells. Don't know where yet. That's okay. These being a 5-7 pair means that these aren't 5-7. These are 1-3. Ah, that's a 1-3 pair for row 7, so that makes that a 5. So this is a 7 now, because it sees 1, 3, 5, and 9, so that's a 7. So that tells me what these are. These are a 3 and a 5. This can't be a 5, because it would be minimum... Oh no, 5, 1, 3 would work. Sorry, so these are 3 and 5. But now, I can't put a 5 on this, right? 5 and 1. No, I could. 5 and 1 and 3 is still fine. Well, that's annoying. Let's see. What are these? Well, this is a 2 or a 4. Oh, I have some evens I should pencil mark. So this is 4 or 6, because it sees 2 and 8. This sees 2 and 8, so this is also a 4 or a 6. This sees 8 and 6, so this is 2 or 4. So that's a 2-4 pair for the column. So these digits that are left over are a 6 and a 9. For whatever that is worth, a very limited amount, I suspect. This sees 4 and 6, so this is 2 or 8. This is 2... Oh, this is 2 or 6. Okay. So these are a 9 and an even. Okay, so let's just write down what are the possibilities here. This is 2, 5, or 3, 4. Well, that's not 2, so that's not 5. Can I do better than that? Right, this is not 3, so this is not 4, which actually tells us we know the direction of the odd and the even here. So that's nice. So there's definitely a 1 on this arrow for whatever on earth that's worth. Wait, what am I doing? Why was I assuming this arrow summed to 7? Don't listen to me. I have no earthly idea. Who knows? This could still be a 1. Somehow in my brain, this just got filled in as 7 for absolutely no reason. Oh, it can't be a 1. Right. So this can't be a 1, 3, 5, or 9. Or a 7. Wow, beautiful, Tall Cat. Right. So this is even. It is a 2 or a 4, so this is odd. And it is a 3 or 5. Can't be as small as 1, can't be as big as 7. Hey, Judith, it's Wednesday. Does that help? Probably not, I'm sorry. But I'm glad to have you here. I'm instructed to look at row 6, column 8. If it's even, it's a 6. And if it's odd, it's nothing. Ah, right. This is a naked single. It sees 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9, as well as 2, 4, and 8. So it's a naked single 6. Making this odd, and probably we know what it is. Oh, I guess we don't. We know it's a 5 or a 7 by the row. So that gives us a 5, 7 pair in the box. So I've got a 1 and a 3. Oh, 6 in this box is just placed. That 6 places a 6 here. So these are not 6. That's a 1, 2 pair. That makes that a 4 and a 2 and a 4. This digit is a 3, it would seem. Let's see. These are a 1 and a 2. Right, they're a 1 and a 2 as well. So yeah, one of these is a 9. Who knows which one? What's the other one? Oh yeah, the other one is a 2, 4, 6, or 8. That's not super useful. Yeah, one of these two is a 2. Let's see. Tallcat claims I can place 1 in row 1. So one of these 2 places. See, if these are even, they are 8. So this sees 2, 4, 6, and 8. So this is odd. Let's do that. So actually the last even in the box is in one of these 2 cells. So this cell is odd, because that's the last even for the column. That's the last odd for this box. So this cell is even. So this is a 4 or a 6. Which tells me the 2 in this column is here, so that's a 2 and a 4. So this is not a 4. Let's see, that was so beautiful. I was hoping it would do more. This is a 1 or a 3 as well. Okay, so this is a 1 or a 3 for the column, so that's not a 3 either. It's a 2 or a 5. This isn't a 4 either, actually, because there's a 4 up there. So this is always odd. And I need to get to an odd total, so this must be even. So that's odd. And 5 will make this much too big, because this will be 5 and 3, and I'll get to 10. Did I just argue that an even cell couldn't be 5? Let's just move past it. So this is a 3 or a 5. I think I did just, in fact, argue that an even cell couldn't be 5. This is a 5, 7, or 9, but it's not a 9, so this is a 5 or a 7, I guess. One of those 2 is a 5. Sure. There's no 2 over on this arrow. So that's not a 2. This is from 3, 4, 5. One of these 2 is a 4. And the other's a 3 or a 5. Well, this one's not a 5. Or a 3. Ah, this one's a naked single 4. If I did that right. We'll see if chat is yelling at me. This is odd. And it's a 3 or a 5. There's a 4 placed here by good old Sudoku. There's an 8 placed here by good old Sudoku, which places a 9 here and an 8 here, which places a 9 here. And this cell is a 6, making that a 2. Making this a 1 and this a 2. Doing well at when you say the bet cell is doing well, do you mean it's doing well at resisting being filled in, or do you mean it's that it is holding your bet well? Okay, so now 9, still no. Okay, one of these two is a 2. I don't know which one. Let's see. So these are... Yeah, these could really be lots of things. It's not quite true, or not quite good. Where is 6 in box 3, asks Nicholas. That is a good point. So that's a 6. Right, because I should have seen that this 6 was looking at this 4-6 pencil mark. That's the thing I should have seen. Making that a 9, making that a 7 and a 9, and a 5 and a 7. This 9 means this needs to be a 5, and this needs to be a 3. That looks up and makes that a 7, meaning that needs to be a 3, so that's a 9. That 3... the 9 in this box now has to go here. These are a 1 and a 5. These are a 1 and a 5. And so that gives us a Jovi wing on 5s, which places a 5 here. And so now I need these two to sum to 4, so they must be 1 and 3. So that's a 5, and a 1 and a 5, and a 3, and a 7. So these are a 2 and a 7 to finish this off, which somehow is not resolved as best I can tell it. This is odd because we're almost done with the coloring. This is odd because we're almost done with the coloring. The bet cell is going to turn out to be even. No one spoil what even it's going to turn out to be. If you've seen it, let everyone else be surprised. So this is going to be even. This is going to be odd. That's the last even for the columns. So that's going to be odd. That's the last odd for the box. So that's going to be even. So this is going to be a 7 now and a 5. Oops. Uh-oh. The 2? Why did I have that pencil marked 5 or 7? We're just going to go with it and hope that we don't break the world. 5, 2, 1. I'm assuming I just did something silly at some point, which sounds on brand. 7, 1. I probably ignored this arrow for way too long. Let's see. I need a 1 in the row. Let's see. That's going to be a 3. We do a quick scan of the grid and make sure everything is filled in, and then we carefully go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The bet cell is a 6. Zach congratulates you if you bet a 6, as Worm does half the time. Others I know are also fond of the 6+ numbers, so if you did, congratulations. Very cool puzzle. I really enjoyed that. Was that easier than the first one? I think Mr.Menace had said that this was a little easier than the first one. I guess I do remember the first one being a little tricky. I wouldn't say this was super easy. It was super fun. I enjoyed it a lot. The great use of symmetry, I would say, in this one. Very smooth too. Very enjoyable. Alrighty. Let me fish something else out of the bucket, and I will be back shortly with more puzzles. Thank you very much. That was an awesome puzzle. I enjoyed that one a lot. Good luck sleeping. Sorry if I kept you up. Welcome back, everyone. We have a gorgeous looking grid here from XeonRisq, and this is an entropic lines killer puzzle. So the only rules you need to know for killer are that the digits sum to the total that is claimed. So for example, these sum to 15. And these lines are entropic lines, which are kind of like whispers, except they involve a different collection. So they involve the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. And any 3 consecutive cells you highlight along a whisper, along an entropic line like these, they have to have one of each. It has to have a low digit, a middle digit, and a high digit. The order doesn't matter, but every 3 consecutive ones along an entropic line have to have that property. And so the consequence of that is if I let green here stand for one of the high, mid, lowities, then whether this is high, medium, or low, this has to be the same thing. And the reason for that is if this 3 is one of each, well, then that means these 2 are not green. And so if these 3 are going to be one of each, well, this one needs to be the one that's green. And so we can just keep counting. That's green, 1, 2, 3. 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 That's green. Bidirectionary, have fun. So we can go ahead and also color these. And then how about these? Like that. Oh, we should have a bet cell. Let's make that the bet cell. Hey, Chili, how are you? Glad to have you here. I was looking for a 15 cage that this did interesting things with. Okay, so I guess here's one thing I know. This cell isn't purple. Because if this cell was purple, then that would put 2 purples in box 5. Or sorry, that would put 4 purples in box 5. There are not 4 purples in box 5. Ah! Right. Haha. This cell's not purple or yellow. This is green. Because I've used all the yellows in column 4. And this can't be purple because it would put too many purples. So that's green. Okay, awesome. So we have progress. 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. These are all green. Okay. So that was unexpected, but cool. So we've used all the greens for this box. So this is a yellow and a purple. Okay, so this is a yellow and a purple. I don't know the order, but one of them is purple. So that means this is definitely yellow. I'm assuming eventually one of these cages is going to be monochromatic, and then it's going to collapse the puzzle. That's my evil plan. I could be wrong, but we'll try and make it work. Okay, so in this row, I've used all the greens, but that's not quite exciting. In this row, I've used all the greens. I guess I'm going to have used all the greens in a lot of places, is the point. I've used 2 greens and 2 purples. Can I make 10 without 2 lows? I can, as exactly 1, 4, 5. But a 10 cage always needs 2 of... Oh, but it could be 2 yellows. Let's see. Column 6 can't have more purples, I am told. Let's see. Ah, yes. Okay. These are all the same color. This is what Paper Scissors pointed out. So these are all the same color. And these can't be purple because in column 6 there's already 2 purples. And in fact, these 3 are all going to end up in the same column. So these aren't purple, they are yellow. And that means that these are purple. And there we go. As hoped, there is my monochromatic cage, so purple is middle. because I can't possibly add 3 low digits or 3 high digits to get 15. So purple is middle. And so yellow is either high or low. But if it was high, that would be, well, absurd, because then I would have at least 7 and 8 here. So yellow is low. This cell, it could be high, I guess is the point. I don't know what it is. But anyway, green is high. So green is 7, 8, 9. Oh, I don't have all my purples pencil marked 4, 5, 6 like I should. Okay. This is medium or high. I don't know which. Let's see. Where are my other? This is one of each. One of each I can actually do in a fair amount of ways. This is not yellow. It could be green, I suppose. Has to have a high. Because 3 plus 6 is 9, and I'd still need 6 more, but I couldn't reuse the 6, right? Okay, so the maximum these can add to is 9, so this needs to be at least 6. Now, 6, you might say, could be middle, but I already used the 6, so this actually has to be a high. That's surprising to me, but true. So that's the last green. So this column, the box is done with greens, the column is done with purples, so that's yellow. Now the box is done with yellows, so that's purple. This column is done with greens and yellows, so that's purple. This column is done with yellows, and the box is done with purples. So this is green, and now the box is done with everything but yellow, so that's yellow. Let's see. This has got to be a yellow-green pair, is what I learned from the previous excursion. So this is a yellow-green pair, which is not, I think, interesting. I could be wrong. Okay, so this is at most 5. Oh, but this is a 10 cage, not a 15 cage. I was briefly thingy thing. Let's see. We have all the yellows in column 3. I agree. So this can't be yellow. So this is either green or purple. Do I know whether it's green or purple? Oh, is the point if I made this purple, I would need another purple? Because I can't do purple, purple, and anything else. If I do purple, purple, right. If I use 2 purples, I've used 2 of 4, 5, 6. And so if I use 2 of 4, 5, and 6, because 4, 5, and 6 together add to 15, I need to use all 3 of them. So this can't be purple. Because then that would be purple, and that would be 4 purples in the box. So it's neither yellow nor purple, so this is green. And now, just to do the math again, if this were if this is a middle and a high, the minimum sum of these is 11. The maximum sum of this is 4. But I already used the 4 to minimize this, so this actually has to be low. And so now that's high. Let's see. This is... Oh, never mind. I have... Sorry. Let's see. Yellow. Okay, so this is yellow or green. But I don't think it does me a lot. Oh, row 1, column 3. Yes, row 1, column 3 should be where I'm looking. That's purple. Row 5 has all of its greens and purples, so these are yellow. So that gives me all of my yellows for this box, which is interesting. So this isn't yellow, and this isn't yellow. So if this is not all purple, then that's the yellow. Isn't row 7, column 9, middle? Why can't it be 1, 2, and 7? So this can't be low. So this is either middle, with 4 and 6, or it is a high here and a low here. Carl says that breaks row 1, but that I wonder if there's a different 10 cage that Carl is looking at to make that conclusion. I could also start subcoloring. It's always possible it is time to start subcoloring. Oh, if neither... Okay, so here's the point. So far, I have put 4 purples into these cells. So, is it possible neither of... Sorry, is it possible that there are no purples down here? No, because I need to put a total of 2 more purples in these 4 cells, and I cannot put both purples up here. This is how I would say it. Since I can't put both purples up here, I need to put at least 1 purple down here. But as soon as I put at least 1 purple down here, I'm forced to put 2 purples down here, making this a 4-6. So now this has to be green. And so now that this is green, we know what it is. And now it is a 7. And if you're curious, yes, I did bend over to not fill in a 5 as the first digit. But we can bring out Zach for his famous 7 dance, which seems to be very popular lately. Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So right. So this is a 7 with a 1 and a 2. So that's a 3. So now we get to slowly percolate all of this through. That's a 5. That's a 5. These are neither of them 5s. That one's not a 5 either. That one is a 5. I saw that one coming. It was a near miss there on the 5s. That's not a 5 either. Wait, what did I... Oh, yeah, that's... Okay, that's a 4-6 pair in the row, so that's a 5. It's not a 5. So I need a 5 in this row. It had better go here. This cell had better be green. So these are either purple, purple, or yellow, green. Well, I get at most 1 purple. Okay. I get it. It's exactly the same logic as before. I get at most 1 purple over here. So there has to be a purple in here. But as soon as there has to be a purple in here, they actually both have to be purple through this sort of magic property of purpleness that we have seen, which is that if you put 2 purples in a 15 cage, you have to put all 3, because all 3 together add to 15. So the thing you're missing is whatever the last purple digit is. So that's a 4-6, and that's 5. That is not 5. Hey, Paws, welcome. Sorry you've had a bad day, but glad you could come by and say hi. Feel free to take a gamble on our bet cell if you would like to guess. We don't even know what color it is yet. We might know what color it isn't. I probably know what color this cell is, though. It's got to be purple. It's a purple 4-6, so this is green. Let's see. I've got all my yellows and all my purples, so this is green. So now I need a yellow and a purple up here. Purple is the magic color. The purple isn't there, so the purple is there. The yellow is there. So I need a yellow. Actually, sorry, no, I need two yellows up here, and this one's not yellow. So these are both yellow, and therefore this one's green. I probably can color this. It's purple. And now these are a yellow and a green. And these are a yellow and a green. Well, that's annoying. How am I supposed to resolve that? Don't tell me I have to do killer math before I can get the thing. That's inhumane. These aren't 5, so that is 5. These aren't 5. That's not 5. That's not 5, so that is 5. That's not 5. Maybe I'll get to subcolor. It's very possible that I will get to subcolor as this goes on. That's not 5, so that's 5. And just like that, we have fixed the 5 problem. Interestingly, this grid is not negative XV. Let's see. Ranks would like me to come up with a proof that these aren't 5. Right, these aren't 3, because remember, thingy, these aren't 3. These aren't 3. Yeah, I might want to start subcoloring. I'm debating. This started out so gently. I'm hesitating slightly to begin subcoloring everything, but don't think I'm above it. I can certainly say that there's a 3 over here, so that's not a 3. And that's not a 3 either. This is also not a 5. Good point. Which places 5 in box 5, we'll say. Yeah, it's got to be the case that I'm going to have to subcolor. How many 5 or how many 15 cages do I have with a 5? Only 1, right? Yeah. This be a 9, 4. Yeah, 9 and 4 would be fine. Can't be a 9 and a 6, of course. Okay, so what random thing do I want to start subcoloring? Oh, you see 2 15 cages with a 5. Oh, but one of them has purples in it. I was looking for, because I was noting these 2 digits have to be the same anywhere they appear. row 4, column 5. So this is the same as that, which is the same as one of those, is the same as that. So is the same as one of these. Yeah, subcoloring 4s and 6s is probably a good idea. Okay, let's get rid of the black coloring. Oh no, I guess I get over there with the black coloring, so then I get there. So now it's there. And so black is not 7, it is 8 or 9. Which is there. Okay, and black splash 7, 8, 9. Man, the other day when Tristan was double-clicking on stuff, it was automatically selecting exactly the stuff he wanted it to. It never does that for me. So we have those. Oh yeah, we're definitely removing 7 from them. I was in color mode. When I was in color mode, it did that. When I was in thinking about it, like literally for Tristan, it was like, oh, I'll only pick the 4 6s that are blue with a black flash. So yeah, I have tried it in every mode. No mode, no mode does the thing that I expect it to. In this instance, yeah, I think it is a Tristan only feature. Now I can get the purple 4 6s. It will do that one for me. Let's see. So let's do the 4 6s now. Let's make that the gray 4 6, and let's bounce that up here. So that's the gray 4 6. Did I choose the worst possible starting place? No. So that's the gray 4 6. 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 Right, so this is not the gray 4 6. So this is the gray 4 6. So this is not, so this is. So this is not, so this is. And I think that's all the gray 4 6s. Let's see. I'm looking for if the black flashed 8, 9 immediately did anything for me. I do not think it does. So I think I should just start trying to color random yellow cells, maybe. Let's see. Dog is suggesting to sum the 15 cages in row 4 and column 4. So, so these sum, that's a good point. So these sum to 13 for sure. And so as a result, these need to sum to 17. And so this is the other 8, 9. That's a very good point. That's a very smart spot to Dog there. So that being an 8, 9 means that that's a 7. This is a 7. So that's not a 7. So this is a 7. So that's not a 7. That's super cool. I like it. That is now a 7. That's not a 7. So that's a 7. Yeah, that was both very clever setting and a very good spot, because I do not think that was an easy thing to spot. So these aren't 7. Wait, what? Sorry, so that's not 7, so that is 7. I don't even know what I was braining at that point when I was braining. Okay, so... So now... these two cells need to add to 8. And so this can't be a 4. So purple-gray is 6. I'm going to try one more time in vain to select all the purple-grays. I will try every mode. One of them will let me. No, not today. But when Tristan tries it later, it will work first try. So purple-gray can't be 4. Purple-gray is 6. So none gray purple is 4. I mean, I know you can, like, make an extra cell an extra color, but that's blasphemous. So that's 4. Okay. So now I probably know what this digit is if I look very carefully. Because these two add to 13. So this cell's a 2. So that's a 1 and a 3. And that's a 1 and a 3. And that's a 2 and a 1. And a 2 and a 3. And a 1. And a 3. That 1 looks down and gives me a 2 and a 1. So that's a 3. And a 2 and a 1. And a 2. Let's see. So, these are only 1 and 2. This cage tells me that black flash bomb is 9. So not black flashed 8 9s are 8 everywhere they show up. And I am assured that this cage worked. So this was supposed to be black flash, but this is one of the black flashes we never placed. So this was supposed to be black flash, but it was one of the black flashes we never placed. So that is handy. There's not an 8 in this column or an 8 in this column. This cell can't be yellow because it sees 1, 2, and 3. There we go. That's the key. This cell sees every yellow. And so it's not yellow and it's not purple. So it's green. And so this cell is a green 8, which is then going to let me finish my coloring, which is the most important part. So now this is going to be yellow. It's the last yellow for the box. So this is going to be green. It's the last green for the row. So this is going to be yellow. So the bet cell is going to turn out to be yellow. But don't try too hard to figure out what it is, or you might accidentally spoil the end for yourself. So we'll work through it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 3. And then we get a 1 to finish the puzzle. So the bet cell was a 1. Zach offers his congratulations to those of you, including Ad11, who bet 1 for the bet cell. I suppose someone with a screen name Ad11 betting 1 is very on brand, since your screen name is like 111. Very cool puzzle, XeonRisq. I liked that one a lot. Yeah, I really like entropic lines. I think they're a lot of fun. The one time you didn't say 1, yeah, the consistency pays off. The bet cell has to be right eventually, right? If you stick to your guns. It was a very fun puzzle. Very cool. And very, very cute resolution with exactly the right amount of effort to disambiguate everything at the end, I think. Ranks has it exactly right there, that if you use exactly the same number, then you have to win half the time. Let's see. Marusha is asking about the types of line. So whisper, renban, parity, equal sum, entropic, palindrome. What are other line constraints? Might be all the ones I can think of off the top of my head. Ah, yeah. Well, lockout lines aren't really a line constraint. Lockout lines are a, like... If you count lockout lines in between lines as line constraints, then you've got to throw in stuff like double arrows and single arrows and thermos and all those kinds of things as well. Alrighty. Let's do this puzzle next. So this puzzle is, speaking of line constraints, this puzzle is Wildberry Poptart by Tyrgannus. And so this puzzle combines two line types. So the digits on the blue line are region sum lines. I have absolutely no idea where to put a bet cell. I guess I'm going to put it over here. That looks like the least clued area. In a region sum line, every region breaks the line into pieces, and the pieces have the same sum. So if this were, say, 1, 3, 4, then this could be 1, 2, 5, and that would be acceptable because both of these would sum to 8. Now note the sum is different, or can be different for every line. So these two have the same sum as these 5, but we don't know exactly what. Speaking of, that's the correct place to start. Because I see that these sum to at least 15. And so what I would normally say is, so these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, but in fact they're not 8. Because of the given 8. So these are actually only from 6, 7, 9. Interestingly enough. Now these sum to, okay. These sum to at least 14 because of the 1 there. And that's going to do it, I think. Because these need to sum to at least 14. Because they need to be at least 2, 3, 4, 5. So these need to sum to at least 14, but they can't use a 9. So they have to be from 6, 7, 8. Yeah, these have to be from 6, 7, 8. And that gets me all of 6, 7, 8, 9 down here in this box. And there's definitely an 8 over here. So now these sum to either 14 or 15. So that means that these digits are either exactly the minimum, which would be 2, 3, 4, 5, or they're one more, in which case they'd be 2, 3, 4, 6. And we always have 2, 3, and 4 over here. Over here, we also have 1 degree of freedom. So these are at minimum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we have 1 degree of freedom, so they could be 6. But they always include 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. So that is a way to start a puzzle. So now let's do the thing that everyone will be very excited about, which is that these can't be 5. So this is a length 6 renban. And so every length 6 renban contains 4, 5, and 6. These two cells see all of the renban, so they cannot be 4, 5, or 6. Sorry. Oops. Yep. So these are actually a 2, 3 pair. Because of that. So I can get rid of the bit about the 2 3s hanging out in here. And I can remove the 4 corner marks here. Okay. So in particular, this renban doesn't have a 3 on it. And so if this renban doesn't have a 3 on it, and it's length 6, it must be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are the only things it can. That's the only thing it can be. Thank you, Codec. I like them too. I enjoy them. Although they make the world feel smaller, because I used to have smaller lenses, and so now everything feels so much smaller. But it is all good. Also, the bottom part is roped, but I don't know what I'm going to do about that yet. So these two 4, 5, 6s both have to show up on this line. The only place for them to show up is over here. So these 2 cells are these 2 cells. Let's see. So I guess the point is, I know that, yeah, the world feels smaller and the bottom band is roped. Those are the things that we learn in our lives, as we grow older. Let's see. So I guess I kind of want to fill in the rest of this mess. Because I see that these can't be 2, 3 immediately. These can't be 1. And that gives me a 1, 4, 5, 6 quadruple in row 4. So that can't be a 6, and this can't be a 4, 5, or 6. So that's a 7, 8, or 9, and that's a 7, 8, or 9 to finish the row. Yeah, this 8's already pencil marked, so I know those aren't 8. If I pay close enough attention. So one of these two is 8, I guess is the point. Because those are the only places that can be 8 on this this renban that definitely includes an 8. Yeah, I'm debating if I'm supposed to look at this bottom renban giving me roping, which amusingly is like a whole like part of the break-in in vignettes. Oh, let's see. Kurbon asks about where 8 and 9 go in box 1. 8 and 9 don't go there. So one of 8 and 9 goes on the renban in box 1. That's Kurbon's point. And so this is only a length 6 renban. So what's the smallest thing you can put on a length 6 renban that has an 8 or a 9? Let's count together. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. 3 is the smallest thing that is allowed to be on this renban. So this is not a 1, and this is not a... Wait, did I decide 3 was acceptable? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Yes, 3 is acceptable. So there could be a 3 here. Oh, but wait. Oh, no. Sorry, I was going to say something silly. Yes, and so that gives us a 4, 5, 6 triple in row 1, which is going to give us a 1. I was thinking about Rank's question. I think I usually start with the index finger, but I sometimes start with the thumb. It depends on what I'm counting. So I don't think I have a team in the do you start counting with the index finger or the thumb. And unless I'm impersonating a German in a bar, in which case then I know I'm supposed to start with the thumb, because otherwise I get brutally killed if I've learned anything from movies. All right, so let's bring out Zach for the one dance, which he's not gotten to do in a while. He used to do a lot of one dances, but it's been a while. Boop-a-doop, boop-a-doop, boop-boop, boop-a-doop, boop-a-doop, ba-ba-ba-da, ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-da, ba-da, ba-ba, ba-ba, ba, wee, wee, ba-do, bo. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach. He really likes the one dance. He enjoys that. So we are happy with that one. Oh, I didn't actually put the 1 in. There we go. So these aren't 1. Or in the corner either. So what does this being a 1 do for my life? Well, it tells me there's a 1 over here somewhere. That does not seem exciting. Oops. Let's see. What if I wanted to put both 8 and 9 on this renban? Can I put both 8 and 9 on this renban? Then I would have a minimum of 4, so this would have to be 4, 5 exactly. Well, I do know there's a 7 on this renban somewhere. So I know that cell's not a 7. Does that help me in some capacity? I don't think that helps me in any meaningful capacity. Let's see. These digits in this box go not anywhere super exciting. These digits are those digits. I know that from before. Oh yeah, green needed to include a 4. So when I pencil marked all of these as being 4, that was wrong of me. So green needed to include a 4 just to make this sum work, which means there's a 4 over here, which means this is a 5. That is gorgeous. That is a very Tyrgannus Christmas, as they say. So the 5 comes over here, which now means this is a 4, 6. Which now means the sum of these is 15, not 14, which now means that these are a 7, 8, which now means that this is a 9 and a 6, which now means that these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which now means that these are 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not 6 or 9 or 8, so it's a 7. So these aren't 7. Sorry, aren't 7. The 7 is over here for this renban. So that was not a very good, compelling 7. Let's try again. One of these is 7. These aren't 7. If this was a 6, I would rule 6 off of this entire renban. That's certainly not going to happen. If this were 8, I would rule 8 off of this renban, but put a 9 on it. That's not going to work. So this is a 9. So these are not 9. This one's not a 5, while we're doing things that aren't things. So we've got 5, 6, 7, 8. And so, and we don't have a 9. Okay, so we know exactly what's on this renban then, because it doesn't have a 9 on it. So it's 8, 7, 6, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah. So these are from 7, 4, 3. While we are pencil marking that. Okay. I'm going to get rid of the corner marks up here now because I now know what's on this whole razzmatazz, so I am happy enough with that. That was a really cool sort of string of nicenesses. That 6 gives me a 4 and a 6. These digits are not 6. These digits aren't 9 either. These aren't 7 either, because of the 7, 8 looking there. So, the 7, 8 looking into this box actually can only go in these two cells. Oops. I guess alternatively, there's a 5, 9 pair in the box. If you are into that kind of thing instead. This isn't a 5 because there's a 5, 9 pair in the row. I'm debating if I already want to color the 7, 8s or not. I see from the Jovi wing that there's an 8 in one of these 3 cells. This 4 gives me the 3, which gives me the 4 and the 7 up here. This is not a 4. Okay. This isn't a 3 or a 4. Sorry, it's not a 3 or a 4. I can press buttons. This isn't a 1 or a 3. Wait. This is not a 3, 4, or 5, is what I should have said. This is a 2. And now this is just a 1. Sorry. Now this is just a 4. Whew, boy. We won't talk about this. We certainly won't clip it and post it on the channel. Okay, those aren't 2. This isn't 3 or 5. These aren't 4. That's not 2 either, while we're talking about things that aren't 2. I feel like I should try Sudoku on this, but also it's not going well when I try Sudoku on things today, so... eh. Alright, so... do I know enough about the world to want to try to do the whole roping shenanigans? Well, I guess I do know... no. I was about to say I know these are 6, 7, 8, 9, because I know this sums to at least 15, but that's... I mean, this does sum to at least 15, but that has nothing to do with anything. I know what these 3 cells are. That, though, I should probably fill in. These are a 1, a 2, and a 3, actually. And that one's not a 2. So can these be... oh, yeah, I guess these could be 1, 2. What are these? These are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this cell, Medi is pointing out, sees a 7-cell renban. And so a 7-cell renban can only omit 1, 2, 8, or 9. But this one sees a 2 and an 8, so this is automatically a 1 or a 9. Because it sees the whole of this renban. And so this renban is extreme. It's either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or it is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this 1 or 9, let's now do the roping bit. So here's the roping bit if you've not seen this before. Where do these 3 yellow cells go in box this one? And the place they go in box this one is down here, because I can't repeat digits on the renban. And what that means is that in this box, they go here. So now we play the same game, but with this box, with these cells. Where do these cells go? Blue is going to be a terrible color in half a second. Where do these cells go in now box 7? They have to go exactly there. And so where do they go in this box? They go exactly there. And so I'm going to get that these are all the same as well. Get myself my nice little ice cream dip all set up. Okay, so all of that was in aid of seeing that the 1 and 9 go over in one of these places. Oh yes, I probably should ungreen these before this gets super confusing. That is a good point. So the 8 is definitely on this renban, is part of the point. So one of these cells is an 8. And so as soon as this is a renban of length 6 that has an 8, this renban definitely contains 87654, right? 87654 are the digits that definitely have to be on here. And so none of these digits can be 87654 because they see the whole renban. So what are the digits that aren't 87654? They're 1, 2, 3, 7, 6, and 9 are the only digits that these can possibly be. And we see, for example, this one can't be 9. This one can't be 1 or a 2. This one can't be 3 or 9. This one can't be 1. That might be it to start with. Now, I want to say this can't be 3. Because if this was 3, then this would be either... well, sorry. If this is 3, then my equal sum line sums to either 3 or 4. if it sums to 4, that is, if this is 3 and 1, these would have to also be 3 and 1, except that 3 and 1 are up here. That's not going to work. If this is 3 and 2, then I need this to be 1 and 4, and I can't because there's a 1 and a 4 in the column, making that not 1 and 4. So, this can't be a 3, it's a 9. Which now tells me exactly the digits that are on here. Because now the digits on here have to be 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, which tells me that this isn't a 3. It is only a 1 or a 2. Now, none of these are 8, we already know. This one is not a 6 or a 4 or a 7. It's only 3 or 5. This one is not 3 or 5. These aren't 3 anymore. They're only 1, 2, 9. These are also 1, 2, 9, which unfortunately is useless. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. Sorry, I was thinking it's useless because it doesn't tell me which end we're on, but it does tell me which end we're on because there's definitely a 2 in one of these cells. And so because there's definitely a 2 in one of these cells, we are going to remember that this is a length 7 renban that does not involve... And so a length 7 renban that involves a 2 definitely doesn't involve a 9. And so this is the 9. But also a length 7 renban that involves a 2... Oh, well, sorry, involves a 1 and a 2, actually, now. So this is a 3 just by definition of a renban. And so these digits are 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is not an 8 or a 9. It is a 5 or a 7. So these are 4, 5, 6, 7. We know that. If this cell was a 1, then I would need to put 2 and 9 together on a length 7 renban paper scissors. And I can't put 2 and 9 together on a length 7 renban. It'll never work. They're just too different. So one of these two cells is an 8. Again, I certainly can't make this a 9. If I make this... Oh, no problem. I'm happy to explain nonsense I've done, because quite often the nonsense I've done is wrong. The fact that every once in a while it turns out I wasn't wrong is just, a bonus. This cell can't be a 9, because it would make the common sum of this renban 3, which looking over here is not possible. So that's not a 9. So one of these two is a 9. Okay, and now these two digits need to sum to either 10 or 11 without using a 1 or a 2, or an 8 or a 9. So I think if this is 10, then what are these digits? Then they're either 3, 7 or 4, 6, but they can't be 4, 6 because of the 4, 6 looking down. So if this is a 1, these are 3, 7 exactly, and in that order. If this is a 2, then I need these to sum to 11 without being 3, 8 or 2, 9. So they'd have to be 4, 7, which they can't be because there's two 4s looking at it, or 5, 6, which they could be if it's in exactly that order. So I think if I pencil mark all the possibilities on this, I think it looks like that. So one of these is definitely a 9. So the minimum this sums to is 10. So this cell can't be a 5 because the maximum this would sum to would be too small. Nor can it be a 7 because the maximum this would sum to would be too small. So we actually can prune out a decent number of options from that alone. So So we've got all of that going on. We've got this little itty-bitty renban. What on earth is why is this here? What is this doing? I mean, it's very pretty. Let's see. 9 in this box is interesting, because 9 in this box is either on here or on here. Could this possibly be... Could there possibly be a 9 on this renban? I don't think so, because if there is a 9, this would have to be 9, 7, 6, 8. Maybe that's actually possible. Never mind. That seems perfectly plausible to me in retrospect. I mean, I wrote out all the possibilities, Malcor, for what this could be, I think. Because if it's 11, it could be 5, 6. So it doesn't need to have a 3. This one over here, it also sums to 10 or 11. This also can't have a 1 or a 2 on it. So maybe I should ask what happens if the 8 is here. Because the 8 is in one of these two cells. If the 8 is here, then that can't be an 8. So that has to be a 9. And so if this is if that's a 9, then this had better be 9 with 1 and 8 with 2. And that doesn't work. This can't be an 8. If this is an 8, there are two possibilities. Either this is also an 8, in which case these two are the same cell. That's not going to work. But if this is an 8 and this is a 9, it's actually even worse. Because if this is a 9, wait, no, sorry. I did that backwards, didn't I? I did that backwards. So this needs to be one bigger. So then this would have to be a 9 and a 2 and a 3. Never mind. Sorry, I was subtracting backwards. Sometimes known as adding. That's a very good point. From Alima. I like that a lot. Whichever of these is 8, it always makes that digit a 9. Because if this is an 8, again, that can't be an 8. But if this is an 8, that also can't be an 8. So this is always a 9. That, I think, is a good point. Okay, so that's a great point. So the bet cell's not a 9. So there's a 9 up in one of those two cells exactly. Okay. I think chat really wants me to force this, thing. Oh, no, these have to be the same digits. There's no choice, because whatever this is, they both have a 9. So these are exactly the same digits. Where did those digits go in this box? They go there, I guess, these two. So whatever these two are, they are those two digits. I guess that's not surprising. Yeah, there's definitely a reason why when I'm redoing my stream schedule, there aren't any 8-hour streams in it, Memeristor. I definitely learned my lesson on that one. Jovi Wing on 9. Right. There's a 9 up in one of these two cells. Very good. Because there's a 9 in one of these two and a 9 in one of these two. Do you have any exciting plans for your birthday, Memeristor? By the way, if you stick around, I will do the birthday puzzle that Twototenth made for you next. Because I am happy to wish you a happy birthday. Sorry, I'm trying to understand this 9th. If there's a 9 here, then that's a 9. If there's a 9 here, then that's a 9. I don't quite understand the point about 9s. Yeah, so I think chat is convinced there has to be a 3 on this line. Just by, I think, case checking and exhaustion, I think is the methodology. So the point is the 4 and 6 are... Okay, so I think I can see this without cases. I think Ranks is giving me the key. 4 and 6 are here. Just because this renban needs a 4 and a 6. So, neither of these cells can be 1 or 2 for so many reasons. So, if I don't use... yeah, and if I don't use a 4 or 6 or 1 or 2... and I don't use a 3, then the minimum I could make is 5 plus 7, which is too big. So one of these is 3. I will concede the point. One of these is 3, and they are together from 3, 7, 8. 2 in box 1 looks down. 2 in box 1 does look down. There we go. Good spot, Eric. So that's a 1, and that's a 2, which may do as little as humanly possible for a deduction to do, unfortunately. I was excited. This would be a good point to apply anti-king to note that this can't be a 1. That would help a lot. Where's the 1 in... the 1 in column 3 is now here. I didn't bother to look back up at the 1. One of these is definitely a 4, so this isn't a 4 anymore. If we remove enough candidates from this cell, it will do something. I am convinced. Where is... Oh, no. 8 is in one of these two cells in this column. Now these need to be add to 11. So I can't do 3 and 8, so I have to do 5 and 6. It's going to help a lot. So these are not 5. That one's not 6 either. That one's also not 6, speaking of things that are not 6. So 5 and 6 are each up here. This is not 5 or 6. Yeah, 5 and 6 are in these cells. So the 6 is definitely in the renban cells. The 5 could be as well. This isn't a 6 anymore. Or Dog has the much nicer way. There's a 3, 7, 8 triple in row 8, so this just is a 4. Which makes this a 4, 3, 7, or 8. And it's not a 4. So this is a 3, 7, or 8. I don't know which yet, but that gives me a 3, 7, 8 triple in the box. So these aren't 7. So that's 7. No, sorry, that does not work. No, this is not 7, so it's 4. Yeah, sorry, I was right. This is 5. 5, 6. That's a 7. That's an 8. These are 3, 7, 8. I know this one's not the 3. So these are 3, 7 or 3, 8, just to amuse everyone. This can't be an 8 because I know 8's not in yellow. So this is a 3 or a 7. Okay, 5 and 6 are definitely up here. These are from 3, 7, 8. Okay, so if these are from 3, 7, 8... No, 4, 3, 7, 8, darn it. But the 4 looks down from here. And there is a 4 in orange, so this is the 4 that is in orange. So this is not a 4. Right. Okay. Dog, very nice. Right. This cell is by box 9, it's a 3 or a 7. But by this 7, 8 pair, it's a 3. So that is a 3, which makes that a 3. Which makes this a 3, 5, 6. In particular, there's no 7. So this is a 3, 5 as well. That 6 looks up and gives me an 8 and a 6 and a 7 and an 8. There's a 3, 4, 5 triple in the column. So this... Somehow I have marked this cell as being possible to be an 8, which I suspect is not true. But it can't be 3, 4, or 5. So it's not 3, and it's not 8, so it's a 7. While I note things about things. These are a 7, 8 pair, so that's an 8 and a 7. And these are a 7, 8 pair. This 8 looks over there and does the 7 and the 8. Or, if you prefer, as Malcor says, this 7 looks left and fixes the 7 and the 8. What is left in this column? How about we do that? We still need a 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4. We need a 5 and a 6, and we've got a 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so these are from those digits. This one isn't a 6. Okay, that was not as exciting as I had fantasized about. Yes, the bet cell looks down, making that a 6 and a 5, and a 4 and a 6. So this is a 1 and a 6. So there's a 6 up here somewhere. There's a 6 exactly here, just by Sudoku. So there's a 6 on this line. Let's see, it could still be 7, 9 if it really wanted to. What are these digits? That's probably a good thing to ask. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these aren't 2 for sure. That one's not a 5 for reasons. That one's not a 3. So I think these are only from 3, 5, 8. Don't we have all the 6s? Yeah, we have all the 6s. This can't have a 2 on it. this renban. What are these digits? Maybe I should fill those in. We still need a 1, 2, 3. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a 9 we need. Okay, so this is not a 2. It's not a 1 either. It's a 3 or a 9. This one I think I actually know nothing about. As sad and tragic as that is. 8 in box 2. This is not the 8 in box 2. I see. I was trying to do something else with the 8 in box 2, so that is the 8 in box 2 just by Sudoku. That was hard to see for some reason for me. But that 8 means this renban needs a 7 to connect the 6 and the 8. So one of these two cells is a 7. And the other is a 5 or a 9. Well, this one could never be a 9. So that gives me a 5, 7, 8 triple in this column. So this is now a naked single. It's not 1, 2, 3. I think it is a 4. I think it is now a naked single 4. So that's not a 4. So that is the 4 for over in this universe. For this row, it seems as though this is 3, 5, or 9. And it's not a 5 because reasons. So the 5 in row 1 goes over there. So these aren't 5. So that is 5 and 3. So I know for sure one of these is a 7. I just don't yet know the exact nature of it. I know this isn't a 3 anymore. It's only a 2 or a 5. Let's see. Should I mark these with candidates and then go from there? Let's see. This could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? No, it can't be a 9. I somehow know this isn't a 9. I know it's not a 9 because of the Jovi wing. So this can only be 2, 3, or 5. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Oh, but it's not a 9 because of the Jovi wing again. So it still seems like there's a lot of optionality about these things. So am I supposed to, like, add the digits that aren't on the line and think about what their sums could be? That still seems like a mess. I guess it's true what Carl says. There's a 1 on both lines for sure. Because this one is already there and this one goes over here. So the other two sums need to add up to the same thing. So if this were 3, 5, is that possible? 3, 5, I would need to make 2 digits here, add to 8 without being 1, 7, 4, 4, 2, 6. It would have to be 3, 5 as well. And I can't do that because then it would be roped. So this can't be 3, 5. So there's definitely an 8 on here. And so because there's an 8 on here, then the digit the thing I'm adding to that's not the 1, the other two things, is either 11 or 13. I'm not going to get there without a number, to either of those without a number that's at least 6. So in other words, this is always a 9. Is the point of all of that. So this is not a 3. That makes that a 2, 5 pair. That's the 1. Down and says that's not a 1, so that's a 1. There we go. That's a 2. and a 3. So, okay, so now let's just look at it. This is either summing to, these are either summing to 11, which would go with 3, 8, or they're summing to 14. Oh, but I just can't get to 14, can I? There aren't digits over here that add to enough to get to 14. So this has to be a 2 and a 5, which makes that an 8 and a 3. Makes that a 7 and an 8. Now this sum is 11. Oh, I guess it was 11 over here as well. So that's a 2 and a 1. And a 5 over there. 5 and 9 look over and make that a 7. The 2 looks left and makes that a 3 and a 2. The 2 looks down and makes that a 9 and a 2. Makes that a 5 and a 9. The 1 makes that a 2 and a 1. And then the big suspense of this bet cell that I have not used at all in this solve, I promise. This is a 5. Congratulations to those of you who bet 5. Congratulations from Zach as well. Zach appreciates you. Zach also appreciates you even if you did not bet 5. Alrighty, I'm going to take a very quick break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do a birthday puzzle that Twototenth made for Memeristor. So I will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. I wanted to first say, Melkor is asking in chat if someone's made a puzzle with double arrows that function as between lines. I did one by Clover at some point. Clover had made a between line puzzle with that additional stipulation. I think maybe they were the digits instead of the, I don't remember exactly, something like that. There have been a lot of ambiguity puzzles, a lot of variations on that, where it's sort of like it's a between line or a double arrow and you don't necessarily know. But yeah, and Sayori has a new puzzle that uses both that I have not gotten to do yet, but that I look forward to. So this next puzzle, called Happy Birthday Memeristor, is by Twototenth and is in celebration of Memeristor's birthday. So, Memeristor, I hope you're having a great birthday. I hope you have a disgusting amount of cake and an adult beverage of your choice. So we have here standard killer rules. So we just need to add up to 8 and 17. Because Memeristor's birthday is 8/17, I suppose. That is the implication that I am getting. Sadly, I do not know where you can find the Clover puzzle. I think I did it on stream, so if you look back, so the best bet might be to go to the spreadsheet for the stream and look at every Clover puzzle I've done and see which one looks like it. That might be the best bet. Okay, so there are 3 kinds of 2-cell 8-cage, and they are these. So, we're going to color them in yellow, purple, and green. And then we're going to squint and see, okay, so this one has to be purple, because it sees both green and yellow. When I say, by the way, when I say there's 3 kinds, it's just the 1, 7, 2, 6, and 3, 5 I'm talking about. But I'm just giving them each a color and assuming that there's no way I'm going to know until the very end of this puzzle which it is. So both purple digits need to go into these cells. But I can't put a purple digit here, because then I'd need to put a purple digit here. So these are the 2 purple digits in this box, which means this digit's also purple. Now this 8-cage is not yellow and it's not purple, so it's green. Now this 8-cage is not green and it's not purple, so it's yellow. Let's see. These are a yellow-green pair, I know. Do I know? Am I prepared to say more than this is a yellow-green pair? Okay. So these are a yellow-green pair. So in particular, this is yellow or green. This is also certainly yellow or green. Oh, I don't think that quite does it. Never mind. I think I was about to say something that was wrong. Never mind. So this digit in this box, I know ends up over here, for whatever that is worth. Oh, well, I know it doesn't end up there. I know it ends up over in one of those places. Oh, there's a 3-cell 8-cage, which I should maybe agree to look at. This is yellow or green. There's so many of these that are a yellow-green pair, because this is yellow or green, and this is yellow or green, so those are a yellow-green pair, but they don't quite see this 8-cage in the way I would need. In fact, actually, this... okay. So here's the thing I can say. I'm going to use little X's. By the way, I need a bet cell. I'm going to make that the bet cell. This 8-cage is yellow or green, and this 8-cage is yellow or green. But the the point here is that these are a yellow-green pair. This one's also yellow or green, but which one is it? Sorry, I should say this one's not black X. This one is yellow X, is the point. So I don't know what these are, but these two are the same, and they're different from that one. Which is what I'm trying to communicate. So this digit in box, so this digit and this digit are the same, and they end up over there, but I don't quite know that this digit isn't yellow, I don't think. So this over here, do I know this isn't purple? I don't think I do know that this isn't purple, actually. I don't know that this one's not purple either, I don't think. Fascinating. Does the 8 cage in box 4 also have a yellow X? Is a good question. It does. Okay, that's a gorgeous point. Okay, I think we're getting there. That was a great spot from Screaming Ice Cube. This can't possibly be purple, and it can't be black X either. So it's yellow X. And yellow X and black X, just to remind you, are just names for the two kinds of non-purple cage that are different from yellow and green. Although confusingly, apparently I decided to name one of them yellow. Which was not my best move, but what are you going to do? Okay, so the yellow X digits are over here. So this is purple or black, I guess, is the point. Which is interesting. Let's see. So yeah, so we can fill in some digits if we absolutely have to. I can't imagine. I hope Twototenth won't find it too disrespectful if I fill this in. So the reason this can't be a 125, as Chad is saying, is that if this is a 125, this 8 cage is broken. Or alternatively, if you want to think about it this way, these two sum to 16 together, so they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. And so there's no 5 in them. These have to be 1, 3, 4 in order to make that work, which means that purple we actually know has to be 2, 6. Sorry, 2, 6. But we should probably do our best not to excessively use that, but it's technically true. These are 2, 6. As Jay points out, that does place the 4 here, because I can never place a 4 in an 8 cage. And so we do get a digit dance on the 4. Ba-da-ba-da, 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 Thank you, Zach. Thank you. You are very appreciated around here. That is an excellent question. Where do greens go in column 3? See, we didn't have to do any of this. So it's not, no greens are here. I can't put both greens here. Tom with the just beautiful spot. If I put both greens in here, those already add to 8. So Tom's point is this has to be green or the whole puzzle's broken. So in fact, Tom gets us a whole lot of coloring all at once. These are all green. And so we can un-X them. And so now, we can un-X this one too, because now this one is yellow, because that's all it can be. That's an impressive thing to spot right away. I don't think that was super well advertised. So now these are green, just because I need to put 2 greens in this box, and green isn't yellow. And so now this is purple, because it can't be green or yellow. Let's see. This can't be green anymore. This can't be yellow for a somewhat fancy reason, which is that if this was yellow, both of its digits would go there in box 2. And so this is not yellow, it is purple. And regrettably, I'm very sad to say this, we finished coloring. And so we don't really have much more we can do. I love this this sort of like domino coloring, by the way. This is super cool. So now I know there's a purple in one of these 2 cells. I should probably start, by the way, marking that. Let's see, I'm going to use black. These 2 are the same digit. So that digit needs to go in one of these 2 cells. So one of these 2 is purple. But that's not super helpful. So yeah, we certainly have 8, 9 over here. Should we give them a color? Maybe this will feel more right if we give 8, 9 a color. So yeah, so this is the circle digit over here. I know there's a circle digit up here. We do have a purple pair in row 6. This cell can't be yellow. This cell can't be yellow. So yeah, the only cells that can be yellow in row 6 are these 3. I know at least one of these 2 is yellow. Right. Sorry. I was paying attention to this before, and then I lost it, and then chat pointed it out, but my brain had so moved on. One of these 2 is purple, we know, because these can't be purple, but it's not that one, because that one sees both purples. That's Tom's point. So this is the purple. I agree. Okay, so this now is not a colored digit. And just a reminder, the non-colored digits are 4, 8, and 9. So this is one of those 4, 8, 9 weirdo digits. I guess we can award the 4, 8, 9 a color, just to add fun. Blue? Does blue contrast? No, blue doesn't contrast super well with purple. What about red? I think red works okay, so we'll make them red. So this cell is red. The 4 in here is red. I can place my purples in row 3. These aren't purple and that's not purple. That's a great spot. Yeah, I need 2 purples in row 3, but all of these cells see a purple pair. So these are purple. So I'm missing a yellow and 2 reds in this row. Don't immediately... These are red, I suppose I should say. Because of that. Let's see. Yeah, I could, instead of making them red, that feels like I'm giving them a little too much credit. Let's make them gray. That works better. Row 4 has every colored digit, so we can gray those over there. That's very cool. Let's see. I can color all of column 5, I'm told. Yes, I still need a green in column 5. It can only go here. I still need 2 yellows in column 5. They have to go there, and then I still need a gray. Wowza, that was cool. This cell sees every colored digit, so this cell is gray for sure. And one of these two is purple, but I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. Row 6, column 4 can't be the 9, or the other cells need to add to 8. That's very cute. Okay. I agree, because if this was a 9, these two would add to 8. One of them's purple, so the other would have to be purple, but that's too many purples. Row 9, column 3 has to be gray. Sorry, row 3, column 9. Sorry. I was backwards. There we go. That has to be gray. Let's see. My yellows in this box. Yes. I need one more yellow in this box. It's in one of those two cells, but I don't know which one. Row 5, 6, column 8. Yes, good. These are both gray, Isabella points out. Welcome back, Isabella. They see both yellow digits, both purple digits, and both green digits, so they have to be gray. They have no, they no longer have any options in their life, sadly. Let's see. These can't be green. Row 8, column 8 is gray. Sees all the green, all the yellow, and both purples in its row. Very nice. So that cell's gray. So this cell can't be gray, because all the grays do not add to 17. So this is a none-gray cell, so it is either green or purple. I don't think I know which one yet. But these can't be gray anymore. Which, sadly, I don't think tells me anything. Sadly. Let's see. None of the grays in the 17 cage can be 9. We already did our digit dance. We got a 4 over here. That was a digit a while back. If either of these digits was a 9, this is Carl's point. If either of these digits was a 9, then this digit is colored. It would need to be with its other colored friend. So neither of these are 9. These are 4, 8. And that's a 9. That's very cool. So that's a 9. That's a 4 or 8. These are a 4, 8 pair, and I know the order even. One of these two cells is a 9. So this cell needs a color, because it sees 4, 8, and 9, and that color is not green or purple, so this cell is yellow. Makes that cell gray. So this is 4 or 8. So over here, this needs to be yellow to finish the row. This can't be, oh, sorry, no, I need yellows, not greens. Sorry, this is a yellow 9 pair, I suppose. Okay, these are all not purple. Doesn't really tell me much. Okay, well, I know that this digit can't be purple, because if I add these, 12 plus 2 is 14, and 12 plus 6 is 18. Neither of those is 17, so this digit's not purple. And so this digit's not purple and it's not yellow, so it must be green, is the cool way to see that. So this is green. I need 2 purples in the column. Is there a reason these can't both be purple? If they were, it would make this digit an 8. Sorry, a 9. That seems okay to me. This can't be yellow or green or gray. So if this is not yellow, green, or gray, it must be purple. Okay, so this is a purple and a green up here. So this can't be a 4 anymore because... Sorry, no, it could be. Never mind. Don't listen to me. We have that. Let's see. The yellow up here is in one of these two cells, I guess. I put all of this careful effort into coloring the cell, and people are just trying to number it instead. Seems mean. So... So did we know before that this cell couldn't be gray? If this cell was gray... Right. If this cell is gray, it can't be a 9. And if it was a 4-8, we know that this digit would have to be the same as this digit, but this one's green and this one's purple, so that doesn't work. So this digit is not gray, purple, or green. So this digit is yellow. That's the point that was put into the puzzle here very intentionally. So this is a gray-purple pair, I suppose. Sorry, a gray-yellow pair. I don't think I can do much of that. I am being told that yellow is 17, which is cool if true. Let's see. Should I start? Zach danced. Yeah, Zach danced. So let's also circle a digit in yellow. So that will be the yellow circle digit. That will be the yellow circle digit. So that's the yellow circle digit. That's the yellow circle digit. That's the yellow circle digit. These two I do not know yet. And then let's do the same in green. So let's see. Let's start here. That'll be the green circle digit. That's the green circle digit. That's the green circle digit. That's the green circle digit. I don't know. May not have helped very much. Let's see. Row 7, column 7, I'm being told is purple. So it's not green. It is... Oh, let's start with this one. This one is gray, because it sees every purple, every green, and every yellow. So this is gray. And so this cell is also gray, right? Because this also sees every green, every purple, and every yellow. So that's also gray. Very cool. So where is the other purple in box this one? So we already have both purples in row 9. We already have both purples in column 9. So this cell has to be purple. Sadly, that doesn't quite let us circle our 8s, but our purples, but we'll get there. So we have our purple there. Yeah, so that's all of our purples down in this area. I know one of these two is purple, but I think I probably am not going to know which until I agree to do some amount of math. Row 1, column 7 is gray. It sees both purples, both greens, and both yellows. Gorgeous. Okay, so that cell is gray. Doesn't the 17 cage need... No, I guess the 17 cage doesn't, strictly speaking, need a gray, does it? This I know is a purple-green pair, right? Yeah, this is a purple-green pair. So if this is a purple-green pair, then this cell certainly can't be purple or green. So this cell is either yellow or gray, but I don't think I immediately know which. see. Every 17 cage uses a gray. Let's verify that. Okay, so what if I take out 9, 4, and 8? Correct. Every way of making 17 uses a 4, 8, or 9. A little known fact. So that means this has to be gray, because we always need a gray. So that's the last gray for the row. So this is a purple. So that's the last purple for the row. So this is actually green, and this is actually purple. So I need another green in here. So if you bet that the bet cell would be green, you were correct. This is yellow. So we have a thing that has never happened before, but we need to indicate that the bet cell is the circle digit. So if you bet that the bet cell would be the green circle, you are correct. So I'm going to put that around here to remind us that this was the bet cell before we mark that it's the green circle digit. So that's the green circle digit. As we continue along. Let's see. This is an 8 or a 9. Let's see. I don't think I know anything about that one right away. Oh, I know this isn't a 9. Right. If this was a 9, these would have to be the same color. So that's an 8 and a 4 and an 8 and a 4 and a 4 and an 8. So that was cool. That's a 9 and an 8. These are sort of like these things I've put in the gray, or sort of like an alternative way of doing the circle X business. I feel like it's possible. An 8 is placed here, which makes this gray, which is important. So these are a 4 and a 9. Sorry, 4 and 9. Let's see. One day someone will invent a Sudoku that uses numbers instead of colors and circles. I feel like it's unlikely, because I think people are too afraid of numbers. I think probably Sudoku only really took off in the first place because it used colors and circles. At least that's my theory. All right, so we've got our green circle digits all over the place. Oh, this is a 9. It's just a naked single 9, because it sees the 4 and the 8. And so that's the 4. That's the 9. That's the 4. Okay. Grayness is going pretty well. So if you're into gray digits, you're probably doing pretty well for yourself. That's not a 4. Let's see. Yellow in column 7. Ah, yes. Thank you. Excellent. We have a yellow in column 7, and that is the none circled yellow. So the remaining yellow can't be there, because the remaining yellow is circled. So the remaining yellow is in one of these two cells. Unfortunately, I don't know which. I don't think. Let's see. This is a yellow and a gray pair. Let's see. I need a yellow in this box and then 2 grays. All right, so the grays I need are 8 and 9, but I don't really know anything about 8 and 9. So row 9, column 9. It unfortunately sees 2 of the same flavor of yellow, but it's not purple or green, so this can only be yellow or gray, I believe. Oh, for the yellow circle in the row. Sorry, I understand. Okay. Let's go ahead and fill in what these could be, and maybe it'll help with our coloring. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Row 8, column 3 wants to be colorful. Right, this digit can't be gray anymore. So that's the key. And so because this digit can't be gray, And it's not purple or green, it's yellow. That's a great spot to paper scissors there. So this is a yellow. I sadly don't yet know which yellow, but I suspect I will soon if I'm persistent enough. So neither of these can be yellow, notably, because I can't have two yellows in here. Oh, I guess I knew that. So yeah, one of these is a 4 and one of them is green. Should unpencil mark row 8, column 3 for consistency. Yes, that probably is helpful. Let's see. Yeah, we're so close to disentangling all of this yellow stuff, but we're just not quite there. Almost. It's funny, because I can pencil mark that this is the yellow that's 1 or 3. It's funny, because if you think about it, we actually know which digit this is. But does it help anyone to know what this digit is? I don't know. Let's see. So, yeah, so this being a yellow, it's a yellow 8 pair, which is regrettable. Okay, so I'm being told that I can calculate that this is actually a 5. And so the thing about this being actually a 5 is that it means this isn't a 3, which is, I suspect, going to be useful. So I can go ahead and put 5s in all of these circles, and work on this some more. I see why this is useful, because now I know where to put the circle. Because if I put a circle in green here, I would need a 3 here, and I can't have it. So that's green circle. And so this is not green circle, so this is green circle. That's Carl's point, I believe. So that's a 5 and a 5. And with great effort, I suppose I can be convinced to fill the 3s in the rest of these. So we have all of that. And then that 3 is going to gray this cell, because now all the candidates for this cell are gray. And so this is green, and it's a 3. I think we can remove the numbers now that we've correctly placed the circles. I think that is very correct. Okay, so this isn't a 5, that's not a 5. So this is the circle. The green circle, to be clear. So we have that. So that's huge. So this is a 4 and a 9 and a 4. I don't know if that's going to help me color, but I suppose I might as well do it this once. Let's see. This isn't an 8, for whatever it's worth. It's a random yellow 1 here. You know, the circle of 5s, or to the tune of the Lion King. Yeah, I guess I know that that's a 1. I don't know that I really want to mark that yet. That seems like it would be distracting. Let's see. These 2 cells, let's see. Should I think about these 2 digits? Do I really have to? I might have to. Okay. So, good point from Ice Cube. So this can't be a 1. So this is the none 1 yellow digit. Because if this was a 1, I would need this cell to be a 12. And I can check the digits in purple. Enjoy your dinner, Memeristor. Happy birthday. I can check that 12 is not one of the options. The only digits that are purple are 2 and 6. So this is the other one, which gets me so close to being able to color it, but I don't know yet which thing it is. We will figure it out in time, I suspect. Oh! No, not quite. Okay, so but I can color row 9, column 4 yellow. Right. Gorgeous, gorgeous reasoning there, Screaming Ice Cube. So the point is that this is the point. This is the none 1 digit in yellow. And so where's the other yellow in this box? Well, the other yellow digit is the none 1 digit in yellow. So this has to be the none 1 digit in yellow. And the key thing is that lets us say this is not circled, so this is circled. So this is not circled, so this is circled. So that's not circled, and so this is circled. And so we get to sort of like continue our coloring through that logic. So that's very good. So this is now the 8. So this is not an 8. So this is the 8. This is the gray digit that is 8. Let's see. So I guess yellow circle we can fill in 1s just to advance our solve a bit. Now I have 8 yellow circles. Ooh, I have 8 yellow circles. I do have 8 yellow circles, so my last yellow circle goes here. Great spot. So this is my last yellow circle. Okay. So the question is, can this be, can this cell be yellow, I think is the question, right? Because if this cell is yellow, oh, never mind. The point is that there's only 1 gray in the row. Never mind. Sorry. I was afraid I was going to have to say something about how 1 and 7 add together, and I'm glad I noticed I don't have to. Because this is now a 9, so this is a 7, and is yellow by our by just counting. I don't have to add or anything like that. So now I need a yellow in here, and it goes there. So this is a gray, and it's the 9-y form of gray. This is the none yellow thing. Now, I know by Sudoku that the none circle yellow is 7. So I can actually fill 7 into the none circle yellows. Like that. And so we have that beautiful art. So we've got all of that. Could be confusing to join the stream right now, but I feel like that's true about a lot of the times on this stream. Okay, so this is not yellow, purple, or green, so this is gray. Oops, that's the wrong shade of gray. Why do you keep making it that? No. Gray. Okay, so this is the 9-y sort of gray. This has got to be the 80 sort of gray. So now we've completed our coloring, and so now we are allowed, by the rules of Sudoku, to attempt to advance the solve further, but we might want to try and circle some more cells first. So we have all the green circles. It's the purple circles we have to worry about, because we have some... Because I don't think there's any way to relate the purple circles to the other things over here without doing arithmetic. But sometimes at the very, very end of one of these things, you just sort of have to do that. Oh, row 1, column 8 is uncircled, I am being told. Let's see. How am I seeing that? See, because it's the same as that one, so it's the same as that one. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to do arithmetic. Yeah, it's tragic, but sometimes in these coloring puzzles at the end they make you add. So this is 11, so this needs to be a 6. But this also is a 6, because those also add to 11. So this also needs to be a 6. And so the point is this is uncircled. And so we can go ahead and make that circled, that this is uncircled, so that's circled, this is uncircled, so that's circled. And then this circle looks down, making that circled, making this uncircled, making this circled, making this uncircled, making this circled. And there we go. Now we have completed our circlage, and so we are in good shape now. So the the circled purple is a 2 by Sudoku. And then the circled is a 2. So the uncircled is a 6. So we should hopefully be able to fill 6s in all of these. And somehow amongst the nonsense, we failed to celebrate that the bet cell was a 5. So congratulations to those of you who bet 5, in spite of stream policy. That was a delightful puzzle. I greatly enjoyed that. I liked how it was carefully designed, so you could do all of the coloring first. That was that was very nice. Yeah, that's 2 5 bet cells in a row, isn't it? That was a fun solve, though. I enjoyed that one greatly. So many types of 8. Who knew there were so many types of 8s and that you could color them? Very cool. I'm going to take a very brief break, and then I'll pull up another puzzle, and we will solve another puzzle. Happy birthday again, Memeristor, even though he is now out to dinner. But perhaps he will come back and look at this solve later. I don't think he will. But it's possible. But anyway, I will be right back. Alrighty. I am back with a doubler puzzle. So this is a doubler pure arrow by XeonRisq. So the arrows need to have the digit in the circle that is the sum of the digits along the arrow. So for example, if I made this 1, 2, 3, 1, I could make this an 8. Except that I've had a problem in that I whoopsied and put 2 1s in here. So that's not going to work. In fact, actually, if you look at this first, you might immediately realize there's going to be some huge problem with this arrow. But there is a solution. Admiral, I'm not sure I knew that Josh had a doubler region sum line puzzle, but that being said, I will almost certainly do Josh's doubler region sum puzzle. So the way we get around this is that we double some cells. And so, in fact, actually what we could do, what would be a perfectly fine thing, is to do this, because these sum to 10, and this cell, as long as it has this flash behind it, is counted twice. Now, there's some rules about the cells we're allowed to double. One rule is that we can't repeat doublers within a box. So I'm going to use yellow for the doublers and gray for is not doubled. And so as soon as there's a doubler in a box, I can undoubler the rest of it. I can undoubler the rest of this. Okay, gray might be terrible because it might make the arrows completely disappear. Okay, so we're shifting color already. Light gray. Light gray is acceptable. And the other rule, in addition to not repeating in rows, columns, and boxes, is that you can't double the same digit twice. So once you've doubled a 5 anywhere in the grid, 5s are off limits for doubling. So that is that. And XeonRisq has been super nice and given us 2 doublers right off the bat, because the minimum these can be is 10. I can't get to 10 in a Sudoku without a doubler. So we are going to do that. And so all of that turns gray immediately. And these become 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How about this cell for a bet cell? Let's have people's bets on this. Okay, so I think now the question is, what's going on in this box? So none of these cells are doubled. And so because none of these cells are doubled, I'm really adding all 6 of these digits to get the digit that goes up in each of these arrows. Well, the minimum sum of all of these is actually 22, because I need to double something. And so these 3 digits add to at least 22, which means they always contain a 9. And so the maximum they could add to is 24, which would be 7, 8, 9, but I have 2 annoying degrees of freedom below that. So this digit is not a 9. That is one conclusion that I have. Okay. Now, these 5 cells sum to a minimum of 15. One of them might be doubled. That's possible, I do not know. But they sum to a minimum of 15, which means that these cells always have to add to at least 15. So they are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And if one of them is doubled, heaven help us, then these are going to be really, really thing. Yeah, one of these 2 had better be a doubler. My brain had not made it there, and one of these 2 had better be a doubler. That's cute. So one of these needs to be a doubler because, well, the sum of this cell is that cell. If one of them's not a doubler... In fact, I don't know which one is the doubler, do I? I just know one of them is a doubler. So... Oops, that's the wrong shade of gray. Sorry. So one of these is a doubler, so these aren't. So we've got that. One of these 2 is a doubler. Let's see. What did that do? Well, that told me this is an honest repeated digit for whatever that is worth. Very little is my suspicion, but who knows? If this was doubled, it would be a 3 or a 4, for whatever that is worth. Oh, the same story I told over here is true over here. These 6 cells sum to these, and so for the same reason, these need to sum to at least 22. And so they need to come from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and they definitely need to include a 9, because if you took 6, 7, 8, you wouldn't get enough, because you need to get to at least 22. This one's not the 9, though, and that tells me that's not a 9 as well. And now, actually, together, these boxes, one of these has to have a doubled... So even as soon as I have a doubled 2... No... It's a doubled 3. As soon as I get to a doubled 3, then these need to be 7, 8, 9. And so the doubled digit in these boxes are 1, 2, or 3. So there needs to be a 1, 2, or 3 doubled in one of these. Okay. Okay. And so then I think about what's the doubler going on over here. And the doubler over here has to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I have double the digit is still a thing. And so I have a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in doublers in the highlighted cells, is the point. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are already doubled among all of these cells. Which means that, exactly as Jay says, I can't double anything like this anymore, because it would be at least a 5, I'd be doubling it would be at least a 10, that's not going to work. So we get our we get to gray some extra stuff. Now, oh, this is actually a quintuple. So these cells are from 1, 2, 3, 4, actually. Oh, so this is now not an 8 anymore, because I can't add to 8 anymore. You can't have both ends doubled because you would need to repeat the digit, Ambrose. I thought about that too, but yeah, you're correct. Okay, this digit is now doubled because it's the only place that can be a good spot to a lemma. So these are not doubled. Increasing my suspicion that this is going to be the digit that's doubled. Oh. Yes, this is the digit that's doubled. Because remember, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are already done being doubled. So if actually there was a doubler on one of these arrows, the minimum sum would be 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with at least a 5 doubled. That would be at least 20. I cannot make these two circles sum to 20. So actually that is the doubler. That is not doubled. These aren't doubled. That's not doubled. Let's see. So that, and I know that these are not 1, 2, 3, or 4. So I know these are 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Because again, the 1, 2, 3, 4 doublers are eaten up over here. Good old-fashioned S-cell chaos construction doubler puzzle. I mean, actually, the entire reason why doublers were invented was to avoid using S-cells. So this digit is over down here. Who cares? Let's see. I probably need to do some more. I probably need to think about all of this together, but that seems weird. I mean, the interesting thing, Josh, is that every doubler puzzle is a chaos construction because you're building an extra region. And so I feel like you don't really need to add an additional region construction to a doubler puzzle because you're already building the region. I think a thing that could be really crazy is you could add an additional restriction, like a star battle on the doublers. Like you could have a double doublers with the star battle rules or various other such shenaniganery, and I think there's a lot of potential in that sort of thing. And I also think you could simultaneously do doublers and triplers or doublers and halvers, where there's sort of like two sets of extra things floating around. I think that is also possible. Let's see. Carl says, I don't think row 5, column 9 can be a 5 now because of box 5. Let's see. Because of box 5. Yeah, okay. So, if this was a 5, now we have to do this math. Okay. So if this is a 5, what is the sum here? So these cells, these 7 cells, they need to sum to a minimum of 28. And so if this was a 5, then the maximum I could make these sum to would be 27. Wow. Yep, that doesn't work. 27 is not 28. Like the old MTG saying, 1 is not 0, but with 27s and 28s instead. So yeah, I completely agree. This can't be 5 anymore. So unfortunately, I think the second this is allowed to be 8, I think all the sort of like the pressure, I think, is going to go off of this. I can fill in this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. For sure. Okay, I think we were only 1 off. Let's try it, though. If this is a 6, then the minimum here is 12 plus 8 and 9 is 29. Yeah, these could add to 29 because none of them are doubled or anything like that. Okay. I can't double the 4 up here. So, because if I doubled a 4 up here, I would make the minimum 25, and I can't get to 25. So there's a doubled 4 and an 8 down in these cells. So cells like this cell cannot be 4 or 8. For whatever that is worth. Oh, I have 2 arrow cells in that box, too. I wasn't counting those. Right. So this is a minimum of 28, plus 3 is 31. Right, so this is not a 6. Okay, thank you. Good point. Most excellent. Right, I need to think about the sum. So the sum of this box is supposed to be odd, which means the digit I double has to be odd, because the sum, if I count the doubling, is always even. And so when I take off the fact that I double counted, in order for the rule of 45 to be true, it means the digit I'm doubling has to be a 1 or a 3. So actually, I double 1 and 3 down here. That's really cool. Okay, so I double 1 and 3 amidst these cells. So the digits doubled here are 2 and 4. So these digits are 2 and 4 doubled, and then 6 and 8. So that is very cool. And if I doubled 3 here, that would make, again, the sum, if I double 3, is 24. And that would require 7, 8, 9, but this tells me these can't be 7, 8, 9. So actually the doubled 3 is over here. And as soon as I double 3... Oh. I don't know why 6. Just recreationally. So one of these is doubled 2 becoming a 4, and one of them is a doubled 4 becoming an 8. So I guess the point is all of these have a 4 on them. These are really just black Kropki dots, written in a fancy way. Anyway, but as soon as I know the 3 is doubled here, I know the total is 24, which means these are 7, 8, 9. Which means that this is 5 or 6. This is not 7 or 8 anymore. This is only 5 or 6. These are, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 3 is doubled here. Here I've doubled the 1. But I don't... Yeah, the 1 is doubled, so these aren't 1. The 4 down there... Oh, already told me that's not 4. Got it. The 1 is doubled in this box, so I can't be summing... Oh, no, I could sum to 5. But I know there's a 2. I know there's a 2 up here. Because if I'm summing to 5 or 6, I need the 2. So these aren't 2. So I've got that in my bag. So how does the math work here? So the entire box sums to 45, but we're doubling 1, so it actually sums to 46, which means these 3 things need to sum to half of that, so these 3 things need to sum to 23, and the only way to do 23 is as 6, 8, 9. So thank you, Playmaker, that was very helpful. So these have to be 6, 8, 9 in order for this to work. So that makes that a 7. That makes this a 2, 4. Makes that not a 4. So these aren't 7 anymore. These aren't 7. That is 5. That's going to be huge, because the fact that that's 5 tells me that these are 1, 3, and these are 2, 4. Tells me that these are 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9. This isn't a 5 anymore. That's not a 5 anymore. Oh, the doubled 8 isn't here either. The doubled 8 is down here. No, sorry, don't listen to me. The doubled 8's not down there. The doubled 4 is down there with a vanilla 8. Okay, and so now, where is the 7 in row 4? Asks Screaming Ice Cube. Oh, Zach! Poor Zach! What was the first digit? The first digit was the 7, wasn't it? I think the first digit was the 7. Okay, Zach is going to do the 7 dance. I've conferred with Zach. Wee! Wee! And then maybe a little bit of 6. Whoa! Thank you, Zach, for your 7 and a bit of a 6y dance. It all works out. Okay. So where is the 7 in this row? I cannot put a 7 on this arrow. So the 7 actually has to go here. I think this is Screaming Ice Cube's point, which is very well stated. These are not 7s. So... Oh yeah, I know the 7's up here. So there's a 7 over here somewhere. And so the 7 needs to go with a 1, because I can't be a 7 with a 2, because the 2 in the box is gone. So there's a 1 down here somewhere. And the 1 in this box... Wait. Yeah, right. The 7 needs to go with a doubled 1. Because if the 7 doesn't go with the doubled 1, that doesn't work. And now the doubled 1 is down here, so my my doubler's not up here, and my doubler's not down here. So these aren't 3. What does the doubled 3 go with? The doubled 3, I guess, needs to go with not a 1, with a 2. Oh, it needs to go with a 2. Right. The doubled 3 goes with a 2. So there's a 2 down here, which sorts out the 4 and the 2. This is only the second doubler puzzle we've done today. But I mean, it's doubler season around the Sudoku world, you could say. These digits are 6, 7, 8, 9. This one's not a 7. These 2 6, 8, 9s. Interesting. So these cells see a 6, 8, 9 triple. Because these 3 6, 8, 9 digits are all different. And so this is not 6, 8, or 9, and it's not 1, 3, or 7. What is it? What are these digits? Okay, they're not 1 or 3. They could be 2 or 4 or 5. They're not 6, 7, 8, or 9. So these are these are only from 2, 4, 5. So this is from 2, 4, 5. We have succeeded at that. So, oh, this could be a 6 if... Oh, wait, no, where's the 7 in this box? The 7 in this box is on this arrow. So this is not a 6. The arrow has a 7 on it. So the 7 needs to go with a 1 or a 2. So this is from 1 to 7. These cells sum to 21. These cells sum to 21 because it's 14 plus 7. So these three cells need to sum to 24. And so all of these digits basically need to be huge. So if it summed to 23, that is, if this was a 1, these would be 6, 8, 9 exactly. Or if this is a 3, then they need to sum to 21. I guess that's got a little bit more optionality. Okay, I maybe don't want to think about that anymore. There's definitely a 4 there, though, so that's not a 4. Because there's a 4 down here. Are you saying we shouldn't have 4 6, 8, 9s in a box? So if this is a 1, then again, this needs to be 6, 8, 9. But chat is pointing out that that actually creates a problem because it puts 4 6, 8, 9s in the box. So this can't be a 1. It is a 3, and that's a 1. Okay, and now these 3 digits need to sum to 21. But this is a length 3 arrow with no 1 on it. So that's a 9 and an 8 and an 8, and this is a 2, 3, 4. In order for that to work. So neither of these is a 9. Aha! Which now means my last bet cell, my last doubler cell that's not on one of these arrows is a 9 doubled. And so these can't be doubled anymore. Because what? What do you mean one could be a 9 but not an 8? Why isn't row 6, column 4 a 9? Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I removed the wrong candidate. I wrote an 8 here, and then I immediately proceeded to remove the wrong thing here. Sorry. You're correct. The 8 removes an 8 as a candidate from here, not the thing. So this is a 1, 7, is the upshot of all of that. If I do it slightly better. So these digits so this is not an 8. So that's a 2, 4 pair in the column, which is very strange. But we'll make do. That's not an 8. But I can place an 8 in this row, is Carl's point. Because of this 8, I now need to place an 8 in this row. It can only go here. So that's a doubler 8. So that is not an 8. So this isn't an 8. So there's an 8 over down here somewhere. So this is just the 2, 4 flavor. And so this one needs to have an 8 on it. So that is an 8 and a doubled 4. And that 8 and doubled 4 combo looks up and does the 2 and the 4 up here for us. This 2, 4 looks at that and makes that a 5. So that's not a 5. It's a 2 or a 4. That's not a 5 either. It's a 2 or a 4. So this 2, 4 pair with the 5. Intriguing. Yes. So one of these is the 6 or 9 doubler is the point. This 8 looks up and tells me that's not an 8. Since that's not an 8, it's not a double 3 with a 2. So that tells me where the doubler is. So the double 3 with the 2 actually is over here. That's the point. And so that's the 8. And so that tells me that the 8 in box 5 is here. Sorry, is here. I know some people were doing math to find that. Okay, so what is the sum of these two digits now? So that is 21, 29, 32. These two need to add to 13. They could be 4, 9, but they can't be 5, 8, or 6, 7. So they have to be 4, 9. Which makes this a 2, and a 2, and a 4, and a 2. And now the 2 is the one that's doubled. And so that is going to place the doubler in this box here, which means this digit, remember, is a 6 or a 9, because those are the as of yet undoubled digits. This isn't a 2. This isn't a 3. That's not a 2 either. So that is a 2, actually. Just by Sudoku. Let's see. Yes, and the last doubler is placed here. So that is not a doubler. Right, because that 4 places this doubler. So that's a doubled 1 with a 7, making 9. That's an 8. And now we can lose the gray. And this will look cool. So now hopefully we did the math right before. And this should be 3 and 5 in that order. Well, that was a disaster. Let's try again. This should be 3 and 5 in that order. Worked better that time. This column needs a 1 and a 2. We've got 3. No, it doesn't need a 2. We have a 2. 3, 4. We need a 5 and a 6. We've got a 7, 8, and 9. So this is 1, 5, and 6 is the answer. I don't think the 1, 5, and 6 is particularly helpful, as would happen. Oh, where does 9 go in this box just by Sudoku? Because of this 4-9 pair, 9 in this box has to go here, so that's a 6. Okay. So that's not a 6. That's not a 6. That's not an 8 either, actually. So this is only a 7 or a 9. So Sudoku places the 6 here. So that's not a 6. Okay. So we know what these digits are now. They're just given. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, not 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 1, 2, 5, and that one's not 1 or 5, so it's a 2. So this is not 2. It is a 1 or a 5. But there's a 1, 7 in the box already, so that sorts out the 5 and the 1, and the 5, and the 6. Let's see. So these digits are a 5, which goes here, and a 6 that goes there. These digits are a 3 and a 4 that go like that. Let's see. These digits are 7 and 9. I don't think I know the order on that. These digits are 1, 2, 3, actually. That one's not a 2. That one's not a 2. So that one is a 2, if you're into that kind of thing. So we look up at these. Okay, so yeah, I know the 9 is over there. It 7's up there. What are these digits, I guess, is the correct thing to ask. These are not 9. So these are... Oh, this is the 8 for the row. That'll make my life a little bit easier. These digits are... We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5 and a 6. And then we've got the 7, 8, and 9. So these are 5 and 6. And we know the order. So that's 5 and that's 6. The 5 can't go with a 1. So the 6 goes with a 1 to make 7. And then the 5 goes with a 4 to make 9. That 4 sorts out the 3 and the 4. Let's see. These two cells are a 3 and a 5 of unknown disposition. This is a 1 or a 7 of unknown disposition. This 4-9 pair makes this a 6 and has for forever. These aren't 6. I probably don't really need that 8 anymore. That's not 8 either because of that 8. So that's 8. That's a 7-9 pair. So that's enough for me to fill in this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 1, 3, 5, 6. But this one's not 3, 5, or 6. So this one's a 1, which makes that a 7 and a 9 and a 7 and a 9 and a 7. These aren't 1 anymore. Let's see. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 1, 3, 5, 6. That one's not a 5 or a 6. That one's not a 6 either. Yeah, one of these two's a 6. Who knows which one, though. There's a 1-3 pair in this column, though, so that makes that a 5. Makes that a 3 and a 5. Makes that a 1 and a 3. Makes that a 1. So these aren't 5. They are a 3-6 pair. The 1 looks up there for a 3 and a 1. The 3 looks down for a 6 and a 3. The 6 looks up for a 9 and a 6. The 9 looks for its heart and finds a 4 and a 9. The 7 gives me a 1 and a 7. This is a naked single for the row. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a 9. And we now have reached the point where we conclude the bet cell, and the bet cell is, drumroll, a 4. Zach would like to congratulate everyone who bet 4. That was delightful. I really enjoyed that. That was very smooth, very nice. I appreciate the super smooth path there. I was occasionally tempted into thinking about hard things, but then I never actually had to think about hard things. Like I never had to like minimize an arrow or anything in this. It was all very smooth to avoid any excessive arithmetic. And we finished in 34-34, so you know, that's always a good omen. The people that bet 8 win as well. Well, it's not a doubler. If it had been a doubler, I would have let the people who bet 8 also win. But yeah, very cool puzzle. I really liked that. Open invitation. If you've been setting stuff with doublers, feel free to send it to me and I'll have a look. As long as it's been tested and as long as someone reports that they liked it, feel free to send it to me or Tristan and I'll eventually do it. I suspect at some point I'm probably going to get sick of doing puzzles with doublers, but I'm not there yet. So we're currently at the I will add them to the bucket era of doublers. Someone mentioned that Josh had a good region sumline doubler puzzle. I would do that now if someone has a link to it. But I'm going to take a real quick break, and then I'll come back. And if I have uncovered a link to Josh Johnson's doubler region sumlines puzzle, I'll do that now. If not, I'll do a different puzzle. I will be right back. I found it. Welcome back to it sounds like you're renewing your membership, Screaming Ice Cube, but thank you for doing so. We greatly appreciate the support from everyone. By the way, I have not said this since the beginning, and I realize probably most people were not here when I started 7 hours ago. We really appreciate the support we get from members. There's a couple ways you can be a supporter. You can become a YouTube member by clicking join below. Now, the nice new thing about being a YouTube member, in addition to all the other perks, is you now get access to these lovely emotes of Zach, the world-famous digit dancing penguin. So if you would like, you can become a YouTube member, and then you get access to those, as well as our other emotes. The Zeta Stop one seems to be particularly popular for whatever reason. I think because it allows people to channel their yelling at Simon that they're so used to when they're watching videos into, like, actual emotion put in the chat. So the Zeta Stop one is very popular. But anyway, there's that, as well as people who support us get to access to the exclusive Zeta Math Discord channel. There's a public Zeta Math Discord channel on Puzzle, by the way. So if you want to talk about Zeta Math stuff, you don't need to be a member to do that. But you do get access to the exclusive Zeta Math Discord channel, where you get access to whatever random things that Tristan or I choose to put there. So you could have gotten a preview of my glasses so that you could see what the new glasses were going to look like, for example. That's the kind of quality we're talking about in the exclusive content. But you also get to access the bucket, so you can see what is coming up that I might do. And probably more excitingly, you get to vote on what puzzle I'll do. And I always do at least the most voted on puzzle every stream. Often I'll do more than one of the most voted on puzzles. Lately, there's been a lot of near ties on puzzles, so your vote matters, as they say. All right. So guilty pleasure time. We're going to finish up with this puzzle by Josh, which has region sum lines. So in each region these things pass through, they have the same sum. So you know that these sum to 15, these sum to 15, and these sum to 15. But wait, that's not true, because there's also doublers. And so we have our doublers over here. And so we have to be very careful about our doublers in row 1 and row 9. And so I think there's two different points you can make about the doubler in row 1 and row 9. Oh, actually, sorry. Maybe there's only one. But let's look at these two and say, because this cell sums to the same as this cell, one of these two is a doubler. So these are all immediately not doublers. Let's start with the nicest of the deductions. All right. So now let's look at what Isabella was saying, which is that I know the total of this row is 45, but it's also 3 times the sum I choose, except we've got this little finickiness about the doubler. And so the finickiness about the doubler is that when I say it's 3 times whatever the sum is, it's actually 3 times that, but minus the doubler once. And Isabella's beautiful point is that means that the double digit here has to be divisible by 3. Because 45 is divisible by 3. And so when I take 3 times that and I subtract the double digit from it, it better still be divisible by 3. So I'm going to pencil mark this in the dumbest possible way, and pencil mark that we need 3, 6, or 9 to be the double digit in row 1 and in row 9. So we have that. Let's see. So what other sus digits do we have? Let's see, not quite that one. Row 3, column 5. Ah, yes. How did I miss that? How on earth did I not see this? I was scanning all over and I was looking at this and I was like, no, that's only 3. No, that's only 3. I can't believe Josh didn't give us one that was so clear. But this does have to be a doubler because the minimum sum of these is 15. And so this digit needs to be at least 15. And so, in fact, not only is it a doubler, it has to be at least, actually, it has to be at least an 8. So this is an 8 or a 9 doubled. And the rest of all of this nonsense is not doubled. Not doubled. Ah! So this is doubled. So these are not doubled. These are not doubled. And this is the opposite. This has to be a 1, 2, 3, or 4, because this has to be a 2, 4, 6, or 8, because it has to be double that. And so my crazy 3, 6, 9 pencil marks now actually push over to there for my mod 3 number business. So if this was an 8, then these would need to either be a doubled 1 and a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or sorry, and a 2, 3, 4, 5, or a 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 6. Let's see, row 4, column 6. Ah, right, okay. So, good spot from Garion. So the minimum sum of these cells, and that's really slick setting too, the minimum sum of these cells is 21. So that means these two cells need to add to at least 21. Well, that one's only at most 9. So this has to pick up the slack. It has to contribute at least 12, right? So this has to be doubled. And even given that it's doubled, it still has to be a 6, 7, 8, or 9. So no doublers in the rest of the place. All of those are not doubled. So we've got that going on. So these aren't doubled either. Okay, these two are the same digit, and so that digit goes over there somewhere. I don't know if that's at all interesting. This digit, I mean, it's at least a 3, because it's at least the sum of these two. But who knows? Okay. This digit now is the sum of at least 3 digits. So this digit is always a 6, 7, 8, or 9, just for arrow reasons, because it's the sum of at least 3 digits and it's not doubled. And same thing here. This is also 6, 7, 8, 9 for arrow reasons, because it's the sum of 3 digits and it's not doubled. Yeah, so we've got a whole plethora of 6, 7, 8, 9s here. It's either 16 or 18. Interesting. The potential for a pair here is very suspicious to me. If you have not done, my doubler puzzles have almost all been about finding pairs and triples in the doublers. Okay, these are also 16 or 17. Yeah, I guess I do really need to actually think about what the sum is going to be up here. I somehow just thought about the mod 3 thing about this line and then proceeded to ignore the fact that it even existed. But I probably should not ignore the fact that this line exists. So the sum will be 16, 17, or 18. Oh, right. 9 doubler doesn't work. Medi is completely right. Because what if I put a 9 doubler in row 1? if I put a 9 doubler in row 1, now what does row 1 sum to? It now sums to 54. And so what do each of these boxes sum to? They each sum to 54 divided by 3, which is 18. But that's a big problem because there's a 9 doubler in the row. And if there's a 9 doubler in the row, then that already is 18 by itself. So actually the double digit is not a 9. That's really clever. Okay, that's super sweet. Okay, so the double digits are 3 and 6 in row 1 and row 9. And so this is definitely not a 6, and this is definitely not a 3. And since that's definitely not a 3, that's definitely not a 6. Slick. So slick. Very cool. Okay, so if it's a 3, then I'm going for 16, and so I need 2 digits that add to 10. And if it's a 6, then I'm going for 17, and I need 2 digits that add to 5. Okay, good to know. All right. The fact that there's a bunch of high digits here sort of wants to pull this down, but I don't think it pulls it down by very much, right? So what's the maximum that these cells could sum to? It'd be 954. Yeah, sadly, the maximum these can sum to is 18, which is high enough to be useless. Let's see. Canty says row 1 can't be 17. The minimum from the pencil marks is 23. I don't... Row 2, column 4, 5 is max 5. All right, okay. So yeah, so let's let's look at that. So these we know sum to at least 17. So this is the direction to look at it. Okay, so these sum to at least 17. Sorry, they sum to at least 16. So if I add this together, that's 16 plus 6, 7, 8 is 24. 16 plus 24. Wait, why did I screw this up? 16 plus 6, 7, 8 is 21. Sorry. 16 plus 21 is 35. That means these sum to a maximum of 10. Which means certainly this isn't an 8. So this can't be a 4. But yeah, all of these sum to a maximum of 10. What? Oh, I did it wrong. 16 plus 21 is... Oh, it's 37. So actually what we're getting is these sum to a maximum of 8. Yeah, these sum to a maximum of 8. And so certainly this can't be an 8. Now it's a much easier deduction that that can't be an 8. And so if this were a 4 and this were a 2, this could be a 1, 3. That's fine. But it's not possible that these sum to 6, which is, I think... Okay, what would happen... Sorry, what would happen if this was 17? If this was 17 instead, then we would need to do 21 plus 17 is 38. These would sum to max 7, and these can't sum to max 7, because they would have to be either 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 4, neither of which they can be. Right. So the sum is not 17, it's 16, exactly as KNT said. That's gorgeous. Okay, so the sum is 16 when it's with a doubled 3. So there's a doubled 3 up here. The doubled 6 is down here somewhere. Sorry. Doubled 6 is down here somewhere. Okay. And so that means that these do sum to 16. And so, again, let's just do the absolute minimum. So 21 plus 16 is, again, 37. So these sum to at most 8. Yeah, these sum to at most 8, which means they must include a 1, right? 3 cells that sum to at most 8 need a 1. So this is a 2 and a 4. And we get our 2 dance. 2 dance. Woo! 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 2 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Stylish as always. And so now, again, the maximum these sum to is 8, but the minimum they sum to is also 8. So this has to be 1, 3. And now, in order for that to work, remember that these needed to sum to exactly 21, which means they needed to be 6, 7, and 8. There was no options for what these were going to be. So this is an 8. This is not an 8. These aren't 8 or 9. These are a 6, 7 pair. And these digits are 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9 to sum to 16, which is what they were supposed to. Okay, good. We have the correct sum. So there's a 2 over down here somewhere. Looking at Sudoku. We've got that. The 3, what does it go with? Because I need to get to 10. And so I'm not doing 2, 8, or 1, 9, or 3, 7. I'm doing 4, 6. So this has to be 3, 4, 6 exactly. That's crazy. So this has to be 3, 4, 6 exactly. And so then we know what this is. That's a very good spot from Admiral, by the way. And so these are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 7, 8. Do still, just for the record, they do still sum to the appropriate number. This can't be a 6 anymore. Because if this was a 6, I would need a 1 or a 2, and I can't have 1. So that's a 7 and a 9 and a 6. This is a 3, 4. Smooth, smooth. This is a 1, 2, 4 to add to 7. That one's not a 2. This 6 can only be 1, 2, 3, so these can't be doubled. Or I'd be too high. This is the 3. This is the 1 and 2. This isn't the 3, so it's not doubled, because the 3 up here is doubled. So now this is not 2, 4. It has to be, oops, sorry. This is not 2, 4, because the 4 is up there. So this 6 is 1, 5. So, and I know the order. 5 and 1 owing to that. Let's see. So, wowza. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. But this is the 5. These aren't 5. So these are a 2, 9 pair. It gives us a Jovi wing on 2s, which pushes a 2 down here for whatever that's worth. This is not the doubled 6 because of the existence of a 6 up here. These sum to 16, so they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. This is not 1, 2, 3, or 4, so it's 6. These aren't 6. These digits are 7, 8, and 5. That one's not a 7. So yeah, this is 5 or 8. So this is 5 or 8 because it's the same digit. So there's a 5 or 8 over there. Right. The 3 and 4 from my 1, 2, 3, 4 triple, this is Garian's point. The 3 and 4 are over here. So this is a 1 or a 2, and it's the same as that 1 or 2. Good spot from Garian, as always. The minimum sum of this now is 4, 5, 6, but that's not exciting. The minimum sum is 15, but then we're just saying these 5 cells add to at least 15, which of course these 5 cells add to at least 15. That is not at all noteworthy, unfortunately. So these 3 cells sum to 18, but could include a doubler. What are these 2 cells? Why did I not pencil mark these? I don't know. These are 6 and 9, I believe. These 2 are 2, 3, 4, 5, and... No, not 5. These are 7 and 8. Sorry, these are 7 and 8. Okay. So, owing to that, this is either summing to something like 9 or something like 17. Do I have a sense as to whether I want this to sum to something like 9? Okay. So if this was a 2 and a 7, this would need to sum to 10 or 9. And 10 or 9 doesn't sound great here. In fact, actually, let me write in these digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is the answer. That one's not a 5. That one is a 7 or an 8. But this is 5, 7, or 8. So, but yeah, this is, this being a 2 is what I'm being suspicious of, because I think if this is a 2, then these need to sum to at most 10, and they can't. Unless it's exactly 5 and 4, which is maybe possible, unfortunately. Okay, so I think I have to abandon looking at this line for now, and I think I have to come back to it later. Let's see. These 4 cells sum to 16. Is that interesting? Oh, and one of them is doubled. What digit's doubled? That's fascinating. Okay, so I had not appreciated that one of these is doubled. Yeah, so these are definitely not the 6 that I had previously mentioned. So the digit that's doubled is not a 2, because I've already doubled a 2. Yeah, I don't think that quite does anything. KNT is pointing out that I can't double something on here, because if I double something... Wait, no, sorry, this is not... Sorry, this is not a 9, this is an 18. So if I double something here, it's at least a... No, it's not a doubled 3, right, because the doubled 3 is up here. It would be at least a doubled 5. And so it would be a doubled 5 plus 3 and 6. Yeah, doubled 5 plus 3 and 6 is 19. So, right, the minimum here is 19 if I double something, so I can't double anything. Wow, that is surprising to me. So there's definitely a doubler down here, so there's no doubler over here. I mean, it's KNT's spot, but yeah, that was a very good spot. This is a beautiful puzzle, by the way, Josh. So So this is 18 plus 7 is 25. So these cells need to sum to 20? Is that what KNT is telling me? These sum to 20, not counting the doubler. So 18 plus 7 is 25. Yeah, these sum to 20. So if this was a 5, these would have to be 7 and 8. I keep thinking, I keep reminding myself I have to not double the digit that's on the doubler. So this could be 5, 7, 8. Or 8, 6, 9. I guess there's options. Let's see. Row 6 math? I don't think I can do math on row 6. I guess I know the digit that's on the doubler is... Well, what's the smallest it could be? If this is 8, I guess the smallest it could be is 4. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad. Okay. So these sum to 20. These sum to 30. So therefore these sum to 15. And again, this is not a real sum. This is not a real sum. This is an honest sum. Oops. That was exciting. This is not going well. So yeah, so these sum to 15, and they can't be a 7-8 pair. So these are a 6-9 pair, is the point. And those being a 6-9 pair, that was a very good spot, by the way, to Isabella. Those being a 6-9 pair, push a 9 onto this line. So this line is a 9 and 2 digits that sum to 9, but it's not 1, 8, 2, 7, or 4, 5. So it's a 9 and a 3 and a 6 is what is, in fact, over here. And so that tells me what these digits actually are. They are, no, 4, 5, 6, sorry, not 5, 6, 5, 7, 8 is the answer. These are 5, 7, 8. That one's not the 5. So what digit ends up being doubled down here? It's not the 8. So the doubled digit down here is a 5 or a 7, I guess is the point. I knoweth not. Okay. So these sum to 15 plus whatever this is, but this sum is pretty, well, this line I know sums to 17. So this sum actually has to be pretty big, right? What's the minimum sum of 8 cells, which is a ridiculous thing to say. Assuming I don't use a doubler. The minimum sum of 8 cells is, of course, 36 minus 17. I guess that's only saying these have to sum to at least 19. That's not actually a restriction. The doubler here can't be very big. What's the biggest the doubler can be in these two cells? So if this is a 1, 2, 3 and a doubled 5, that would be okay. So the doubler here is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, but it's not a 2 or a 3 because we already have those. So the doubler here is actually only a 1 or a 4 in this bunch of cells. So there is a doubled 1 or 4 in here. Which doesn't quite... Now, if it was a doubled 4, then I would have... That would be 8, and I would need the other 3 cells to add to 8, so the others would be 1, 2, 5 exactly. Oh, sorry, it could be 5. 1, 4, or 5. So yeah, maybe I don't want to try and force it. Box 8 sum. So yeah, so this is summing to 16, but fake summing to 16. Or real summing by 16, or whatever. This is summing to 16 with the rules of the puzzle, plus 17 is 33. So these sum to 12 plus the value of the doubler. So 12 plus the value of the doubler is... This seems more complicated than I really want to do. It would be an 8-9 pair if the doubler was a 5. Oh, I see. The math was not actually correct. I see. Where is 6 in this box is being asked. So can this be a 6? If this were a 6, I would need these 3 to sum to 10, counting a doubler. That seems very possible. The 6 is not down here, though, so the 6 is in one of these two spaces. I don't think I know where the 6 goes in any articulable sense. Six can't be in row 8, column 5, or 6. I agree 6 isn't there. Why can't 6 be here? Sums to 12. I don't know what these two things sum to. These two things sum to 12 plus the value of the doubler that's over here, not to 12. That's the thing that KNT was trying to convince me of before. But we can try really hard to exhaust this, but it's going to be tricky. So the doubler is a 1, 2, or a 5. Sorry, no, a 1, 4, or a 5. And so I don't think you were. You just baited me into doing lots of math. I think you just wanted to see me try and do arithmetic. So 12 plus 1 would be 13. Can these two cells sum to 13? I think they probably can. Yeah, so they sum to 13, 16, or 17. 16 can't be done honestly, is the point. 16 would be 7, 9 exactly. I cannot do 7, 9. So these two either sum to 13 or to 17. So the doubler over here is not a 3. Wait. No, the doubler over here is not a 4. Okay, so there's no doubled 4. The digit that's doubled over here is a 1 or a 5. Is the point. Okay, and in the case that it's a doubled 5, I need these to add to 17. So they would have to be 9 and 8 in that order exactly. This is probably not the intended thing for me to be looking at, is my conclusion from this. But I think it's going to be, like, if I look away for half a second, it's going to be resolved. Okay. It does, Isabella, because these sum to 16 counting the doubler, is the point. These cells sum to strictly less than 16. Okay, so... Yeah, so the fact that I have a 7, 9 in this column already tells me that this can't be a 16, which rules out 4 from being on this doubler. So 4 in this column actually is there or there. Okay. So one of these two is a 4, and Garion claims it's always this one. Whether it's a doubler or not, which sounds unlikely to be pleasant to check. Let's see. Can I rule out this being a 2 at least? Because this being a 2 corresponded to this being 5-4 exactly, but I don't think I can, sadly. So if this isn't a 4, then it's at least a 5. Is the point that if this is a 5, it makes the line too big? Because if this is a 5, doubled or not, then we're to at least 12. I guess that's not immediately a problem. I mean, if this is exactly a 5, this is a 5-7-8 triple, which seems like a problem. So I don't think this is going to actually be a 5. Yeah, this is seems a bit too messy. Okay, what if this is a 7 or 8? Maybe that's the thing to look at. If this is a 7 or 8, yeah, that doesn't work. That's the thing to look at. No, sorry, I'm wrong. Wait, maybe if this is a 7 or 8, then this is a 7-8 pair. Is that a problem? Because then the difference between these two cells needs to be 1. Then this would have to be a doubled 4, right? If this is a 7 or 8, then I think this would have to be a doubled 4. Okay, yeah. If this is a 7-8, this is a doubled 4. Or doubled 5, right? Doubled 4 or doubled 5. I should just write in what these can be, because they can't be that many things. Let me just write in what they can be, because that seems better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, these are from 4, 5, 7, 8. Should I ask what happens if the 6 isn't down here? That seems case checky also. But yeah, this could be double 4 or double 5 if that's a 7 or an 8. Actually, otherwise, this is a 7 or an 8. What if this is a 7 or an 8? Does that cause problems? No, if this is... Okay, so if this is a 7 or an 8, what has to happen? If this is a 7 or an 8, then what has to happen is these two are off by 1, which means these two have to be off by 1. Which is impossible, right? If these are 7, 8, this is certainly not doubled. There's no way this is a doubled 7. That would be too big, right? Oh, crap. It could be a doubled 7, couldn't it? It could be a doubled 7 with a 5. No, doubled 7 with a 5 is too big. Doubled 7 with a 5 is too big. So if this is a 7 or 8, it's not doubled. It's the same as that. They're off by 1, which means these two have to be off by 1. But they can't be, because they can't be 9 and 8. So I think I've convinced myself in a rather elegant way that this can't be 7 or 8 ever. I think this can only be 4 or 5. Now, I don't know that that does literally anything. But I think thinking about the difference between these two cells and the difference between these two cells is, I think, useful in that regard. Okay, so yeah, and so if this is a 7 or 8, these two need to be 1 off, and so then this would need to be doubled. Is this ever a 2? Is the point that this is never a 2, or could it be a 2? No, it could be a 2 if this is exactly 4 or 5. That's right. That's the magically annoying case that we have been focused on. Let's see. Kerbon says if row 4, column 3 is 2. I'm going to guess row 3, column 2. Then row 5, column 1 must be a 4. Okay, just going through some of the cases, yeah. this one too as that one too. I don't think there's any way I'm doing Sudoku on that one too. So I probably should be thinking about doublers is probably the point. So I need to double a 1 somewhere. I've got a doubled 2. I've got a doubled 3. I need to double a 4 somewhere, and it's not here. I need to double a 5 somewhere. I'm doubling a 6 in one of these two places, and I need to double a 7 somewhere. I can't double a 7. Maybe I could double a 7 here? This combination of lines really confuses me. Is the problem. Box 6 doubles a 5 or a 7. That's right. So that is a good point. There's only a 5 or a 7 option as eligible to be doubled over here. 7 is too big for these to sum to. Yeah, 29 plus 17 is too much. Oh, I should think about what goes with the 6. Because the 6, remember, wherever the 6 is, it goes with 2 digits that sum to 5, which are either 1, 4 or 2, 3. That would, certainly if the 6 was over here, it would mean that this couldn't be a 5. But it could still be an 8, I think. So the 6, yeah, is going with 2 things that sum to 5. Actually, the 6 going with 2 things that sum to 5 option... Does that push this up too much? I don't know. Okay, so I think I have to think about math in this box as badly as I don't want to. These sum to 17, plus these, and again, this is the sum where I'm using the doublers, and then these sum to at least 15 plus 4, so at least 19. Okay, actually, okay. So Josh is suggesting I prove that this doubler can't be a 5. So the only way that this doubler can be a 5 is if it's 5 with 1, 2, 3 exactly. So if these were 1, 2, 3 exactly, that would be a 1, 2, 3 triple. There'd be a 5 over here. There'd be a 7, 8 there. That would be a 5. So if there's a 5 here and a 1, 2, 3, then this would have to be... And it can't use a 6. Okay, so I don't like it, but I'll use it. If there's a 5 over here, then... But we can't use a 6 down here, Ambrose, because the 6 is doubled in this row. So if there's a 5, and then this is 1, 2, 3, then what is this? Well, it's minimum 4, 7, 8, which is too many. So that does not work. So actually, Josh's point is we cannot double the 5 over here. And we proved already that we could not double the 4, I think. Right? Was it the 4 we proved we couldn't double? I think if we tried to double the 4, I think the math worked out. These sums to 12 plus the doubler, right? If we tried to double the 4 over here, this would be a 7-9 pair and it doesn't work. So we're not doubling 5 or 4 or 3 or 2, so we're doubling 1 is the point. So we're always doubling a 1 down here. So that's going to give us a 3 and a 1 and a 2. And a 1 and a 2. And a 9 and a 2. That's going to be huge. Because now the 2... I think I liked I liked Ambrose's minimizing this much better than I liked making observations about all the possible ways to make partitions of 17. But I don't like either of them. But I like Ambrose's argument better. But the point is, as soon as this is a 2, this needs to be at most 9. So, or sorry, this could be 8. 2, 8 would be 10, but I can't make 10 no matter how hard I try. So this has to be a 7 and an 8 and a 5 and a 4. This isn't doubled. This is doubled, whatever it is. It's a 7 or an 8. This is a 7 or an 8. So now, yeah, I know. I'm weird like that. KNT. It's not a 4. I already have a doubled 8. Good point. So this is, in fact, a 7 and an 8 and a 7. This is not a 7. This is not a 4 or a 7. It is a 5 or an 8. Okay, so the sum of these 5 digits is 15 plus 14 is 29. So these 5 digits sum to 29. But they could involve a doubler, so maybe that's not the place to look. Okay, so now I'm not doubling a 7 or an 8 anymore, so this cell is not a doubler anymore. This cell is a doubler. That's cool. And now, because it's a doubler, it's a 5. So that's an 8 and an 8 and a 7. Very good spot to Martin there. So these two sum to 8. I don't think I get a lot of leverage out of the fact that those two sum to 8. Let's see. That is not an 8 anymore. That's not a 7 anymore. What is 29 plus 17? 29 plus 17 is 39, 46. It doesn't sound like too much. Because I do get a doubler. I get to add the doubler. Oh, so actually, sorry. If I put this... Oh, what? No, in the instance that I'm not putting the 6 down here, I'd be putting a doubler on this line. Row 6, column 4 in its column. It's not a 3. This is not a 4. This is not a 1. 6, column 4 in its column. Oh, because there's a 1 down here. That's the point. So that's a 4, 3, 1. That's a 5. That probably was an even lower hanging piece of fruit that I did not see. So this is not a 5. Let's see. Okay. So these digits actually sum to 15 is the point. What is left over here? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know the 1's not down there. Oh, well, that's interesting. I need to put an 8 or an... Oh, can I put an 8 or... There's no way I can put an 8 or a 9 on this line, is there? Maybe I can. I certainly can't put 2 8 or 9s on this line. 2 in column 5 looks up. So, again, this line includes a 1 that's doubled. So if it included a 1 and a doubled 1 and an 8, that would already be 5. Sorry, that would already be 10. I would need these to sum to 6. Which they could do as 4 and 2. Never mind. I do not think that is a useful enterprise to look at. Okay, maybe if I fill in more. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I know that one's not the 6. So the minimum these two sum to is 6. So that's telling me these are never 9. Because if the minimum these two sum to is 6, if I put a 9 here, then these sum to 11. That's too many. So there's no 9 there. That's a deduction. Oh, right. I know the sum of these two, right? The sum of these two was supposed to be 13. So that's what I need to do. How do I make these two digits add to 13? It's got to be 7 and 6, right? 4 and 9 is not an option. Sorry, 4 and 9 is not an option. 5 and 8 is not an option. So yeah, it's got to be 7 and 6. That's the point. Yes, we did this math before, and then we forgot about this math, or at least I completely forgot about this math. Thank you, Garion, for reminding me. That's not a 6. So that's not a 7 anymore. Garion recommended it before, right before Ambrose, Tristan, but I do see now that Ambrose also recommended it, which I appreciate. So, again, this needs to sum to 17. Which means it can't have both an 8 and a 9 on it. Oh, box 7. Box 7 is probably a good place to look. That's probably fair. So, these sum to, again, 29 plus 17 is 46, plus whatever this is. So in particular, it's not possible that this is the doubler. Because if this cell was the doubler, then we would be honestly saying that this box summed to a bajillion million. That's the point. I think that's the way to interpret Carl's point from earlier. This can't be the doubler. So something in here is doubled. And the box sums to these 8 cells, their actual sum, not their doubled sum, their actual sum is 29 plus 17, which is 46, minus the doubler. And I've got a doubled 1, a doubled 2, a doubled 3, and a doubled 6, 7, 8, and 9. So the double digit, actually, I know the double digit. The double digit here has to be a 4, because I have to double a 4 somewhere, and there's nowhere else I can do it. So this is a doubled 4. So actually, these sum to 46 minus 4, which is to say they sum to 42. Which is to say that this digit is a freaking 3, if I did that right. So this is where the 3 goes. Booyah. So yeah, so again, the point is sum all this stuff for its fake sum using the doubler, and then say what I have to do is I have to subtract the double digit. But I know the double digit by examination of the grid has to be a 4. And so that gets me that 3. Okay. So now, that gives me a Jovi wing on 6s. There are no 6s here anymore. There's no 6 there anymore. So the 6 is not doubled in this box. Oh. I just said literally out loud the 4 is doubled in this box, didn't I? Wait, did I know it? I don't think I knew that it was the 4. I didn't know that it was the 4, did I? It could have been the 6. It could have been the 6. It could have been the 6 that was doubled here. I do know that none of these are doubled. But it could be the 6 that's doubled in this box. If it's the 6 that's doubled in the box, then instead of summing to 46... sorry, yes, it can be the 6, but if it's the 6 that's doubled, then the box sums to 40, and this needs to be a 5, and that 5's already there. So I was wrong, but I happen to be right anyway. So the 6 is not allowed to be doubled in this box. So there is no 6 down here. The doubled 6 is over here. Oops, sorry. These are not doubled. So that 3 again will go back through time again. Places the 3 up here. This is not a 3. So now these aren't doubled. This is doubled. And now this is doubled. This is not doubled, and this is a 1, because the doubled digit in here was a 1. We can get rid of the gray, because now we've placed all the doublers. This double digit was a 4 in order for things to work. So that's a 6 and a 4. That's a 9 and a 6. Now I need to place a 6 in this box. It only goes here. These two digits are a 1 and an 8. So these are a 1 and an 8. This digit's given. This digit is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This digit's 7. And these digits are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 5, and 9. Okay. So these two digits need to add to 10, right? In order to make 17. And the only way that works is... oh, no, there's 2 ways that work. 8 and 2 and 9 and 1. This is never a 5, though. Oh, thank you, David. David has donated $6 for another exceptional stream. Thank you, with a double puzzle. Thank you very much, David. Donation dance. Boo! Zach and I thank you. Very much appreciated. We are very grateful for your continued support. This is not a 1. Okay. Yeah, the 6 is either with a 2-3 pair or a 1-4 pair. Is there a reason it can't be with a 1-4 pair and has to be with a 2-3 pair instead? Well, let's see. Let's just write it out. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The 2 tells me that can't be a 2, so that can't be a 3. That does give me a 1, 3, 4 triple in the column, which tells me that's a 7. It's not a 7. Tells me that's not a 3 because of that. That 7 places a 7 here. Let's see. What is this? This is not 1 5. Sorry, this is not 1 7, and it's not 2 6. So this is 3 5. There we go. That's the key. This is 3 5, but I know the order because I already have a 1 3 4 triple. So that's 5 and that's 3. And so these are indeed 1 4, which makes that a 3 and a 4. Makes this an 8 and a 2 and a 1. These aren't 2 anymore. That is now a 9 and a 5. That 5 and 9, look at that cell and make that a 4. This cell's not a 4. That cell's not an 8 or a 2. That cell's a 9 and a 5. And I probably can figure out what this is. It's not a 2 or a 5, so it's a 3. So that is not a 3 or a 5. It's a 2, and that's an 8. 2 looks up and gives me a 5 and a 9 and a 2. The 6 looks up and gives me a 9 and a 6. The 9 looks down and tells me that's not a 9, that's not a 6, that's not a 4. Let's see. This digit, I know what it is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wow, we didn't do a bet cell this puzzle. No wonder it was so hard. 1 and 8 go up there. That is not a 1. Let's see. This is a 6 or a 9 for the column, and it's not a 6. So that's a 9 and a 6 and a 3 and a 9. This digit is a 2 for the box, so that's a 4, a 1, and a 2. And a 4 and a 1. There we go. Very nice puzzle, but I did not like this deduction. This box 8 deduction was a little gross. But everything else in it I loved. The opening logic with the 3, 6, and the 9 was awesome. And then so much of this all falling apart. Like, I really loved everything sort of slowly sort of falling through here. Like, all of the stuff in these rows was great. There was just a tiny bit of more case checking than I'd prefer around these couple of things. I think I'd have preferred a given digit to resolve that. But I know there's a little bit of awkwardness in giving given digits in a doubler puzzle, because then you have to decide whether you tell people it's not doubled or whatever. But everything else is great. I mean, the idea with these was spectacular. And even stuff like knowing that the 6 had to go with these things, there's just so much here. If you have not yet done so, I would really consider, because this is such a cool puzzle, I would really consider polishing those couple of rough spots and submitting this to Cracking the Cryptic. I think this would be an awesome puzzle for them. But I don't think you'd have to change very much at all. Like, you might even just add a thing and get everything to sort of fall apart a bit more easily. I think this is a great puzzle and a great use of all of the different constraints sort of floating around in here. Well, from Zach and I, that's going to be the stream for today. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you for hanging out. If you're new, welcome. Please consider subscribing. That would be awesome and appreciated if you're new and coming back in the future. Please like the stream on your way out if you have not yet. Thank you, everyone who supports the channel, be it by subscribing or by supporting us on Patreon at patreon.com/zetamath, or by becoming a YouTube member The YouTube members now coolly get the Zach emotes, which are awesome. So I'm very excited by that. Both Patreon and YouTube members at appropriate levels get to access the bucket and vote on what puzzles I'll do next stream. I always do the most voted on puzzle. Thank you to everyone who supports us on Patreon or YouTube. It's awesome. I love hanging out with you every week, and I am happy that I get to continue to do it, even after I start teaching in a couple weeks. As noted, I'll be changing the stream schedule a little bit. The Wednesday stream will be starting a little later and ending a little earlier, but there'll also be a Friday stream, which will be new. And I think I'm going to move the Saturday stream to Sunday at some appropriate time. So look forward to hearing about that. There'll still be the same amount of streaming, so you'll get the same amount of Zeta in your life. It'll just be distributed slightly differently. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you especially to the Turbines, those of you who support us at the highest level: David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer. Thank you very much. We cherish your support and very much appreciate it. You keep the lights around here, and we greatly appreciate it. That's all for now. I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.